Welcome, one and all. Hello and good morning, everyone, wherever you're watching from around the globe. Welcome to the beating heart of Poland, the magnificent city of Warsaw, and just a stone's throw from the Vistula River as well. Welcome, everyone, to the Autodrom Słomczyn in Poland. It's been quite a while since FIA Karting has made its presence in Poland, back in 1994, where the World Formula C Championship was held in Poland, and that was won by Jarno Trulli, who went on that later in that year to win the European Formula A Super A Championship and the World Cup in Suzuka. But here this weekend, we see the return of the FIA Karting with the FIA Arrive and Drive European Championships here at the Autodrom Słomczyn. Year of opening for the kart track, 2016, but Rallycross has been here since the early 90s. We've seen very quick times. We saw earlier on yesterday in Free Practice 5, Maximilian Piatek in the junior category going fastest overall this weekend, 52.336, challenging track conditions with, of course, the dust on the circuit. The track itself, though, absolutely superb, 1,208 metres total track length, 120 down that start-finish straight, 120 down the infield straights, around 8 to 12 metres wide. No real elevation change here for the field. It is a flat circuit for them to negotiate. That does span a total of 15 turns out there, all of them their own unique challenge for the circuit, because you've got fast sweeping corners, you've got tight hairpins out there, and fast flowing turns as well. 9 to the right, 6 to the left, and 2 hairpins out there, or 3 hairpins I should say, because you've got turns 6, 7 and 8. Main overtaking opportunities, well, there are quite a few. We will see them in towards turns 1, 6, 7 and turn number 8, but we also may see them into turn number 3, right at the end of that first sector, which gives an almost Mexico City Grand Prix vibe in that first sector. Certainly a very exciting track. Top speeds we will be reaching, not the highest in the world. It's quite a tight technical circuit here, but they will be peaking at around about 102 kilometers an hour. They'll average around 80 across the entirety of the lap to see them negotiate the 1.2 kilometer long circuit in style. Myself, Anthony Jordan, in the commentary box for you this weekend as we get ready to go for the first ever European edition of the FIA Karting Arrive and Drive since its inception back in the late year of last year, of course, for the World Cup. It was held at the LYL circuit in Malaysia. Certainly very exciting. That was about on the 19th and 22nd of November last year. So certainly very exciting indeed. And also something very exciting is a brand new qualifying format. Welcome everyone who's joining us to sprint qualifying here in the world of karting. This is Junior, and you'll have to bear with me as I try and explain this new format to you, because you'll be thinking, Anthony, where's the grid? There's more drivers than that here this weekend. You're absolutely correct. Sprint qualifying, basically, what's happened here is free practice yesterday. The drivers went out and they put themselves from their fastest session into Group 1 or Pool 1, Pool 2, and so forth and so forth. All the drivers you see here are the drivers who went into Pool 1. Now, the person you see here on pole position, Standardised Grabowski, was not the fastest driver from that session. It's the randomised grid that you see here. So this is a randomised grid from Pool 1 from qualifying. And that has put them into this grid. Then you've got the randomised grid for Pool 2, and they'll be out next. They're going to have a 6-minute plus 1 race on this one. So this is going to be a full race start that you see here, but it is technically timed qualifying. And in that as well, they will repeat that, of course, for their next one for Group 2, or Pool 2. Then later on in the day, we will see Pool 1 and Pool 2 for the juniors back out on track in the same grid, but reversed from the grid that you see here. So you have Stanislav Grabowski on pole position now. He'll be at the back of the grid for that reverse grid later on today, no matter where he finishes. He could win this sprint qualifying, but he will not start on pole for that reverse grid. It is just a straight reverse of the current grid that we have now. Hopefully that's made a little bit more sense. We'll, of course, explain it more as the weekend goes on. It is obviously a brand new concept compared to the standard generalised race weekend that we would usually have, which would be, of course, your free practice. Then you would go into non-qualifying practice, which is effectively just a warm-up. And then you would go into qualifying practice, which is done on best lap. It sorts out the grid for the qualifying heats. and then we go into the superheats and then the finals. That's the standard race weekend. Here, we will have the sprint qualifying, with then the sprint qualifying 2 reverse grid later on today. The results from those 2 sprint qualifying races will determine then the grids for the qualifying heats. And we will see qualifying heat for junior and senior later on today. They will actually be the last race of the day. They'll be starting around 3:45 local time here at the Autodrom Słomczyn. Certainly looking forward to seeing how this will go. And, of course, because they've been split into groups, obviously now with there only being the 22 drivers we've got here, they've seen them cut down to just 10 drivers in this group. And then, of course, in the next group, another 10 with the 20 juniors that are here this weekend. So that will just get it through. But as they're heading out to the track now, let's take you through that full starting lineup here then. Starting on pole position on this randomised sprint qualifying grid is Stanislav Grabowski. He'll be joined by Ireland's John Foley Jr. On that front row of the grid. Julian Monlair joins us ahead of Johnson Stewart, who started on the second row of the grid against South Africa's Max Boshoff and Georgia's Ilya Bagaturia on that third row of the grid. Row 4 will see Lorenzo Zucchetto and Ivan Chanega on row number 4. Dylan Fricker and Maximilian Piontek will go from the 5th row of the grid. And like we say, only 10 drivers in this sprint qualifying race, which, as it stands, this is a randomised grid, so there is there's no fastest driver at the front of this one. There is no slowest driver in the back. It's all completely random. They will do their rolling start on this one, and that will be their first race. Watching on in race control, FIA head of race control, Amelie Richmond, will be joined by Joanna Falcao and Sam Fisher, watching over all the cameras on the circuit and keeping eyes well and keeping up to date on this also new format for them. Of course, everyone here waiting to see how this will transpire. Weather today, a little bit different to what we've seen over the last couple of days. Sun has been shining here. It's been very, very warm. Cooler temperatures today, but the threat of rain is not impossible. Maybe around 2 or 3 o'clock today, we could see some rain. Here, though, under the watchful eye of race director Gonzalo Planta here for the FIA. Are we going to be going racing first time of asking? The answer is yes, we are racing. It's a little shaky start there for the field, but Grabowski gets away well from the rest of the field as they head through now turns 2 and up into 3 for the first time. Very tricky corner here, very open. You can see how it transitions from the rallycross circuit onto the karting track here. Now they're back onto the rallycross circuit or onto the tarmac section of part of it, where this is 12 metres wide and then it narrows into the 8 metres wide here, back onto the kart track. So very challenging for them, and already a moment there, not what you want to be doing in sprint qualifying here, because they're only very short races. And tumbling to the back of the grid there is Max Boshoff with an attempt for second place. Grabowski has driven away at the front here, so despite the randomised grid showcasing that his speed was still very, very strong here. Round the final turn then to end the first lap here at the Autodrom Słomczyn. It is Grabowski who leads the way from Dylan Fricker, from John Foley Jr. Zucchetto. It's at a 3-place game, but of course this cannot be ruled out by the Swiss driver. Dylan Fricker has done absolutely superb here in this first sprint qualifying race. He's there, 7 places gained into P2. Foley Jr., as we were mentioning, is there in third from Zucchetto. Chardonnay holding on to 5th place. Julian Monlair and Maximilian Piontek have pushed up as well at the expense of Johnson Stewart. Max Boshoff and Ilya Bagaturia currently locking out the top runs in this one. Time very quickly running out. We are on 4.5 minutes remaining of this race. Please do ignore that graphic that you see. This is not the final lap. Still 4 minutes remain of this session. It is effectively the same time frame as what a qualifying would be, except in race format. And as you can see here, Grabowski is under a massive amount of pressure from Dylan Fricker. Switzerland here is going to try and push forward right now, and he's done so. Through in towards turn 3, beautifully committed there, found that inside line and was just able to push forward. Now can Grabowski fight back? That's the question. He showed the great pace at the start of it. Now he's going to have to try and squeeze his way back through, as Bagaturia has now found himself the fastest driver out there. He is 2.8 seconds off that back train, but he is the quickest out there. So big challenge here for Dylan Fricker. And of course, he started this race at the back of the grid. Now remember, that reverse grid later on today, he'll be on pole. So he'll be having a real big advantage if he's showing this sort of speed right now at this stage of the weekend. Over the line they go. Monlair now back to third at the expense of John Foley Jr. Boshoff has got back past Bagatoria. That's a 9th place at the moment. The aerial shots here showing the Autodrom with parts of the car circuit, the GT track that they're going to be building, and that long section you can see that's still undeveloped. There plans to put in a 3.5 kilometre long GT circuit here alongside the rallycross circuit and the 1.2 kilometre karting circuit that we are racing on now. There is Johnson Stewart right behind Lorenzo Cecchetto, not able to get a move done just yet on that. He is down 3 places at this moment. And all these drivers just wanting to push forward. Short session here. And that, for John Foley Jr., is exactly what he needed. Grabowski, who broke away earlier on, now finding himself under pressure massively here. Now, Julia Monlair, the former Mercedes Young Junior driver, will find herself in that top running spot. She is looking to get back up into 3rd place. She's found that 3rd place down the inside and steps forward. Beautifully delivered. And that's an incredible start for them. Now here, down the inside, Janega also trying to get through, but not finding the gap, and that's opened it up to Johnson Stewart. That small advantage there that can be gained, but late on the brakes once more. They're tripping over a little bit now. They're losing that momentum that they need to try and close up to the groups in front. So that's Stewart back to 5th. Janega holding on to 6th place. Piontek is there in 7th from Cecchetto, Boshoff and Bagatoria, who's rounding out the top 10 still. But they are letting the top runners break away. Fricker in control here with 1.5 minutes to go, as now Max Boshoff has become under investigation. So we'll need to be careful with that one. And speaking of that, my goodness, seeing those moves into turn 2 is quite something. You can see they can carry the speed around turn 1. It's very open, very inviting as you go into it. So are most parts of the track here, where it's navigates from 12 metres down to 8 metres in certain places, and just as quickly as he may have been under investigation, Boshoff showing that the speed is there. Fastest lap of the race. Are we seeing John Foley Jr. here close in to Dylan Fricker? Possibly. Gapped down to 0.7 of a second. You can see the aerial shot there of the field as they're closing through. Very close for 3rd place. Very close to 5th place right now. But this is the 3rd place battle and 2nd place battle we are watching. John Foley Jr. of Ireland having to deal with Julian Monlair of France, who is piling on that pressure into the infield now. Into the hairpins, turn 6. This is the 12-metre wide one. Very easy to have a kart go down the inside. Then it narrows into turn 7. This is the rest of the field here. It's a long old race. But final lap is out. I can see, well, the timer struck 0. So let's see. I have to remind myself about how this all works now. Will they see the check flag, or are they going to see the last lap board? No, they see a last lap board. So it's the time plus 1 lap. That's how it works. So Fricker will see that last lap board now as he crosses the line. This is their last chance to gain a position to help them out for their racing later on. Remember, Dylan Fricker started this race at the back of the grid. Any position he's in now is a huge benefit to where he'll be starting later on, because of course him starting at the back in this one, reverse that grid, he is starting on pole for that next race, or at the front of the grid, and that is not because of him winning this race. That is purely the reverse grid of the start of that race. But John Foley Jr. has closed in dramatically on this final lap. Last 2 corners to negotiate. Little wide there for Fricker. Can Foley Jr. find a way through into that final chicane? I don't think it's going to happen. It's very narrow through there as they make their way into the final turn. Dylan Fricker is going to take the first sprint qualifying race win of the 2026 season. And that's superb from the back row of the grid. from that 5th row, Dylan Fricker finding his way to that P1 spot ahead of John Foley Jr., who, of course, will be joining on that back row of the grid for that next race. That reverse grid, of course, will put John Foley Jr. on the back of that because he started on the front row of the grid. Just a reminder, that is not to do with the finishing order. That reverse grid later on is the reverse grid of the start of this race. So for Dylan Fricker, he started this race at the back of the grid, which is why he's starting on the front of the grid for that race later on, not because he won that race, if that makes sense. It does make sense in my mind, but yes, it's going to take a little bit to get through it. So here's the results then of the first ever sprint qualifying Pool 1 classification for the junior category. Dylan Fricker takes the win from the back of the grid. An incredible drive ahead of John Foley Jr. And Julian Monler. Stanislav Grabowski finishes ahead of Maximilian Piontek with Max Boshoff and Lorenzo Zucchetto. Johnson Stewart, Ivan Tranega and Ilya Bagaturia rounding out the 10-kart field. A superb run there for the first ever sprint qualifying, and that was only Pool 1 of the juniors. Pool 2, of course, will be next. These are, again, not slower drivers, not faster drivers. They are just from the free practice sessions that we saw yesterday, split into groups 1 and 2, and then randomized into this grid that we will see. But those drivers now making their way back over the weighbridge for the juniors here. A great start to the day, and as we say, the sun still shining. Wind levels have peaked up here today. It was a very still day yesterday for free practice. Very hot, very sunny. We are only 23 degrees today, and there was a lot of rain last night as well, and that, of course, washed away all of the rubber on the circuit. I can imagine it was quite slippy out there this morning for the first initial warm-up sessions, but that's a very strong start of the weekend then for Dylan Fricker in sprint qualifying. And the race there, well, the start, a little shaky there, but you can see how quick off the line Grabowski was. John Foley Jr. not having the ultimate positions in that one. He dropped down to 4th, but did show that pace and was able to step back forward in that early stage. But the biggest story, Dylan Fricker on that first lap managed to gain all of those places, and then later on that next lap found his way into the race lead, and this is what brought Grabowski into the challengers behind here as everyone started to just make those positions at left, right and centre. John Foley Jr. returning back to 2nd place, Julian Monler returning back to 3rd, Grabowski dropping to 4th, with Maximilian Piontek gaining good places as well. 5 places gained for the second entrant from Poland, and found himself in a very good position. Later, we did see some investigation flags. We did see warning flags as well. Ilya Bagaturia picking up a black and white flag. Also, the investigation flag to Max Boshoff. As the rest of the results there, very strong indeed. So that is the first pool done then for sprint qualifying for the juniors. Pool 2 for sprint qualifying is coming up next, and that's what you can see there. All of these 6 minutes plus 1 lap, 8 minutes, of course, for the seniors who will be out on the circuit. So a little bit longer they have for their sprint qualifying races. None of these are qualifying heats. I will stress that. This is qualifying for the starting position for the heats. And it will be a very busy day tomorrow with qualifying heats, where you'll be thinking, Anthony, but Sunday is finals day. There is still finals there, but it's mainly dominated by the qualifying heats. There'll be only 1 qualifying heat today for junior and senior. That will be at the very end of the day, so we'll have to wait for that one. We're going to take a short break, but do not go anywhere. That junior qualifying sprint race for Pool 2 will be coming up next.
I'm Fabio, I'm 36 years old, and I am a karting driver. About karting, I have to say that this sport is fantastic. The sport is pure driving, pure racing, no electronics. The skill of the drivers are, in my opinion, the 70% of the performance, so you have to work a lot. I'm paraplegic since the age of 16 due to a road motorbike incident. Well, it was hard, especially at that age. But you know, life goes on, and step by step I had my life back, so I came back to school, I took the diploma, I took the driving license, and so on and so on and so on. 1 year and a half after my incident, I was at home with my best friend Giulio, and he told me, why don't you buy a go-kart? And I started my beautiful journey into this great sport. Well, family is very important. I am a karting driver thanks to my father, because he has ever been at my side. He was my first mechanic when I started, and is still my mechanic when I go on the track for training. My mom also has ever supported me, and also my wife, Federica, is every time at my side. Ciao Kimi! Ciao bello! Allora Fede, tutto a posto?
Noi tutto bene, ti stiamo seguendo, vediamo i tempi, eccetera, e ci fa molto piacere che stiate andando così bene.
Dai.
Bravi tutti, bravo il team, bravo tu, e mi raccomando, oggi ancora di più.
In karting, it is very important to establish a great relationship between you and your mechanic and your team, of course. The mechanic used to transfer your sensation into setup changes, and it's very important because in go-kart, every little change makes a big difference. My mechanic today is Freddy. He's a very good guy, and we are doing a very good job. I think it's very important to have some passions in life, because if you are too concentrated all in work, it's not so good. It's better to have some passion to free your mind.
Questa sera potremmo farcela la pizza. Che dici? Ma sì.
I did a lot of races in Italy with the able-bodied, and in 2020 I joined the FIA. I joined the Disability and Accessibility Commission. Basically, we work to make the motorsport safe and accessible for disabled people. And so my message is for those who are disabled and who are passionate about motorsport is to buy a second-hand go-kart, to go to the nearest karting track to your house and start racing. You will have a lot of great emotion, and what I think it's the best sport in the world for a passionate about motorsports.
Great story there for Federico in the world of karting. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the live coverage here of the FIA Karting Arrive and Drive European Championship. The first of its kind here in Poland, but as we mentioned, not the first time the world of CIK racing has headed to Poland. 1994, of course, that the World Formula C Championship won by Jarno Trulli back then up north in Poland was certainly a very exciting year for karting. But now back in 2026, we go racing in Poland once again. Sprint qualifying for the juniors. Pool 2 this is, and Karol Shajkovic there on the front row of the grid is ready to see what he can achieve on this grid. He is joined by Vaidonis Piktis as well of Lithuania, who is on that front row of the grid. But all of these drivers have just, of course, seen that first sprint race and I'm curious to see how they can get going. I'm not alone in the commentary box at this time around. Local legend, main man Magic is joining me in the box here. Magic, good morning. Welcome to the world of FIA Karting. Great to have you here, and thank you so much for allowing me to sit in your very prestigious commentary box.
No, thank you. I'm very appreciating that I can join to commentate from Autodrom Słomczyn. Is a big I'm so proud that I can be here with you. I'm so proud that FIA European Karting is going on Autodrom Słomczyn. We are so proud that we can host you, and this is a very, very great experience to be here with you. So it's my pleasure that I can work with you.
Excellent. Thank you very much for the kind words. Engines have fired up then. Drivers making their way out onto the track. So let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup. It was a win from the back of the grid in the first race, seeing Dylan Fricker taking that one for Switzerland. Will it be a similar story in this one? We'll have to wait and find out, but it is Poland's Karol Szajkowicz on that front row of the grid. He'll be joined by Varanas Pictis on that front row of that grid. Alexander Chub joins Andy Stewart on row 2 with Dominik Wojcik and Michael Lehotsky on row number 3. Roy Martins of Portugal joins Vitor Koza on row 4 with Blažej Kostreva and Veni Revenos rounding out the 10 kart grid. The first time I've seen an entrant from Iceland racing, and I think is the first ever Icelandic driver to race in FIA Karting. That would be quite the statistic, but I am going to double check that one over the course of it, because of course karting has been going for many years, and certainly looking forward to him, but for him no real history I can find of his racing career, but I'm sure a very talented driver in his own right. So let's see what happens then in this one. We saw a very busy first sprint qualifying pool 1 for the juniors, of course, with drivers coming from the back of the grid, but it was a strong getaway for the pole sitter in the first initial stage. So are we going to see a similar story here? Are we going to see Szajkowicz break away from the rest of the field, or is he going to be caught from the rest? We just don't know. You can see the wind is picking up as the field now making their way into the final turn. They are past the red line, no overtaking beyond this point. They should be in 2x2 rolling start formation, to which they are. Into that final turn they will go then. They'll start to build the revs as they enter into the tram lines. Are we racing? Answer is yes. Slow getaway there for Andy Stewart, swamped by the pack and has gone backwards in the field, but the rest of the field there has got through turn 1 cleanly into the chicane for the first time as they negotiate in towards turn 3. No real major overtakes there for the front runner. Still looks like it is Szajkowicz who leads the way. It is the 110 machine, but he's under massive pressure here from Alexander Chubb, who's going to try and look down the inside. And they continue to fight on the course of this first opening lap. Remember, this is only 6 minutes plus 1 lap. It's not a lot of time to get these positions up, and all this will do is give them points of where they will start for their qualifying heats later on in the weekend. Down the inside, beautiful up and under. That is Dominik Wojcik, who's now taken the lead, and that is superb for the Treble 1 machine from Poland. He leads at the end of the first opening lap here at the Autodrom Słomczyn circuit.
Just after the few corners, I believe in the 7-1, the Shia one, the driver number 110 just dropped from the lead in the pack to the 7th place. So now it's the Szajkowicz that drops 7 places just from the start. But for now, Wojcik is leading the pack. From now, we can see that at the Shia there is still more battling here, and Martins getting the lead.
Yes, indeed. Martins now in control of this one. Portugal showcasing some great speed here. Roy Martins certainly one to watch this weekend, the 118 machine. He is a junior representative. He's named by the Portuguese press alongside Bernardo Pinto, who is a senior driver, as the country's 2 flag carriers for this event. So again, it is showcasing that speed, and he is delivering it right now with that 6th place gain. 3 places gained though for Koza and Kostreva. They're fighting away as this is now Andy Stewart starting to fight back, of course. Older sister of sibling Johnson Stewart, who is out in that first race, and she has now found that pace once again as she is looking for an up and under, not being able to find it as Chubb just holds on to 3rd place. There you can see the rain dar. Well, you can see a lot of rain that we may have had in the early hours of this morning. That has gone. We are expecting rain later on today at around 2 or 3 o'clock. It's not going to be much rain, but we are still expecting it. There are clouds around in the sky, so drivers are going to have to keep their wits about them here over the course of these first races. Whoa. Here's a beautiful look down the inside. Andy Stewart on the charge. That's a 2nd place Wojciech down to third with a slight mistake into the top section through turn 10 and 11.
You need to take care of your line, especially the three apexes corner, the big pan over there in the third sector. You need to keep the track in the middle and especially to the inside, going from apex to apexes. And if you didn't care about that, you go very, very wide, and this is a great opportunity for all your rivals, not only one behind you, but even for the second and the third one in the group. So you really need to carry on this driving line. Seeing about these all the actions through the hairpins, we can see that the drivers is switching places, hairpin by hairpin. Even now the battle is still going on, coming from the inside. The drivers trying to reach each other, and now we can see that Dominik Wójcik is still trying to measure what he can do to keep this pack just behind him, but as you can see, he made a mistake, going too wide, and now 2 places back.
It's so easy to do, though. The track's so slippy, and that's a first attempt into that chicane. We've not seen that too many times over in towards free practice, but for the first time in sprint qualifying, these drivers are getting hungry to gain those positions. More overtakes down the inside, 3 wide there in the background, and I will stress, all of this is 4th place downwards. Your top 3 have broken away, so these guys are just thinking what they can do here as Kostreva has set the fastest lap of the race and is starting to close down a 2.8 second gap between themselves and Martins, who was just absolutely driven away at the start of this race. More side-by-side goodness there. Ravnas trying to gain those positions. The Icelandic driver is certainly getting feisty, but there you can see Šajković just trying to get involved back in this fight, but all the meanwhile drops to the back of the grid, and now you see the side-by-side actions here. Wojciech trying to battle away with the likes of Ravnas, who is still just keeping that kart as wide as it can possibly be.
I'm so worried about the Šajković. Maybe there is some problem with his car, but it seems like he has problems with his own head. Like this is a very stressful situation for him, and he needs to manage all the stress down from his hand just to have a good competence to overtake all the drivers that are in front of him.
No, indeed. Kostreva again, fastest lap of the race, but it's too little too late here. 2.4 seconds away from Martins, who is doing a superb job there, but you can see how that speed and that randomized grid has really shaken things up here with drivers who may have been a little quicker in free practice. Randomized grid has put them further back in that field. Now they're having to fight back through in these qualifying heats and sprint qualifying. And then, of course, later on when we do the reverse grid of this, then they're going to be in a better story, because they won't be at the back. They'll be starting at the front, so they'll be able to just drive away. So that should make it very interesting. Here, though, at the front, Martins very comfortable. Now he's just putting in those hot laps here. He's not having to deal with anyone. He's got the racing line dialed in, not wanting to go too wide, not over-accelerating as well. So easy to light up the rear tyres here and lose traction.
And I'm so impressed about the level of the drivers, their talent and their battles from the second and third lap, especially because as I'm here on local racing and a Polish National Championship, the battles are as good as there, because the drivers are not only from Poland, but as well they are getting to know the track. So still the emotions are pretty high, especially in those things that 5 drivers are competing in one moment throughout all the circuit, being honest.
Yes, indeed. Martin's doing a great job here for Portugal, but it is the last lap. He will be okay as it stands. Kostreva has been consistent, though, of showing those fastest times. So Kostreva in the 108 machine is certainly going to be a driver to watch out for, and he is one of those headlines names here, as he was pointed out in the preview at the start of this weekend. But Martins here has done sublime. 6 places gained from where he started on the 4th row of the grid. It's Portugal who takes the second sprint qualifying race of the day. Martins ahead of Kostreva. Andy Stewart recovers back to 3rd. That's a great result from Pictis, who will finish in P4. Great result there. Vito Koza crosses 5th with a 3-place gain ahead of Chubb in 6th place. Ravenous finishes in 7th on a 3-place gain from Wojciech, Lajotsky and Shakev, who rounds out the back of the grid. That is a tough result for Karol, and of course, with that being this grid, the reverse grid later on, I'll be starting on the back at the next reverse grid, so the fact that he's gone backwards in this race is certainly a tale of the fact that that second race later on today is going to be really, really tough.
The first 3 laps of the race are going to be very, very interesting for us, and I would like not to forget about Błażej Kostrzewa. He knew the track since he was a little kid, and I believe that he is going to show them that he is going to be the boss in the junior class, and show them that there are some places that even they couldn't imagine they could overtake here.
Yeah, indeed. So many places that we've seen it with a look down the inside. There's your full results from that race, and Roy Martins again delivering with that one. But again, Błażej Kostrzewa certainly is going to be the one to keep an eye on then ahead of Andy Stewart and Pictus, who rounds out the top 4. Koza, Chub, Revenus, Wojciech, Lejocki, and Shakev, who rounds out the 10-car field. Well, that is the juniors for the first run of sprint qualifying done and dusted. We will see the seniors out now for their sprint qualifying, which will, of course, see the likes of the drivers who weren't fastest. Exactly the same format. So basically, you have your groups for your fastest drivers from free practice. They are putting groups 1 and 2 down the order from 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. Randomise that grid, and it's put Oscar Ildobransky on that pole position spot for that senior sprint qualifying Pool 1 race. But there, Roy Martins of Portugal delivering a strong result there. Great speed, great pace, and certainly one to watch this weekend. Let's have a look at the highlights and the start here. Magic, not too bad from the field, but you can see that inside line certainly favouring the racing line as they were able to get into the race lead early on.
And just after that, as we can see at the Shaya corner, the turn number 7, big opportunity to get the driver from the inside if he made some mistake, and that was the mistake from the car number 110. And the second driver was not thinking about being a little bit less in that corner. He wants to take his place, and he done it so well. So from then on, the battle held to the other laps, and as we can see from the sky, even in the 7th turn at Shaya for now, several overtakes just in one hairpin, and after that, 2nd and 3rd one with big opportunities for them.
Indeed. Andy Stewart making the moves as well, finding the gaps down the inside and just showcasing less is more sometimes at the Autodrom Słomczyn circuit. And from those aerial shots, you can really see the dynamic layout of the track, with it, of course, being 12 meters wide in some places, narrowing to the 8 meters wide. So very, very difficult for them. And this is prime real estate of that. 8 meters into this wide open space here now, that if you go too wide, you lose out on that inside line, and drivers can just send it down.
And this is because the karting layout, it's holding its corners with the cars layout. So the narrowing places, we are going to dedicated part of the track for karting. But then if you go wide to the corner, that means you are rejoining the cars layout. And after that, you can see even the number 116 had some problems to rejoin the track, even if it's wider than normally. Anthony, you also as well have the opportunity to drive around this layout. What was your experience there?
I thought it was fantastic. It was very slippy when I went out. There wasn't a lot of rubber down in it, a lot of dust, but certainly a very exciting circuit, and I'm sure for many drivers who are watching this from home are thinking, that place looks incredible, I want to come down, I want to have a go. By all means, please do, because this circuit is absolutely superb. There you can see the weather conditions, though. It is getting a little warmer as the day goes on, 25 degrees. The conditions are dry. Will it stay like that is the question. Well, the radar tells a story. At the moment, it looks absolutely fine. There is a lot of rain around, but it's miles away as it stands. But like I say, there is still a question mark in between around 2 and 3 o'clock today, where we could see a little bit of a shower. Well, we'll have to wait and see.
For now, this is the best weather we can even imagine, because at Słomczyn there are mostly at the summer we have full sun in the sky, but for now lots of clouds covering it, so there is lots of shadows here. We can just take it to warm conditions, but still it's not enough in here.
No, certainly not. It was yesterday, but that was yesterday, not today. Right, there you can see seniors coming up next. Sprint qualifying 1, pool 1 for the drivers. They'll be making their way to the circuit. They're looking to take away a 14 points for a sprint qualifying win here. And there you can see a lot of the drivers ready to head going, and a lot of them from Poland in this one. Well, actually only 2 of them from Poland, where you'll see the likes of Oskar Hildebrandski and Kasper Trobojski out on this one, but there, Hildebrandski ready to get going. Yes. He will be starting it on pole position, the number 7 driver.
The Trobojski just behind him, working on his kart, I believe. The man with Bambini Racing suit, white, black and orange stripes on it. And being honest, Hildebrandski is one of the best drivers here at Autodrom Słomczyn. He has a very great opportunities to catch the big differences between the drivers. Even if he pick up the pace in the second part of the race, he can really catch the driver at the pole position even. So he can work on his pace, especially in the second part of the race.
Yeah, indeed. Hildebrandski, of course, currently 3rd in the 2026 Rock Cup Poland senior standings, so certainly one to keep a close eye on. Now, I'm going to have to try and solve a dilemma that I have, which is the fact that my laptop's on charge, but it's currently saying that it's not charging and it might die. So I'm going to have to try and fix that problem for the moment, and I have not fixed it. So, right, we'll try and work that one out. There is the hard-working marshals here at the track. Couldn't go racing without the fabulous Orange Army. They have delivered, well, superb racing quality for the drivers out there, and looking forward to seeing what they can do over the course of the entire weekend. They've been absolutely superb, and as always, couldn't go racing without the marvellous Orange Army. Right, there is the rest of your grid. I'm still trying to fix my current dilemma of the fact that my laptop's about to die in the commentary box, which is absolutely superb. I'm going to do a plug swap here. Always a professional. I come with many adapters and moments. Let's see what happens. There we go, plug. And is that working? Yes. Okay, cool. Fantastic. Crisis averted in the commentary box, ladies and gentlemen. I've got a laptop back again. Right, that's good to see. Whew, that was a moment. They're loving these drone shots here, really getting to see. Well, one, you're really getting to see a couple of things. The tarmac here, it still looks brand new out there, even though it is the original tarmac back from when the circuit was built back in 2016. But here you can see where the dusty parts are, of course, because a lot of rallycross racing happens here as well.
Yes, of course, and as well the supermoto racing, as we can see just after the turn number 8, there is a little jump for motorcycles, and you need to know the gravel is really going on with wind. So if there is a windy day, just like today, we have these gravels and stones going nearest and nearest to the track. And after that, there are some corners, especially those really close to the gravel part of the track. There is a possibility that this is going to be less grip. And if you add to this that the track is very slippy, like the tarmac is very, very flat, and its structure is so... Yeah. It's not sticky.
No. Because, of course, when you have a kart weekend, if it's just a karting track, you go karting, the rubber really builds up into the tarmac, and you get that very distinctive racing line. Here, we don't have that, of course, because you'll have a karting weekend, then you'll have some super motocross, or you'll have then a rallycross weekend that rips all that rubber that came off. They put their rubber down and a bit of dust and debris, and then it's all cleared away, and then you add a bit of rain into that factor, and then it's even worse. So it's a fluctuating circuit, which makes it a really unique challenge, I think, for the drivers.
And supermoto drivers love to have trainings just after the karting events, because the track is have the best grip at all the times, being honest, just after the work of the Vega tires, just like in this round. So if the FIA Karting Arrive and Drive ends at Sunday, believe me, lots of supermoto drivers will join the track and try to make some laps with the best grip possible.
Yes, indeed. I'm sure they will. Right then, not far away from the start of this race, Hildebrandtski there on that pole position spot. He is joined by David Konkas, who's on that front row with him. You can see the yellow light is flashing, indicating 30 seconds or so before that field heads out onto the track. This time, the first ever senior sprint qualifying race that will make its way to the circuit. And there's a complete overview there of the track. What a facility. And like you say, this, where you see the wide part of effectively the car circuit around there, this will be part of the longer, bigger project that will happen behind the drone shot there of the massive 3.5-kilometer GT circuit.
We are going to build a 3.3-kilometer layout for GT3 cars with the FIA homologation. For now, the track you see, it is going to be the third sector. So just after the last corner here, you would not cornering to the right, but going straight ahead to the start and finish line.
Yes, indeed. Right, engines are on, drivers out on track. Let's quickly fire you through this full starting lineup. Poland's Oskar Hildebrandtski on that randomized grid for sprint qualifying is on pole position. He is joined by David Konkas on that front row of the grid. Kasper Todoroboyski, nicknamed Turbo, is on the second row of the grid. He is joined by Seto Kojima of Japan, who is effectively looking as one of the favourites. She is a well-known driver in the world of these arrive and drive and self-propelled drivers racing. So let's see how she gets on there. Mayan Patel was very fast in free practice. Let's see what he can do from the third row of the grid, with Max Soler joining alongside younger brother of Mio Oler, who has graduated, of course, into the world of Formula 4. Adriano Kralic will be joined on the fourth row of the grid by Samvel Hambazunyan from Armenia. They'll have Bernardo Pinto and Kian Saar on row number 5. Oliver Kjörg of Estonia, very quick pilot, will be starting from the back of the grid in this randomised order, which means then in the race later on today, he will be on the front of the grid. So that is something to keep a close eye on. Of course, this one's slightly longer, 8 minutes plus 1 lap. To show what these seniors can do. One thing that we have seen over the course of this weekend, the similarities in the class this weekend are quite extreme. Both of the juniors and the seniors are running on the same Vega tyres, the green Vega tyre. They're running on the same Cosmic Mercury chassis. They're on the Vortex SV engine as well, the tag engine. But the seniors is a slightly more powerful version. It's a slightly less restricted version of it. And
so in junior we have 22, I believe, brake horsepowers, and
something like that. It's a little bit more up into the 30s for the seniors on this. But the problem that they're facing is that because of the high power that they've got and how slippery the circuit is, they can't put the power down. That means that the juniors seemingly are a little bit faster. Right then, into the tram lines. It's lights out and fights on then. Great start there for Hildebrandtski. Immediately covers off Konkas there at the start of the race. That allows Todoroboyski to push through into second place. Seto Kojima, the number 2 machine, also trying to step forward in that early stage, has, I believe, tried to do so. But the back of the field there, all seemingly trying to trip over each other a little bit as they head into the hairpin. There you can see Seto Kojima is under pressure. He's dealing with that back train as it stands that's side by side here. There's Konkas back down the inside to try and recover from that initial start. But as soon as that gap's left open, it's a change down the inside, because here is Bernardo Pinto, Portugal, who again has showcased some great speed and is looking to emulate what Roy Martins had done in that second sprint qualifying for the juniors earlier on.
I'm so impressed about the very, very massive move about the Hildebrandtski defending his first place at the first corner. Just after that, he's trying to lose the pack just after him, but 2 drivers holding in this battle for first place. So let's have a see how it would go from the turn 4, 5th and 6th going to the Shaya hairpin.
Well, this is what's going on. This right now is interesting because Mayan Patel, who's there in third, he was the fastest driver from free practice, and now he's showcasing it. He's got up into second place, but that is at the expense as well of Hildebrandtski, because Todoroboyski has stepped up into the race lead here. Absolutely superb, and already look at how Hildebrandtski has just dropped off the back here from these leading 2. That's a tricky situation to be in, because Adriano Kralic is also there in 4th. wanting to close in on this battle. In firm as well, Bernardo Pinto there in 5th, is now at the back of that leading group of 5 drivers. Over the line they go. 6 minutes plus 1 lap remains of this race. Todorowski leads, but is under massive pressure from Mayan Patel, who is starting to close in.
But we need to remember that Hildebrandtski has an incredible ability to rejoin to the race in the second part of it. His ability to pick up the pace from the second half of the race is very common in his racing career here in Autodrom Słomczyn. So we shouldn't take him back from the all the actions that are going to maintain during the 5 minutes and 1 lap race that remains. Todorowski is leading, as you said. The Patel is the second place, and Hildebrandtski for now is losing 1.6 seconds. It's not impossible for him to rejoin to the battle for the first place, believe me.
It's certainly not impossible, but he is hoping to see an incredible fight between these two, and at this moment we are not far away from seeing that. Mayan Patel is all over that rear bumper of Todorowski, not finding the gap though into turn 3. Someone who is finding the gap is Bernardo Pinto. He's found that into turn 3 on Kralic, and that fight still rages on, and there you can see it as it stands. Mayan Patel, 52.434, is showcasing that speed he had yesterday, and is trying to deliver it again in this one. Fastest lap of the race, waiting now to find a good opportunity, because yes, catching up is one thing, getting past it is another, but this track again opens opportunities all over the place. But Todorowski's racing line here looks very, very competitive and is not allowing Patel to find a gap.
You need to know about Todorowski that his racing style is very hard. He's not giving any mercy for all the drivers here at Autodrom Słomczyn. So his line is perfect. He's not leaving any spares for Patel to have space for overtake spots. But if Patel would irritate Todorowski, he would be even harder in every overtaking spot.
Yeah, indeed. And you can see there how Todorowski he leaves obviously that inside line into the hairpin there at turn 6, but Patel doesn't take it. He knows that if he goes to that, it's going to be too risky because it's such a fast open corner. He's not going to have the exit speed if he dives it down the inside. He needs to wait for one of the tighter hairpins to be able to deliver that one, because the speeds are a lot slower into the corners. Hildebrandtski's still holding on to 3rd as well. That's been a good fight between him, Pinto and Kralic, but they are waiting for the fireworks to kick off between these two.
As you were talking about the overtaking spots and diving somewhere, the last chicane just before the last right corner is a very good place to dive. There's a place and you can go to the inside and really hit on the brakes, slowing down all the pack that you have just behind you. But this is the good place to trying to overtake the leader of the group. But if you are going with 5-6 competitors and one of them from 3rd at the group is going to be late on the brakes and dive into this chicane, there is a possibility that on the finish line, if the group was packed in the 6 drivers, the driver from the 6th place could be first, because he is not as slowed down as the rest of the pack just after this dive bomb on the last chicane, and then the pack could really mixed up, going a few other meters to the start and finish line.
Yeah, indeed. Very different turning point there between Todorowski and Patel. And it looks like Patel lost a little bit of time there. So Todorowski in the better position as it stands. Pinto's got the move done on Hildebrandtski as well. That's him up to 3rd. Pinto has just set the fastest lap of the race as well, 52.159. Very quick indeed in that race pace, and looking to see if he can close in on these drivers up ahead. But as it stands, we'll have to wait, because there is a 2.2 second advantage between Pinto and Patel as it stands, 2.3 ahead of him and Todorowski. There is Hildebrandtski and Kralic. Kurg is just behind that as well from the back of the grid, is doing a good job. Then you've still got Max Aller, Kian Saar, David Konkas and Sera Kojima. Sampo Hambazunian holding on to 11th place as it stands, and that is that battle just further behind in the sprint qualifying grid. We still watch this fight here though. Hildebrandtski trying to keep with Pinto as they try to close the gap, but it's not happening for the moment. At the front end of the field, Todobojski still leads from Patel.
And as I said, Hildebrandski is picking up the pace, his ability to rejoin the race, and now he's back to third, and now he's chasing Patel and Todobojski. As you were saying about the Patel and his different racing line from Todobojski, this is the best way for now for him at the start of the weekend to first learn from the local drivers what is the main line, and at the first part of this event, Saturday afternoon, is a good moment to try some other layouts. And this is that's what I was talking about. There is a place when you can try to overtake, just to make sure this is another idea that the Polish drivers are getting used to drive here for last years.
Yeah, indeed, and you can tell frustration starting to kick in now here for Mayan Patel to try and find a way through. They are still gaining time here on Hildebrandski. The gap is still up to 3.1 seconds here, so despite the fact that we're seeing these lunges and moments throughout the lap, they're not actually losing any time. Here's another attempt at it into that final chicane.
And this is that dice bump I was talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Beautifully done as well. Todobojski read that well as well. Didn't allow him to make contact, and that is superb. Now, yes, he's going to lose out on a little bit of time there, but he is still in a very strong position of second place. Patel, though, that speed he had in the free practice has really shown through on this one, and certainly looks like one of the favourites in the seniors as it stands.
But look about his tactics to this race. He was racing 8 laps just behind the Todobojski, watching his racing line, learning how he's steering, where there is a possibility to have some mistakes from Todobojski. And just after he saw the opportunity to dive bomb at the last chicane, he just went through it, and for now he is getting better and better times throughout the little sector. So for now he is more than half a second before the Todobojski ahead of him.
Yeah, indeed. Last lap board is out now, and again I think the timing, as well as the fact that your point there where he's been sat behind Todobojski just to kind of learn that racing line, see that moment. He's also waited until the very last moments of the race, so Todobojski can't re-attack in enough time to try and take that position back. So again, it's been like a win-win sort of situation here for Patel, as the sun has decided to poke through the clouds for the time being. That's lovely to see, with the air temperature still holding at 25 degrees. Here, though, the fight's raging on. Hildebrandski under pressure from Kralic, who is trying to find his way through on this final lap. I don't think he's going to be close enough on this attempt for the moment. He is sat there in third place and fourth, but not able to find the speed through at this stage. Checker flag is out. Mayan Patel's going to take it over the line for the first sprint qualifying race of the seniors here at the Autodrom Słomczyn circuit. It is Patel who takes the win from Todobojski. Hildebrandski takes third ahead of Kralic. Pinto takes P5 ahead of Oliver Kerg. Max Allaire from Kian Saar. Sarah Kojima from David Konkes. And Samvel Hambazunian, who rounds out the 11th place spot. But it's Mayan Patel who takes the honours then on that first sprint qualifying. 14 points then allocated to Mayan Patel as he'll go on to that next race, the reverse grid, of course. Now for Mayan Patel, he's in a different story from drivers who started on the front or the back of the grid. There is no extreme level. He started on the third row of the grid, so effectively his position doesn't change for that reverse grid later on today. There is your top three then. Patel, Todobojski and Hildebrandski, who rounds out the top three from the rest of the field. They will make their way back to Parc Fermé, get everything squared away and ready for their reverse grid later on today. The full results there on your screen. The biggest mover being Oliver Kerg, the Estonian, the number 5 machine, gaining the 5 places to finish in P6 from the back of the grid. And remember, Oliver Kerg will be on that front row, that pole position spot for that reverse grid later on today. That could see a very interesting battle if Patel certainly wants to take a second win later on today. Well, that is not the end of the first phase. One more sprint qualifying race to go. We'll see Pool 2 for the seniors next out onto the circuit. But before that, of course, we'll take a look at some of the highlights from that race. And I've got to say, quite a few in that one from the word go, really, I would say, at the start of that race. Hilda Bransky, super defensive posture at the start of that race, throwing that kart across to the inside, denying David Conkas that chance to get through. Definitely helped him out at the start of that race. And again, showcasing that maybe there was a little bit of a worry in the mind there, thinking, is the pace fully there for me to be able to take this all the way to the end, or am I going to have to defend over the course of that one? Well, the answer to that question was answered in that race. He dropped to third, but still very strong performance there. Mayan Patel, at the end of that one, lifts the kart onto the trolley. All good. Strong start to the day. And strong start to sprint qualifying to see who will start on pole position for those qualifying heats later on. And this is what we're talking about here at the start of this one, Magic. Hilda Bransky, from the word go, straight across the opening line at the start of that race to defend that first place spot. And
that was that move, the big opportunity for the drivers behind to trying to overtake, but Hilda Bransky make a big left swing to go to the inside, back on the right hand side of the track. But after that, after the first lap, Hilda Bransky lost his leadership at this race, and this is the entrance of turn 4 where the track narrows back again, and another great opportunity for overtaking the drivers. But talking about the leaders, the analyzing the time that Patel was analyzing the Turobojski movements and his racing line throughout all the time, just to the last few laps to overtake in the best place that he analyzed, that this is the best way to be in front of Kacper Turobojski. That was so impressive.
Indeed. Spend the time learning the lines and then taking him at the very last sector to deny him the chance of re-attacking at that point. Right then, we are moments away from seeing the start of the next senior sprint qualifying. That one due to start at 11:35, which is in a couple of minutes' time. But there you can see we will see the likes of Spain on pole position for this one. And again, we'll stress that it's not because that Marcos de Dios was faster than anyone. Well, he may have been in free practice, but it's a randomized grid he has just put here on that front row to see what he can achieve. And as you can see, no drivers seated in the karts. You see, one or two there. You can see Jonathan Landström of Sweden is sat and ready to go. He is one of two Swedish drivers who are ready on that grid.
What a great handshake we could see from the sky. The driver with its mechanic at the 7th spot was Adrian Potempa, let's believe. So that was very impressive. All the movements from side to side, from upwards to downwards. So that was so impressive. But this is the relation with your mechanic. You need to really focus on building that relationship to improve what you are achieving at all the weekends.
It is a dynamic situation for them. You know, if you've got a strong relationship with your mechanic, you can really excel. If you listen to your mechanic who knows what to talk about, and of course if the mechanic also listens to you as a driver, then yeah, if you've got that great dynamic, then yeah, you could go anywhere in the world of racing. They're starting alongside on that front row of the grid, Nikodem Orzeszki joining him there, ready to get this one started. Another Polish entry for this one. On the front row of the grid is starting alongside Marcos de Dios, and certainly looking forward to seeing what they can achieve out onto the circuit. But one driver in particular in the seniors who is looking out is one of my top threats, I think, here, ranked by spec format pedigree. Colin Woźny, certainly one driver to keep an eye on. The Polish entrant on that second row of the grid is certainly one to keep an eye on, I think. Rest of the grid there, ready to go. Jan Pinto of Israel, ready to see what he can achieve at the start of this one again. You can see how he is just lined up ready. Of course, a lot of these drivers may be their first time on these sort of engines, this sort of equipment, this circuit as well. So a big learning curve for many of these drivers with their first appearance here in the FIA Karting Arrive and Drive. Some of these drivers have taken part in the inaugural Arrive and Drive World Cup that was held out in Malaysia. So a full weekend, and Seta Kojima is one of those drivers, the entry from Japan, who did do an excellent job out in Malaysia in the later half of last year, November 2025. But here in July in 2026, the European Series here for the Arrive and Drive certainly fully underway with the fourth and final sprint qualifying race of the morning is moments away from starting. Unpredictable. We don't know what's going to happen, of course. We've seen Mayan Patel, who's shown great pace to push forward in this race. But let's see who's going to take it in this one. My money on this one, I don't know about you on this, Magic. My money's on Colin Vasny at the start of this race.
Colin is a very great driver, as I saw him throughout all the racing story here at Autodrom Słomczyn. He has a very, very great experience. He's well known. Just because you even know him, that he can really show his pace, his talent, not only here in Poland, but even outside Europe is well known. So let's believe that here in his homeland, he is going to show you, everybody, what he can do on his own land.
Indeed, the two-time Rock Cup Poland senior champion 2024 and 2025 currently leads the standings as well in the 2026 campaign. But it's Marcos de Dios on pole position. He's joined by Nikodem Orzeszki on that front row of the grid. Jan Pinto joined by Colin Vasny on that second row of the grid. Jonathan Landstrom of Sweden joins the Netherlands' Lieke van Berkel on that third row. There we'll see Adrian Patepa and Charlotte Till on row 4. Askos Madoros will go from row number 5. There we'll see Lucas Jazeski and Roberto on the 6th row of the grid, and looking forward to seeing what they can achieve. But the Mexican driver certainly one to watch out for, as Roberto will push forward from the back of the grid, and later on, of course, gets that reverse grid, and he finds himself in a strong position. Again, unpredictable what's going to happen here. We saw one first senior race, and I'm sure we will see more defensive driving from these fields here. But pressure is going to be on here, I think, for Marcos de Dios, who is going to come out here and showcase what he can do.
Remembering about what was going on during yesterday's training sessions, I remember that in senior class, 5 drivers at the top. The 4 of them was Polish, especially Potempa, Jezierski, Turabojski, and Hildebrański. So they are the drivers that maintained the pace for the rest of the pack. They were the 4 drivers that was teaching maybe even the rest of the pack this is the first time they are joining here in Autodrom Słomczyn for any FIA activity. So for now, they are going to prove themselves that this is the place that they've grown, and now they are heading back to the racing starting line, and now we are going to start the other session.
Indeed, lights out and fights on. It's a good start there for Marcos de Dios there, who sweeps through into the lead. No drama there whatsoever from the chasing pack behind. Jan Pinto is there in second place. He's had a relatively decent start as Nikodem Orzeszki is under a bit of pressure there. There is Jonathan Landstrom, who's found his way going through. So that's the inside line there now. It's 1, 2, 3 as Jan Pinto finds the gap in the early stage, takes the lead of the race, and the number 18 machine, Marcos de Dios, is going to have to try and fight that one back through, but they're going to have the pressure from the field behind here. There is Adrian Patepa as well. He had that one big major handshake earlier on, and now it's pushed him into a strong position here as he's going to look down the inside here of Jonathan Landstrom. Is he going to find the way through? Wheel banging, but Landstrom just carries that speed on the inside. Great kart control here on that first opening lap. Over the line they go then. It's Jan Pinto who leads the way then from de Dios. Landstrom from Patepa.
And there he is. Now
and he's done it. Yeah, he's through. He's got that overtake done through turn 1. And Patepa in a really strong position here. But look at the overtakes that are still happening. Landstrom is on a back moment. Yeah, he's trying to push him forward. Van Berkel, though, in a better position. Orzeszki might have a chance of getting past now.
That is a really, really hard driving doing by the drivers here at Autodrom Słomczyn. As we can see, all of the corners, the drivers are fighting for the best places they could fight in this situation. The groups are really mixed up. For now, we can see the battle for fourth place, I believe, and another massive attack at the last chicane. Osiecki is trying to maintain his pace and going past all the drivers in front of him, and this is very good for him because he is now at fourth place.
Indeed, Van Berkel there. Much earlier turn-in point there for turn one. Tries to hold a tighter line as down the inside. Osiecki gets through past Didios. That's a third place. That is nicely done. There's the aerial view. You can see the advantage that we're seeing for the front two right now. Jan Pinto and Adrian Potepa pushing through. The biggest shock I'm seeing from this one is Colin Vasny. With the pace that he knows around this circuit, the pace that he showed earlier on, he's tumbled down to 9th. Is this just a case of early qualifying sprint racing nerves, and is he trying to step forward now? He's a championship leader this year. Can he deliver something here in the FIA Karting Drive?
We have to remember that after the first few laps, drivers were mixing up on all of the corners, especially the narrowest ones. When entering the fourth place, Jezierski is now at 7th with the problem with the deals, but there was some contacts not only in the first group but as well in the second one. So let's look at that. Potepa is now with the purple time, so he's the fastest man at the track.
And speaking of Vasny, there he is. He's having a bit of a fight there with Didios. This is for 7th place, so Jezierski managed to get that move for 6th place earlier on. That was towards turn number 1. Now Vasny is able to push his way through and is now back into 7th place, but still down 3 from where he started in this race. 4.5 minutes to go, plus that one lap. Pinto leads the way. The gap is 1.1 seconds. However, Adrian Potepa is faster. It's less than a second now between first and second place. We could see a fight for that race lead, as we currently see a fight for 5th place. Jezierski on that rear bumper of Landstrom as they push through into that first sector again. Potepa fastest lap, 52.233. The gap down to 0.7 of a second. We could have a lead fight on our hands before the end of this lap.
Potepa is well known from his pace building up throughout the lap. So for now, he picked up the pace for 0.2 of the second faster than Pinto. If he keep going like this pace, now he's dropped another 1/10 of the second. So for now, if he drops every lap 0.2 of a second, there is a big possibility that in the last lap of the race, he would be fighting for the first place with Pinto.
That's Wozni on Landstrom there, beautifully done into that final chicane. So now the life is coming back into the likes of Colin Vasny, who is trying to push his way back through this field now. This is the fight for the race lead. Pinto and Potepa. We were waiting for this one. Adrian Potepa has shown great speed and he's utilising that straight away. He didn't waste any time whatsoever. Squeezes through into the race lead. It's Poland that leads the way here then, ahead of Israel. And then it is Osiecki who holds on to 3rd place right now, as they are also trying to close in, but he's 1.9 seconds further off the back. So Potepa then looking like the dominant force in Pool 2 for the seniors at this moment. So we'll keep a close eye on that one as it goes on. This is Vasny once again. This is Van Berkel just in front of that number 20 machine from the Netherlands. Slight defensive posture there into turn 1. Could find himself under pressure into turn 2, and he does. Down the inside, beautifully read there by Vasny, but as he left the door open, thought about it, didn't find a way through, and now Landstrom's gone, hello, thank you for fighting, I'd like a piece of this action as well.
But as I'm looking about the Pinto space, I think he really drops it. So maybe he saw it just after a few laps at Autodrom Słomczyn. So Osiecki is now seeing and maybe knowing that Pinto is dropping his pace. So he now is in difference of 1 second between Pinto and Osiecki. And at the last lap, that was a 1.5 seconds of it. So there is a possibility that Osiecki would catch Pinto.
That was a very forceful move there for Landstrom on Van Berkel. Managed to squeeze his way through, and that's lost Berkel out on quite a bit of time. Charlotte Till now trying to have a move, and is going to do so, the young lady from Germany, delivering a good opportunistic move there with the conditions that have been brought to her, and that has stepped her up into 7th place now in this race. Olszewski again, fastest lap, is still trying to close in, but has got a whole second between himself and Pinto there in 2nd place. 1 minute remains of this race. Top 3 are in Lou at the moment. Same for 3rd, 4th and 5th place. Relatively close for 6th. That is the fighting that we are seeing roughly on our screen here. Still close at the back of the grid, though. Medeiros, Dios, and the likes of Albistegui are holding on to 11th place right now as they're fighting in 9th, 10th and 11th place.
But now getting back to the first places of the grid, Potempa is leading and Pinto is really dropping. Yeah, because Olszewski has a very great lap times. He had this pink or purple marker on his lap time, so lap by lap. So his pace is very, very improved by a few last laps. Let's have a look if he would be able to catch Pinto and maybe overtook him in some part of the track.
Indeed. Well, we'll have to wait and see because, yes, time very quickly running out. Now, this is one of these awkward things when it comes to time races because they've crossed the line with 3 seconds to go. If Potempa had just backed off a little bit on that last lap, he would have gone on to the last lap, but then, of course, he puts himself under pressure with these two. So he doesn't want to do that. It's kind of that catch-22. So another lap goes in for the drivers, which means another attempt for Osechi to find the way through. Contact's made, and that nose cone has got wedged in that front. Now, don't touch that nose cone. It's a bad thing to do. You don't want to be doing that. He has done that. He's cleared it.
What a mistake by Olszewski.
But he's, indeed. There you can see. Now that going through, just squeezing in the background, was Van der Berkel. That was for 8th place. So, it's actually there. That is a huge moment that has dropped him from 2nd down to 8th place now.
Olszewski was trying to overtake Pinto from the inside, but there is the thing, if he was too late of the brakes or the Pinto was closing him the doors, that is going to be a big thing to check to our stewards if the attack was correct or maybe the defense wasn't so good in case of law of the speeds.
Indeed, and of course the stewards are always scary. FIA stewards are even worse. No, they're very lovely people indeed. So they've always got a smile on their face. Right then, here though, Potempa, what a drive. The number 10 machine, 6 places gained. Had that pressure from behind for a moment, but delivered a strong recovery drive in this. 6 places to put in P1 here, and the reverse grid later on. We'll see him in a really strong position later on. It's Potempa who takes the win ahead of Pinto. Olszewski takes 3rd ahead of Rosny, who recovers back to 4th. Landstrom takes 5th from Charlotte Till, who gains 2 places to finish in P6. Lieke Van Berkel finishes 7th ahead of Nicodem Osechi. Akos Medeiros from Marcos de Dios, and Roberto Albistegui, who rounds out the 11 kart field. And this one, of course, these groups are split up into these pool 2s. When we come to the qualifying heats at the end of the day today, the groups are all together, of course, and we'll get the full grids that we see here this weekend. So these drivers now will slowly make their way back to Parc Fermé. They'll get checked over to make sure everything is all good, to which I'm sure it will be. Adrian Potempa then of Poland takes the win ahead of Jan Pinto. Lukas Jaruzelski does take 3rd place at the end of that one. The rest of the field in tow. Big movers there from some drivers at the back of the grid, which again puts us into that very interesting story of that reverse grid later on, when these drivers who start at the back of the grid in this one will start at the front of the grid. Again, I'll stress, not because of their finishing position, but because of where they started in that first race. So that is going to be very interesting indeed. So it is Mayan Patel then and Adrian Potempa who takes the wins in the senior sprint qualifying. We'll have to wait a bit of time before the reverse grids will head out onto the circuit here at the Autodrom Słomczyn here in Poland. Of course, there will be some Mini 60 national racing. We ourselves won't be covering that. There will be live circuit commentary here, though, for the Mini 60s as the sun continues to try and peek through the clouds here. Is this standard weather in the middle of summer for Poland?
Not especially at Autodrom Słomczyn. We are joking that here in Autodrom Słomczyn we have weather like from 0 to 1.
Yeah.
2 possible ways. Full sun or full rain. So today's weather is very, very good for all of us. Not too much sun. Very good places not to have very hot track and not have any danger with our health. We don't have any need to think about covering our head and drink a lot of water. The weather is very, very good for all of us for now.
It certainly is. Here is your race highlights on that one. And again, you can see the getaways there. Marcos de Dios was straight away driving away from the rest of the field. And you can see how Osechki tries to get in second place. Does carry that speed around the outside. Jan Pinto, though, just having the power on the exit of turn 1, was able to just sweep on into second place, covered off that inside line from Osechki and just held on to second place. Later then took the lead on that opening lap. That was down the inside at turn number 6. Strong start for Pinto, who was later caught up, though, by Adrian Potepa, who was just showing some real strong race pace throughout that one.
But we need to remember what Jezierski has done, because he was starting from 8th place, I believe, and just after that he moved just to the 3rd place. A great job from Jezierski in this race. I'm really impressed about his job and looking forward what he's going to show us in the later on weekend things.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Jezierski starting actually 10th place in that one.
10th place,
and it's still going to gain those places. So gain even more on that one. So you were being too kind to him. So there we go. Great result. This was that moment for the race lead. This was great. Wasted no time, did Adrian Potepa. Didn't want to sit behind, and then there is always a danger, of course. If you've got that speed, you can close into a driver. If you can't get that overtake straight away, you then find yourself then just running with them for a long time. You can actually fall into their rhythm on track and you lose your momentum. So being able to get that overtake done straight away. That was the most dramatic moment of the race. Nicodemo Osechki just making contact there with the back of Jan Pinto, trying to get a nose down the inside. Well, he certainly did get a nose down the inside. That nose cone down the inside of his front wheel. He did make an adjustment there. That might put him actually in a spot of bother. There's one rule I always say to drivers: do not touch your nose cone, because you can find yourself in a lot of trouble. That could be a case there. Potepa takes the win, though, at the end of the sprint qualifying phase for the first half. Of course, the reverse races will be happening later on today. That's in about an hour and 22 minutes. We'll be back for that one. So a little bit of a wait. We do apologise for that one, as Mini 60 national racing will be out next. But that, of course, will see the reverse grids from the starting order from these races later on. We'll see you then. From myself, Anthony, Magic, thank you so much for joining in the morning phase. We'll see some more racing, and yes, we'll leave you with a bit of a break. But we'll be back in around 1 hour 20 minutes time for the FIA Arrive and Drive European Championship here at the Słomczyn circuit. We'll see you soon.
Thank you very much.
You've reverted that now into a pole position for this final in the first Arrive and Drive World Cup for the FIA Karting. Tell us, how are you feeling ahead of this race? 'Cause it's going to be quite a long one.
Yeah, it's a long race and it's quite hot out today. And yesterday I had good pace and managed to get through the field quite good. And yeah, starting here today.
Final that was for the juniors, and disaster striking there right at the end. That unfortunate pesky nose cone penalty once again strikes once more for an international driver in an international race. But that is then, and this is now, as we turn our attention over to the senior category, and you can see behind me the senior drivers are primed and ready to go as we wait for this final to kick started. It's going to be a close one as well, and our pole sitter is primed and ready. Nud Nilsson here of Denmark is starting this one on the front row of the grid. Smile on your face there. Nud, you're ready for this race. You're ready for the fight, but you've got quite the challenger alongside you here. Ashes Victor has been looking pretty quick this weekend, but tell us, what are your thoughts ahead of this final?
Well, yeah, I'm just excited to be here, and don't hope it's going to rain, but we'll see.
Oh, fingers crossed as well, because I'm currently stood out here. I don't want to get wet, but no. You were watching that junior final. What did you think of that?
I think it was a pretty exciting final. Yeah, it's a lot of drama in the last few laps, but good fun.
the owner of the LYL International Circuit, Dato Adrian, to present the third place trophy to Thomas Chikoreski. Fabulous result for Thomas as the rain continues to fall here. Please welcome the President of the Motorsport Association of Malaysia, Tan Sri Moksani Matia, to present the second place trophy to Tommy Hart. And finally, please welcome the FIA Karting Commission President Akbar Ibrahim to present the winner's trophy to Troy Ferguson. Well, a superb end to their racing. Drivers, for one last time this weekend, can you lift those trophies up above your heads for me, please? Nice big smiles. What an end to that final. Come and stand just here next to me, Troy. Well, I know you're indoors, but unfortunately you now got doused in champagne. But Troy, did you ever expect to be on the top step of the podium? I think you were P6 going into that final lap, and you've come away with P1. How are you feeling?
At a loss for words. I mean, leader went to defend, they washed out, and I crossed back over, and then first place got a pushback, and then we ended up with the win.
Well, a big round of applause for your finalists in the senior category. Once again, please welcome onto the podium the owner of the LYL International Circuit, Dato Adrian, to present the third place trophy to Nerd Nilsson. A great work for Nilsson over the course of this weekend. Please welcome once again the President of the Motorsport Association of Malaysia, Tan Sri Moksani Mahathir, to present the second place trophy to Oscar Goodshow. And finally, please welcome the FIA Karting Commission President Akbar Ibrahim to present the winner's trophy heading to Zach Tucker. Well, once again, a brilliant end to the seniors, which did end prematurely with the rain falling, which is the same rain that falls now. Drivers, lift those trophies above your head for me, please. Nice big smiles at the end of a frantic weekend. The first ever FIA Karting Arrive and Drive World Cup here in Malaysia, just outside the city of Kuala Lumpur. And now we'll get everyone on the top step of that podium as well. All jump in nice and close. Yes, we'll get our dignitaries in as well. A brilliant end to the racing. Yeah, you can keep those trophies, guys. Not a problem at all. Nice big smiles there here in the rain at Malaysia. Zach, we spoke at the start of this weekend with you on pole position at the end of time qualifying. Did you ever think that pole would accumulate into a P1 win here in this final?
Yeah, you go over all the theoreticals in your head, but it's pretty crazy to be standing here. At the end, it was definitely a success of 10, but throughout the weekend, we had our ups and downs. Like, when it was wet, we went back to 9th, and then 3rd in some of them, but then, yeah, at the end, we managed to work our way back up.
What a weekend it has been, and what a 2025 season it has been as well. With 2026 only around the corner, there is plenty more action with the Europeans, the World Championships, and, of course, maybe even more of this. We just don't know yet. But from me here, Anthony Jordan, we'll sign out for now. A big thank you to everyone, and we'll see you in 2026. Bye for now.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Here we are at Franciacorta in Italy for the World Karting Championships. My name is Nigel Edwards. I'm the race director for this event with Pasquale Lupoli from Italy. I've been doing this role now for 15 years for the FIA, but I've been a clerk of the course race director for about 25 years, which sounds like a hell of a long time. Stop it. Under investigation, please. We're a team game. Obviously, as a race director, the important bits for us are two things, really. One is safety and one is fairness for the competitor. So we need to be making sure that we train and encourage young, new people into our sport. I say Peter is one of those typical technical people who's been on the high performance FIA program. So he's doing really well so far. I think we're about a year and a bit into that, and I'm sure one day he will become an FIA karting race director.
My name is Piotr Mika and I come from Poland. I started my career in motorsport 17 years ago as a track marshal in Poland. Now I am a race director and steward on the national level. HPP allows me to get extra knowledge and extra experience gained from the best race directors in the FIA. My ambition in the future is working with the best to gain experience from them.
My name is Matteo Pedini and I'm the FIA Sport Officials Manager. This program wants to prepare the next generation of FIA officials. Of course, we want to help the different candidates to learn the skills and the mindset that they need to work on the World Championship. It's part of our mission as a FIA to make sure that every different championship has the high-level quality officials now and in the coming years.
There's probably no better way of enjoying the sport than becoming active in it. And officiating is an area that one can look at. In every new aspect of the sport that I have become involved, I've found that I can get hold of someone in the FIA who will willingly assist and contribute in one way or another to put on the best events that they possibly can and do best by the championship itself. I'm Steve Harding, FIA Outstanding Official of the Year for 2025. Motorsport has really been a part of my life from my pre-teens. My father had been the sales director of a company that donated a weighbridge to Kyalami and received free tickets to the motor racing. He gave them to me, and from then on, the bug had bitten and never really let go. As I got a little bit older and got a driver's license and didn't really have money sufficient to compete myself other than as a co-driver in rallying, and I must have been reasonably good at it because ultimately I got better and better drives and remained a co-driver for the rest of my active motorsport career. So this is a copy of a full-page ad from the Sunday Times following the 1989 Castrol Rally, which was won by Johan Evertse and myself. On the left is provincial motorsport colours for having won the Transvaal Rally Championship as a co-driver. And on the right are national colours, what were then referred to as Springbok colours for motorsport. My father had the philosophy that once you had taken from a sport and derived pleasure and enjoyment and success from it, you shouldn't just walk away when your playing days were over, and that you should continue to play a role. And I think that probably influenced me in getting involved in actually organizing events. I started off officiating as a steward at Kyalami. I was then organizing rallies as clerk of the course. I then spent 5 years as clerk of the course of the Touring Car Championship, and then got a call almost out of the blue asking me to take over as the permanent chairman of stewards of the Rally Championship.
We've got a lot of very well-known people in motorsport here today. One of those people is Steve Harding. Steve is already a legend, but he's now the FIA's Outstanding Official of the Year.
When I started with rallying, it was very, very intimidating. A rally clerk of the course in those days, you were almost on your own expected to devise routes, sort out permissions. It was a monstrous task. The biggest highlight was putting together the first World Rallycross Championship event held in South Africa.
Steve is absolute 100% inspiration. He was my mentor, but above all of that, a great friend. And I have learned so much from Steve. We traveled all over Africa to deliver safety training, marshal training, road book safety. The guy is just incredible.
I learned an immense amount from Steve. He wasn't scared to involve me in meetings, in discussions, in things that I'd never done before. He included me in the Formula E event as well. And even there, we had the unfortunate incident that Steve had contracted COVID. And we go green in Cape Town. I don't think he had any hesitation in appointing me from deputy to going up to COC for Formula E. For that, I'll be very grateful for what he actually meant to me and my racing. And obviously, I grew in that time that I worked with him.
I have the Speed Classic in Cape Town, which we ran for the first time last year, and I hope to establish a tradition with that event.
This is one of Cape Town's major arterial roads leading in and out of the city. With the permission of the city, we managed to shut it down. We were able to do this because we had the safety infrastructure from Formula E that we could rely on in order to keep it safe, both for the competitors and for spectators, and more importantly, the residents and other occupants of the area.
And our winner of the FIA's Outstanding Official of the Year award is Stephen Harding.
I have strange feelings about this award. It gives me a lot of pride, but at the same time, I know just how many people are out there doing amazing jobs of work.
To give so much time and energy to motorsport, I think it is richly deserved.
There is no one better in my mind that deserves this accolade that Steve. We are so proud of him, and huge congratulations to him. And it's also very good for our country.
For Motorsport South Africa, it's important to show that motorsport is still very much alive in a variety of aspects. We demonstrate as a federation that we are strong, that we have a position in the world, and that we are able to deliver to the expectations of the FIA.
Here's everything you need to know about scrutineering in the WRC. The main principle for scrutineering is checking the safety, checking that the cars are complying with the regulations. Now we are doing in the pre-event scrutineering, and this is focusing only for the safety and only for the sealing and marking of the components. that the cars could start the event in a safe manner. We start the safety cage, but it's also seats, seat belts. Then there are some safety cushions in the car which absorb energy in case of accidents. As the safety cages are homologated, we are focusing on one thing is the compliance with the homologation documents, which means that when they were designed, they went through the calculations, through the testing, that they are doing their job properly. And now in the event, we compare with these documentations that there is no modifications, there is no damages, that the weldings are correct, the tubes are correct, the whole design is as it should be. For the seats, one thing again is that they comply with the standards, what they have to be. Then it is the overall condition of the seats, they have no damages. The seats are in correct position, because also position in the car is important. For the sealing, one of the easiest thing is what we seal is the engine, and on the engine it's actually marking it just to count that they don't change the engine during the event. Then it is the turbos, then it is the transmissions, gearbox, rear differential unit. This is also that they have one set which is fitted on the car and then one spare set. During the safety checks, all important is also the personal equipment of the driver and co-driver, the helmets, overalls, the clothes, everything related to the drivers also. Helmet which looks in very good condition, but when the scrutiners are starting to check it more carefully, they found out that here is a crack. You can see that the whole area from here to here is damaged. This will be finally the game over for the unit to be used.
So usually when the teams have the car back after a crash at the service park, their first idea is to restart the rally the next day. What we have to check is that the structure of the car has not been damaged, and mainly the safety cage actually, because if they want to restart the next day, the car has to be like it was at pre-event scrutineering. Some items are easy to change, like seat belts, seats, it's quite easy to fix. But if the safety cage is damaged, most of the times that means it's the end of the event for the crew. During the final scrutineering, we have a list of 20 items that we will check on Sunday evening. We have a discussion with my FIA colleagues. We make a list of parts to be checked, because we cannot check the complete car. We check some specific points of the car, and we try to find the important points for a specific rally, for example. And we make also some kind of random check. Yeah, obviously you will not check the same parts in Acropolis than in Swedish Rally. What is quite important also in our case is that we don't do the job only FIA technical delegate ourselves. We have a huge amount of scrutiners helping us on ground. So for each event we have minimum like 30 technical scrutiners. And usually those scrutiners are also working nationally. So they are following their national championship. So we hope that when they do a WRC event, they are able to use this experience for their national rallies. Without these 30 people, it would be really difficult.
I'm Marco Pacini. We do a shift scrutiny here. For us, it's fantastic because in the WRC, very good the car. So it's fantastic for our job in Italy Championship. I have a lot of people in the service park and also in the manufacturer, and we have to check every work the mechanics do on the car, and after report to me with a sheet, so FIA can read the work the mechanics manufacturer have on the car.
The steering wheel's been ripped out of my hands. I wasn't expecting that steering wheel just like suddenly came out of my hand. Just broke the bone in half. 9 more screws and 2 more plates. I broke the bone in like 3 places. I spoke with the safety department. There is something to do. But the FIA took note of this and actually have gone above and beyond in order to ensure that these kind of crashes and these things don't happen anymore.
The ceiling damper and playing a key role on preventing this type of injuries.
If you have a crash and the damper takes all the force away from the wheel, that it doesn't really move out of your hand anymore. I'm here with Sam Bird, who unfortunately was one of the victims of a hand injury in the Gen 3 car last year. I was. Sam, can you run us through a little bit about what happened? Being brutally honest, it was my mistake. I hadn't put enough work and temperature into the hydraulic brakes in order for, if I had a small issue in lock and if I went over the threshold with the regenerative braking, that I had hydraulic brakes there. Anyway, I locked up into Sandoval, turn 1. The steering wheel's been ripped out of my hands. And I think my hand has either hit the cockpit flat out or the steering wheel has chopped this bone on my hand, just broke the bone in half, which then required 9 more screws and 2 more plates in the outside bone in my hand. I just kissed Norman's rear wheel with my left front and the steering wheel turned in my hand, and basically I broke my hand inside the cockpit because I wasn't expecting that the steering wheel just like suddenly came out of my hand. So it was just a very unlucky situation. Unfortunately, I had quite some big damage on my hand because I broke the bone in like 3 places.
I realized that we have this hand fracture, which are not usual. I'm 20 years doctor in motorsports, so I know the drivers very well, and I have the feedback from them. And looking at what they are saying to me and the feeling they have in the car, I spoke with the safety department and telling them there is something to do.
For us as engineers, we need first to understand what has been happening, because then when you understand the problem, you can find a solution.
It was quite challenging because it was very difficult to understand why does it happen, when.
Once we understood that when there was front wheel contact and introducing air rotation on the steering wheel, that was at the origin of these injuries, we started looking to different solutions.
To mitigate that, we put in place many things regarding the shape of the steering wheel. We put some foam in the cockpit. For the Gen 3 Evo, we use also a bigger wing to protect the wheel. But also what we saw clearly, it was that during each hand injuries, in fact, the speed of the steering column was very high.
When there was impact on the front wheels, the steering wheel was rotating up to 10 times more fast than normal driving. Then we start doing simulations, trying to understand what we needed to do to reduce that speed.
The easiest thing for us was to put in parallel the steering rack again a damper to amortize, in fact, the energy after a crash.
There was a fantastic collaboration between the FIA and Spark, the manufacturer of the steering damper. From the paper to come with a solution, produce it and validate it is a long step. But then what we did 2 steps to validate it. So the first one was to go to the track. So we got with manufactured parts, we installed them on the car, we asked the teams to test them. So they need to test it on private testing, and we tested all the cars during the pre-season testing. So for us it was important that the solution was transparent for the drivers. Basically, we didn't want to increase the force to drive the car during normal driving, so we want that the system only works when there is an impact, and basically what I tried to do was to simulate an impact on the wheel. So we did it with and without the steering damper to validate that all the idea, all the concept that worked.
There were some crashes that were involving some hand injuries, but the FIA took note of this and actually have gone above and beyond in order to ensure that these kind of crashes and these things don't happen anymore.
The steering damper has been the key deployment that has been helping and playing a key role on preventing this type of injuries.
For sure, the FIA is pushing hard to make it for sure safer and for us, because obviously the injury was quite bad, and they made big steps from that moment onwards. The steering damper, I think, is a very good tool, not being tested yet on my side. But if you have a crash, then the damper takes all the force away from the wheel, that it doesn't really move out of your hand anymore.
Clearly, safety is something which is maybe the most important thing within FIA. And of course, when speaking safety and safety for driver, it is a key pillar.
Since the introduction of that solution, that is the steering damper, we have, fortunately, and hopefully will remain like that, we have not seen any injuries anymore.
President of the FIA now presents the unique FIA President's Medal to the winning driver.
I'm Camille de Bastiani. I'm the lead designer of the FIA, and I designed with my team the new medal for the President Medal in 2025. The President's Medal is distributed to the winners of the FIA World Championships. It has already been distributed in Formula One to the race winner, but now it's going to be distributed in WRC, in WEC, in karting as well, and in Formula E. The President Medal is actually made of sustainable materials, recycled gold and silver. The circle actually fits perfectly with the theme we developed at the FIA Awards, with a logo that represents each World Championship of the FIA. Once we had that part, we could just integrate it to the President Medal. And then on top, we decided to put the name of the championship and the FIA logo. And of course, we put the signature and the name of the FIA President on top, with a President's Medal at the bottom. For the back of the medal, it will always feature the name of the race and the number of the race. Each medal will be personalized depending on the championship. It's not just one template and we keep changing a name. It's a bit more in-depth than that. To give a better view of what it will actually look like, we made 3D models. Then it's also a good indication for the manufacturer on the kind of finish we want. How shiny it will get, how matte it can get. Same for the lanyard. My job is done. Like the manufacturer has all the elements for him to produce it, he can start working on it.
La FIA lavoriamo da 4 anni, nel momento in cui il Presidente ha avuto questa idea, a mio avviso geniale, di portare queste medaglie del Presidente sui podi della Formula 1 con un'accurata ricerca dei materiali, che è stata una cosa molto stimolante. Le medaglie sono tutte quante fatte in argento, titolo 925. Queste medaglie sono sostenibili in diversi fronti. È il discorso del materiale, è un argento riciclato che arriva da scarti di lavorazione di oreficeria, viene fatta chiaramente nuovamente una colata e viene portato poi il materiale in bandelle piuttosto che in tondini o piuttosto che in lastre, il nastrino, il lanyard che è fatto in repet, e 3 la stessa scatola di confezione che è comunque fatta presso un processo di FSC con un processo diciamo molto controllato. Credo che sia un buon esempio quello che il Presidente ci sta dando. È una politica che comunque ci permetterà di affrontare, credo, i prossimi anni, ma soprattutto di lasciare alle nuove generazioni un mondo migliore.
When racing or rallying, drivers give everything. They have to win. I wanted to create something that represents this commitment and sacrifice. This medal represents their efforts and also the innovation and progress being made across the FIA championships. By celebrating these victories with a sustainable medal, we not only recognize our race winners, but also highlight the ongoing efforts within our sport to protect and preserve it for future generations.
Hello and welcome to a very exciting episode of FIA Insider, because we are here at PF International in Grantham for the mondokart.com FIA Karting World Championship, back in the UK for its 60th anniversary. My name is Paul Wallace and this is the truest form of entry-level grassroots motor racing, where so many motorsport legends have learnt their craft. Nigel.
Good to see you.
And you. How cool is it? This is a great view.
Very cool, very cool.
60 years of the World Championship karting. Can you talk me through how the sport has evolved?
Wow, well, 60 years of karting, it's unbelievable. In the early days, it was like everything it started. It was, you know, you'd have a van, you'd have a car, you'd have a trailer, people would do it, they'd get enthusiastic. Events like World Championships were almost unheard of, but again, I guess the gathering of people at that point, you know, and the competitive nature of the sport, it was probably a very good idea, and it evolved from there. But you know, over those 60 years, it's just amazing how the sport has changed. A lot more professional now. Obviously, of course, we're here this weekend for the World Championships, but the history of all those people there. And again, I know I'm from the UK, but so we've got to mention people like Mike Wilson and Terry Fullerton, and you know, we've got a good pedigree. But throughout the world as well, it's been a fantastic showcase of motorsport.
So this weekend, obviously incredibly special. There's going to be historic karts as well as these karts that are going around in the juniors are racing. So can you talk about the evolution of the kart and what that means for lap times as well?
Obviously in those early days, you know, late 50s, 60s, tyres were very narrow, you know, technology was very low key. When you got to the 70s, 80s, it evolved into not a dissimilar vehicle to what it is now. The thing that has massively changed in recent years is bodywork. And again, the bodywork, yes, it looks nice, very cosmetic. I think that would probably be the massive difference, is the size of the kart and the bodywork is the big difference from the early days.
Amazing. Well, I can't wait for the weekend and see the cars go around. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank
Welcome to PF.
Thank you very much for allowing me inside your office where we can see some legends of the world.
Goes back a long time.
Yeah, 60th anniversary for the World Championship for karting. Can you talk to me a little bit about some of the legends, some of the special moments that you've had over the years here at PF International?
Yes, I mean, I obviously started in 1960 when they were raw. They've certainly got better. I think the karts are very good.
There's definitely some future motorsport legends that are racing this weekend. You must have had...
Oh, yes.
You've had a lot of legends here as juniors racing.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, Hamilton started here. All those my drivers have had in the past, you know.
A lot of history here.
There's a lot of history, yes.
How does that make you feel? It's something that you created.
I'm very happy that I've done this, yes. It's been more expensive than what I thought.
We're here in the paddock where I've just been given the green light to head into one of the garages so that I can go and ask a bunch of questions and get a full tour of one of the karts. So let's head inside. Thank you very much for showing me around the kart. One question I have.
Yeah.
Why so many karts?
So, every team in the paddock, including us, we have 2 karts per driver. So, it looks a lot because there's a lot of drivers.
Yeah, okay. And this kart in particular, what championship is this kart for?
So, this kart is homologated to do all the championships.
Oh, okay.
National, international. And
a junior can also drive this?
Yeah, this is properly a junior kart.
Yeah.
It's a 125cc engine.
Yeah. So there's a lot of karts here.
Yeah.
How does a driver gain an advantage? How much can you customize this particular kart for the driver that it's built for?
There's a lot of things you could. I say it is basic, but there is a lot of things you can change on a kart, depending on the preferences on the drivers you have.
Okay.
Because not every driver is the same. One is taller, one is smaller, one has a different driving style. From that.
Wow, so it's a fully customizable setup.
Yeah.
After the basic components of the car.
Sure.
Okay, wow. That makes your job a little bit difficult working with the drivers. Is it a challenge? What's the most challenging part working with young drivers?
To get them to listen to you.
So here we have the go-kart.
Yeah.
Can you talk me through the basics? Like, I'm assuming the brake is on the left?
Yes. So it's, as I said, basic. There's no clutch, there's no gear lever, nothing. You have the brake here and the throttle here.
Yep. So then you've got steering here,
wheel.
and I saw there's a screen.
Yeah. This is the telemetry we use.
Okay.
Star lane, from this display you can see all from water temperature, exhaust temperature, lap time.
Yeah.
And from there we can also see what we did right, what we did wrong.
And what's going on in this section underneath the steering wheel?
Under the steering wheel you have the steering column that is connected to the steering rods. Using that you steer the wheels.
Yeah.
And under the steering column you have a very basic fuel tank.
Okay.
A full tank of fuel is around 8.5 liters, and they can do easily a final of 25 laps.
Here we've got slicks for drive.
So this kart is prepared for how the conditions are right now for slicks. The sun is shining, it's dry.
Yeah.
And then we have the second kart with the rain tires.
Yeah.
Prepared for when, since we're in the UK, probably a rainy day.
In about 5 minutes, I think.
Most likely.
Yeah. Well, seems like I know a lot about the kart now, thanks to you. So I appreciate you explaining how everything works. It feels like at some point I should have a go at one of these. It'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah. It will be an experience.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers. Dino, how are you?
Hi.
Great to see you. This is pretty impressive to see so many cars. And we also have some drivers. How important is your role in nurturing these drivers to make it to the top of motorsport?
If you want to learn to be professional driver in motorsport with 4 wheels, you have to be in karting for first, because it's the only school you can really learn everything.
You've worked with some motorsport legends, Lewis Hamilton. Is there a common factor with these successful drivers that you see and then pass on to young drivers?
When the driver is young, you can only see if he's more talented than another one. But to be success and to be Formula 1 driver, people need to understand also you have to work hard, like any sport. Even a football player, you can see immediately if one is a foot right or bent. But later to be really Ronaldo or Messi, you have to work hard, like any sport.
Tony Karts are pioneers in go-karting. How do you, with your role, drive this team forward, but also stay ahead of everyone else?
Work with this team is amazing. Of course, they have a fantastic story in the past, and sure, stay every year in the top level is not easy, but with this kind of team and this kind of person, we try to do this one.
How important is this part of a young motor racer's journey?
Go-kart is so important for the career of one driver. You start to learn everything about tire pressure, engine, feeling. So of course, is the best school that you can.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe too late.
Maybe it's too late now.
John, great to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
This is awesome to see the cars.
Yeah.
And you've just been out.
Yeah.
How was it?
Yeah, it was good. Just getting warmed up for tomorrow's qualifying, so the pace is good so far. We'll see how it goes tomorrow.
You've been selected by Red Bull to join their program. How exciting is that for you, and does that add a bit of pressure?
I was always a big fan of Red Bull. Obviously, Sebastian Vettel was part of them, so it's definitely a thing that I was excited with, and we'll see what the future brings with the team I'm in.
Can you talk to me a little bit about your journey and what you've been through?
I was karting since I was 4 years old, and my close friends back karting, and I just got me into it then. I drove around my home country in Ireland for 4 years till I was 9 years old, and then I moved up to the UK in Motorsport UK for a long time just to build up my experience. And then last 2 years I've been part of the FIA Karting Championship and the Champions of Future, so my journey's been a quite long journey. It's been tough, but I'm working hard to get to the top.
How important is it to spread the karting world to the motorsport community and have so many nationalities here on track?
I think it's important for many reasons. First of all, karting is the first stepping stone for many of our future stars in the world of motorsport. Furthermore, karting represents a great opportunity for many countries to establish motorsport culture in the local communities. And I think having as many nationalities represented here in the World Championship is a very strong showcasing of all the good things karting can provide to national ASNs around the world.
A lot of these drivers are incredibly young and they'll have influence from their parents and family, from the teams and from the mentor. Can you tell me a little bit how you can manage that and also what's important for these drivers?
Yes, yeah, I think you have a very good point here. We have a lot of young drivers, especially in OK Junior. It's a very young grid. And I think it's very important to remember that even though we are here with the very best karting drivers in the world, most of them are still kids. Most of them are still very early in their development. And I think that's a point that it's very important to be remembered and respected by the teams and the families. Luckily, with the paddock we have now, with all the teams and experts involved in the sport, my feeling is there's a general respect for the whole human being the drivers, and an understanding of all the elements that's required for drivers to develop.
I can't wait for the weekend and seeing the karts go out, so thank you for your time. I've learnt a lot. Great to meet you. Cheers. Thank you.
Have a nice weekend.
It has been an action-packed weekend so far. It has been amazing to meet so many different people that make a weekend like this happen. And to see so many young, talented drivers out there aspiring to win world championships. Who knows? The next F1 driver could be out there on track at the moment. I hope you've enjoyed the episode. Make sure you subscribe to the FIA YouTube channel, tick the notification bell, and comment what you want to see next on the next episode. Take care, guys. Goodbye.
One of the most iconic moments of a Formula One Grand Prix weekend takes place here on the podium, and the person in charge for the FIA is Linda. Now Linda, I think you have one of the hardest jobs in Formula One. 3 adrenaline-fueled drivers straight after the race. It must be like herding cats.
Yes, it's a lot of adrenaline, true, but it's the fun part of it.
Certainly a lot of fun. Now, how soon after the race do you get them out here on these steps?
Well, they don't come here straight after the race. They go to the cool-down room first.
Oh, can we have a look?
Yeah, for sure.
Brilliant, let's go.
Wait, hang on a minute, Tom. This is a very important moment here, because this is where we give them the last-minute information, where we brief the drivers, because when they get to the cool-down room, we cannot speak, they are live. So we give them information regarding the trophies or regarding spraying the champagne and everything. So this is where we talk to
spray
them.
the champagne,
exactly.
Not on the dignitary.
Not on the dignitaries, obviously not. Okay, Tom, so this is the cool-down room.
It's not that cool.
That's true, it's quite hot here. So this is where they literally cool down. Watch some highlights of the race, they kind of chit-chat together, and they kind of have a drink.
So what, they then go back to the podium?
They go back to the podium, and what you don't see on TV is that they come back after the podium here. Their team are waiting for them here, they get changed, remove their champagne clothes. So yeah, this is when I'm not here, obviously.
And then they go and speak to the media.
Yeah,
don't they?
exactly.
Well, should we do what the drivers do and
of
go
course.
back to the podium
Let's
now?
go.
Okay.
So before going to the podium, we make sure that the dignitaries are here 6 or 7 laps before the end to make sure that we have time to brief them. It's very high-profile people, so we always make sure that they get a good and concise brief. We tell them what they have to do, what they cannot do, where they're going to stand, what kind of trophy they're going to give to who. So we kind of go through the whole ceremony with them in this short lapse of time.
Okay.
So let's see. Here you are.
Oh. Linda, it is a fantastic view, isn't it? And the atmosphere must be amazing because there's people down there, everyone's shouting.
Flags everywhere.
The drivers are in position here, the winning constructor. What happens next?
So, as I told you, we send the dignitaries when the drivers are in the cool-down room, so everybody's ready when the drivers get announced. Me and my colleague are on both sides of the podium. and we hand the right trophy to the right dignitaries and make sure he hands it to the right driver.
How long does the whole process take?
So we have 2 national anthems, one for the winning driver and one for the constructor, and then we hand the trophies and then champagne.
And then
so
the champagne.
This is where you need to escape. So it takes.
And you have 2 exits.
Exactly. Not every time. So sometimes you get stuck on the podium.
Okay.
Tom, before we go, this is the last thing I have to show you. This is the FIA medal. It's given by our president, Mohammed Ben Sulayem, to the winning driver.
FIA President medal, Mohammed Ben Sulayem, the FIA President.
Have a look.
It's heavy. It's very impressive. Linda, thank you very much for showing us around. It's an iconic, phenomenal bit, really, of the Formula One Grand Prix weekend.
Exactly. Thank you very much.
I'm Fabio. I'm 36 years old, and I am a karting driver. About karting, I have to say that this sport is fantastic. The sport is pure driving, pure racing, no electronics. The skill of the drivers are, in my opinion, the 70% of the performance, so you have to work a lot. I'm paraplegic since the age of 16 due to a road motorbike incident. Well, it was hard, especially at that age. But, you know, life goes on, and step by step I had my life back, so I came back to school, I took the diploma, I took the driving license, and so on and so on and so on. 1 year and a half after my incident, I was at home with my best friend Julio, and he told me, why don't you buy a go-kart? And I started my beautiful journey into this great sport. Well, family is very important. I am a karting driver thanks to my father, because he has ever been at my side. He was my first mechanic when I started, and he is still my mechanic when I go at the track for training. My mom also has ever supported me, and also my wife, Federica, is every time at my side. Ciao Kimi! Ciao bello! Allora Fede, tutto a posto?
Per noi tutto bene, ti stiamo seguendo, vediamo i tempi eccetera e ci fa molto piacere che stiate andando così bene.
Dai.
Bravi tutti, bravo il team, bravo tu e mi raccomando oggi ancora di più.
In karting, it is very important to establish a great relationship between you and your mechanic and your team, of course. The mechanic used to transfer your sensation into setup changes, and it's very important because in go-kart every little change makes a big difference. My mechanic today is Freddy. He's a very good guy, and we are doing a very good job. I think it's very important to have some passions in life, because if you are too concentrated all in work, it's not so good. It's better to have some passion to free your mind.
Questa sera potremmo farcela.
I did a lot of races in Italy with the able-bodied, and in 2020 I joined the FIA. I joined the Disability and Accessibility Commission. Basically, we work to make the motorsport safe and accessible for disabled people. And so my message is for those who are disabled and who are passionate about motorsport is to buy a second-hand go-kart, to go to the nearest karting track to your house and start racing. You will have a lot of great emotion, and what I think it's the best sport in the world for a passionate about motorsports.
You've reverted that now into a pole position for this final in the first Arrive and Drive World Cup for the FIA Karting. Tell us, how are you feeling ahead of this race? 'Cause it's going to be quite a long one.
Yeah, it's a long race and it's quite hot out today. And yesterday I had good pace and managed to get through the field quite good. And yeah, starting here today.
Final that was for the juniors, and disaster striking there right at the end. That unfortunate pesky nose cone penalty once again strikes once more for an international driver in an international race. But that is then, and this is now, as we turn our attention over to the senior category, and you can see behind me the senior drivers are primed and ready to go as we wait for this final to kick started. It's going to be a close one as well, and our pole sitter is primed and ready. Nud Nilsson here of Denmark is starting this one on the front row of the grid. Smile on your face there. Nud, are you ready for this race? You're ready for the fight, but you've got quite the challenger alongside you here. Matches Victor has been looking pretty quick this weekend, but tell us, what are your thoughts ahead of this final?
Well, yeah, I'm just excited to be here, and don't hope it's going to rain, but we'll see.
Well, fingers crossed as well, because I'm currently stood out here. I don't want to get wet, but no. You were watching that junior final. What did you think of that?
I think it was a pretty exciting final. Yeah, a lot of drama in the last few laps, but good fun.
the owner of the LYL International Circuit, Dato Adrian, to present the third place trophy to Tomasz Chikoreski. Fabulous result for Tomasz as the rain continues to fall here. Please welcome the president of the Motorsport Association of Malaysia, Tan Moksani Matia, to present the second place trophy to Tommy Hart. And finally, please welcome the FIA Karting Commission President Akbar Ibrahim to present the winner's trophy to Troy Ferguson. Well, a superb end to their racing. Drivers, for one last time this weekend, can you lift those trophies up above your heads for me, please? Nice big smiles. What an end to that final. Come and stand just here next to me, Troy. Well, I know you're indoors, but unfortunately you now got doused in champagne. But Troy, did you ever expect to be on the top step of the podium? I think you were P6 going into that final lap, and you've come away with P1. How are you feeling?
At a loss for words. I mean, leader went to defend, they washed out, and I crossed back over, and then first place got a pushback, and then we ended up with the win.
Well, a big round of applause for your finalists in the senior category. Once again, please welcome onto the podium the owner of the LYL International Circuit, Dato Adrian, to present the third place trophy to Nerd Nilsson. A great work for Nilsson over the course of this weekend. Please welcome once again the president of the Motorsport Association of Malaysia, Tan Moksani Mahathir, to present the second place trophy to Oscar Goodshow. And finally, please welcome the FIA Karting Commission President Akbar Ibrahim to present the winner's trophy heading to Zach Tucker. Well, once again, a brilliant end to the seniors, which did end prematurely with the rain falling, which is the same rain that falls now. Drivers, lift those trophies above your head for me, please. Nice big smiles at the end of a frantic weekend. The first ever FIA Karting Arrive and Drive World Cup here in Malaysia, just outside the city of Kuala Lumpur. And now we'll get everyone on the top step of that podium as well. All jump in nice and close. Yes, we've got our dignitaries in as well. A brilliant end to the racing. Yeah, you can keep those trophies, guys. Not a problem at all. Nice big smiles there here in the rain at Malaysia. Zach, we spoke at the start of this weekend with you on pole position at the end of time qualifying. Did you ever think that pole would accumulate into a P1 win here in this final?
Yeah, you go over all the theoreticals in your head, but it's pretty crazy to be standing here. At the end it was definitely a success of 10, but throughout the weekend we had our ups and downs. Like when it was wet we went back to 9th, and then 3rd in some of them, but then at the end we managed to work our way back up.
What a weekend it has been, and what a 2025 season it has been as well. With 2026 only around the corner, there is plenty more action with the Europeans, the World Championships, and of course maybe even more of this. We just don't know yet. But from me here, Anthony Jordan, we'll sign out for now. A big thank you to everyone, and we'll see you in 2026. Bye.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the live coverage here of the FIA Karting Arrive and Drive European Series. After that long break, you can see back with the live pictures, weather conditions have slightly taken a turn for the worst, with the rain falling quite dramatically at the end of the first rotation of sprint qualifying. We are back with the second half of sprint qualifying. With Sprint 2, Pool 1 back out on circuit. Now, a reminder, this is a reverse grid. However, this is not a reverse grid of the race results. It is a reverse grid of the starting order from their first sprint qualifying session. So, basically, that means that the person that you see on pole position right now, which is in the form of Maximilian Piontek, he was starting it at the back of the grid in that first race earlier on, to where he was able to push forward in that race to finish in an impressive P5. Now he knows he's got that speed on a dry track. He now needs to think from pole position on a wet track situation. So everything that we saw earlier on in terms of the drivers showing the pace in that has all now vanished. I will stress, none of these drivers right now in this situation, in these karts, these tyres, anything like this, they have not turned a wheel around this circuit on a wet track. All of this is brand new to them. So this will mean it's going to be a fairly interesting start to this race. Obviously, myself, Anthony Jordan, in the commentary box. I'll be joined, I'm sure, at some point by Magic again, who's been very busy over the last few moments with the Mini 60 National first qualifying heat. He was doing the circuit comms for that. He'll be back in the box very shortly, I am sure. But there you can see your full race grid. He started on the back of the grid in the first race. They're now on the front row. They're Dylan Fricker. Now, he managed to push his way right through the field. He took the race win earlier on, so that is why he's back on the front row of the grid. You may be thinking, Anthony, how can the person who won that first race be on the front row of the grid? Well, he started at the back in his first race, so now with the reverse grid, he's at the front. So one would suggest that the driver from Switzerland could be one of the favourites going into this one. However, it is back to wet conditions here now, and there you can see by the radar we had a very large and very heavy downpour of rain that certainly put a challenge in for the officials out the circuit. Thankfully, no one was racing at that time. We were taking a lunch break, so it was actually, if it was going to make a downpour like that, it happened at perfectly the right moment for it to happen. Magic, you're back in the commentary box now. You've been running around and commentating on some Mini 60s, but tell us, that rain, is that standard for this area?
Being honest, we are very used to have two conditions, full sun and full rain. And what we saw an hour ago, the two phases of heavy rain, it's pretty common here at the track because if it's rain, it rains cats and dogs. But I was at the dining area during the first wave of this heavy rainstorm, and some colleagues from the race office rescued me with their car just not to be soaked. But for now, the marshals were walking in the track to pull the water away from the track to rescue all the grip that we can and not to make any dangerous situation, just as you can see on your screens. And let's hope that next race would be better than the previous one, because we have several problems with karts.
Indeed. While yellow light is flashing there, you could see Hans, one of our technical delegates there in the pre-grid, just sending the drivers away as we wait to see the green lights flash, to which it now does. The field makes its way out onto the circuit for sprint qualifying. This is the second race for Junior Pool 1 for them out on this, and it's a reverse grid from the first race we saw earlier on, which will this time see Maximilian Piontek on that front row of the grid, joined by the race winner earlier on, Dylan Fricker, from the back row of the grid. He now starts on the front row. Ivan Janega joins him on the second row of the grid alongside Lorenzo Zucchetto. There we'll see Ilya Bakhturia on row 3, joined by Max Boshoff on that third row. Jonathan Stewart and Julia Monlair, they go from row number 4. There we'll see the likes of John Foley-Julia and Stanislav Grabowski on that 5th row of the grid. Now, John Foley-Julia and Julia Monlair, they rounded out the top 3 in that race earlier on, showcasing that they had really good pace on a dry circuit. Now it's wet. Now is a very different situation for them to be in. And again, I will stress that none of these drivers, in the conditions that they have with these tyres, these karts, this track, have not turned a wheel like this at the moment. Back with race control there, Amelia Richmond, head of race control for the FIA, joined by Joanna Falcao and Sam Fisher, getting ready, who all apparently had the same itch on their left shoulder there for some reason. This weekend, joined by, I believe that could be the clerk of course here this weekend.
Yes, it's
well.
Sebastian Pawlukewicz here with him, clerk of the course. As you remember, the track has only 2 places to have a brief for 120 meters, to have a break, to think even, to recover, but in the rainy conditions, it will be much, much tougher.
Oh, I can imagine. A little bit of spray that gets kicked up now, of course. The track was already slippy at the best of moments earlier on. Now add water to it on those wet Vega tyres, and these drivers will have to really effectively drive into the unknown on this one. And there you can see he passed the red line into that final chicane. And hopefully this all gets gridded up. Now that's not allowed. That's past the red line. That's an overtake in the yellow conditions. So that will be, I'm sure, investigated. It is lights out and fights on then for the field. And Piontek holds on to it. Frika was the driver there, caught with that moment after the red line. But the rest of the field here at the start, all showcasing how challenging those conditions are now for the first time into the chicane. But look at the getaway already for the one driver at the front. And I'm just trying to find the number of that kart that has gone through. There is Johnson Stewart, who's had a really good start there from the 7th spot on the grid. And he's up into 2nd place, was fighting for 2nd place. Going to lose out on it on the exit. Couldn't get the power down on the exit of that 2nd hairpin. But you can see here all of these drivers experimenting with the track positions. Where is that traction? None of these drivers know where it is at the moment.
And moreover, just have a look at those jobs with the hands. The drivers need to follow the grip, the length of the grip of the track. There is under the investigation, but to car 1-1 for starting procedure. He overtake for some drivers back then just after the red line. But let's have a look on those hands, how they're working on keeping the kart in their racing like they want. It's not a very, very easy job for now.
No, it certainly isn't. You can see how they're all fighting the steering wheel. So it is Ivan Czarnega who is leading the way. He was the driver who had the really strong start at the beginning there, so he is breaking away beautifully at the front end. While he's doing that, this is still all kicking off right now in position. Max Boshoff on the outside is just going to lose out with the driver going on the inside. Julian Monlair, Zucchetto, Grabowski, Frika, all there, all wants to get through. And it's Zucchetto that's under investigation for overtaking on the red line. Now, that is interesting because I thought it was Dylan Fricker who was the driver there around the outside.
That was a mistake because they shown us the number 120, which is Fricker with surname of Zucchetto.
I
that
see.
Was a very little mistake, but still we know what happened there.
Right, okay, interesting. Okay, so rest of the field here going through, and you can see now how well the lead at the front. Look at this, after just 2 laps, Czarnega is absolutely flying away, 3.2 seconds clear by Piontek, who's holding on to 2nd place. Stewart's still there in 3rd. John Foley Jr. has had a great race in this as well, up 5 places in the wet conditions and is wanting to emulate a strong result here, and at the moment is doing just that, is looking at a sprint classification points lead, is John Foley Jr. With that 5th-place gain, he's looking at 24 points ahead of Piontek, who is there in second, and at this moment with 3 seconds advantage for Czarnega. This is going to be really difficult for Piontek to try and get this overtake done. Right, so there is the 1-2-1. So the 1-2-1 gets into position. Definitely the 120 there that has pushed through. That is Dylan Fricker, who squeezes through here and goes through. Yeah, that is certainly not allowed, and that will be a complete disqualification from the race results.
What a shame, because we also anytime want to see the battle at the track, not with the regulations, but the letters are written very clearly at white paper. If you're not allowed to do that, you cannot do that. So this is what it is. But let's have a look at Zucchetto. In a few corners is trying to keep the grip of his kart. Most of the drivers are still fighting with the oversteering on all of the corners, but there are some entries to the corners where understeer is also getting involved into the racing line, which is not the best way to drive here. Especially we are looking now for Grabowski, I believe. So this is the battle for the 6th place. Just after him rides Zucchetto.
Yeah, this Zucchetto here, and you can see the wet lines being utilised here now by the drivers. They'll go into a corner, they'll throw all the lock on the steering wheel, it will understeer for a while, and then all of a sudden it will grab, and then you'll flick it through and you get loads of oversteer and you kind of power it through the corner. That's exactly how these karts handle in conditions like this. It's just making sure that you can carry enough speed into the corner, and then of course powering it through, using the throttle really to steer the kart around most of the lap. It's very, very challenging indeed. Over the line they go, and still this fight here very close indeed. Grabowski under pressure though from Zucchetto, who is continuing to push forward. Boshoff still just behind that, Bakatoria and Fricker, who is of course under that investigation for overtaking past the red line, is there in 10th place. It's had a bit of a challenging one. Question mark at the front though. Maximilian Piontek is there in second and has just set the fastest lap of the race. Granted, it's only a 10th he's taken out, but he's got the gap down now to less than 3 seconds.
So Piontek just lap by lap is improving his pace. It's only 20 seconds left to this session. So there is a little chance Piontek needs to think about some mistakes from Čarenka, but still it's not very a good idea to think about someone's mistake. So it's going to be very difficult to catch him. And last lap we saw also Zucchetto making some mistakes at the hairpins. So it's still not a very good conditions. Still so many wet places here at the Słomczyn racing track. And now Ivan Čarenka is improving his own pace.
It certainly is improving that pace. Fastest lap of the race on that last one, 1:10.172, and I'm not ashamed to say that that was my pace in the dry conditions yesterday. Very slow was I. But timer has struck now onto 0. Last lap board out this time then to the field, and right on cue, the sun is back out from behind the clouds, and hopefully will be starting to dry the circuit. Now, of course, it has been declared, of course, a wet race as they all get through. Now there, the 112 Czarnega. I'm just looking at that front nose, and it has drooped a little bit. It does look like it's wobbling. We'll have to see if that is a potential nose cone penalty at the end of this race. If it is, that is a undisputable 5-second time penalty that will head his way. And you can see how Czarnega, look at the nose cone there as it goes through. You can see how it's kind of flopping a little bit there on the edges. It still looks actually quite firm on there, but you can just see how it's pointing down a little bit. So potential there. It doesn't look like it's any contact, but we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, even he's having a look at it now just to think, has that dropped? I'm not too sure. But final lap if it is fine, he's in a really strong position. And, I mean, 5 seconds would only drop him to second place at this point because the field's so spread out with these challenging conditions. So I don't think it's going to be too much of a worry for him at this point. So, Sun out here for the field on this final lap. The first reverse grid then for sprint qualifying here at the Słomczyn circuit for the arrive and drive in the European Championship. I think everyone else here just trying to get these machines to the end of the race, and the speed here certainly not as quick as it was earlier on. One more final chicane and one final right-hand turn for Ivan Czarnega, who's going to get that checkered flag at the end and will step up to third in the sprint classification. Over the line, he will see that checkered flag ahead of Maximilian Biontek, who takes second. Johnson Stewart third there, will step up to fifth in the points. He finishes ahead of John Foley Jr., who is the sprint classification points leader as it stands. 24 points to his name. However, you have to remember that other race winner, Roy Martins of Portugal, who could certainly do something about that. He's 8th with 14, takes another win. He can get a maximum of 28 points. So we'll have to wait and see how that one will transpire. Julian Monlair will round out the top 5 at the end of that one. And I've got to say, a very different driving style for the field there. And I think, actually, with the conditions, they've done quite well.
But still talking about the driving style, I'm still looking at Czarnega karts and about his front bumper. I'm seeing that his driving line, that his race line was mostly on the inside curbs, which are very much higher than the surface of the tarmac. So maybe it fell off just by his own racing style, riding from the corners, taking advantage on Maximilian seconds, and the third one is Johnston Stewart.
Yes, indeed. So there's your full results then. Grabowski finishing in P6 ahead of Zaccato. Boschoff from Megatoria, and Fricko finishes that one in 10th place. Okay, granted finished P10, but will be still in the steward's office at the end of that race for that overtaking past the red line incident. It's just no bueno on that one. You are not allowed to do it. So they make their way back, smiles all around, and there is Ivan Czarnega, who takes the race win and steps up to third in the sprint classifications for the juniors. However, one more junior sprint qualifying reverse grid race to go. That will be up next and will change things around. Here is a look at the highlights. Here was the first of those highlights. Well, there was the first initial overtake there because he sealed the deal round the outside and then slotted back into place past the red line, just not allowed to happen. Here's the start though, and keep an eye on Ivan Czarnega just down the inside, had all the traction on that inside line there, found a great turning point and was just able to power through, while everyone else seemingly at the start of that one, Magic was just understeering through turn one, just had no confidence on the front end.
And what is really looking so impressive, like he was just turning off the wheel and maybe with some thoughts, okay, let's hope I'll do that. Nothing would go wrong. And what is so happy for him that everything goes so well that he was able to finish first. Let's just have a look after the race. How about his time, if he can manage to sit at the first place just after the reviewing of karts and the front bumpers, because these front bumper look very, very strange, especially flopping on lots of corners, but still maybe he can do it himself, going so aggressive on the curbs at the inside most of the track.
Yeah, indeed, but judging by the reactions after the weighbridge, I think it's all good, and I don't think there is a drop there for him to worry about. Checker flag went out as the sun started to appear behind the clouds. As the track is now in a state of drying, I'm already, Magic, seeing dry spots out on the track. It's drying very quickly here at the Autodrom Słomczyn circuit in Poland. Second sprint qualifying race for the juniors coming up. This is pool 2, again, reverse grid, and we're seeing a similar story from the drivers on that first race, drivers who started quite far back or at the back of the grid, now this time at the front of the grid, who did also have good results. This driver here on your screen representing Iceland, Veni Revenus, who will be on the P1 spot, was a P9 earlier on, and obviously now starting back at the front end of the field, has a much better chance here of coming away with a stronger result to add points to the board. 1 minute board goes up on the front of the grid. Błażej Kostrzewa, who is there on that front row of the grid as well, the entrant from Poland, P2 earlier on, now has a front row start, and this is a much better place for him to be.
Especially when there are still wet places at the track, so if they are going to the wet places, the wet spots, the drops of the water would be everywhere, the spray of the water just behind the wheel. So if they have great pace and still they manage to go to in front of the pack, and now they are in front, they have a very good possibility just to run out of them and then just driving alone. They're in their own pace, in their own comfortable place of the track.
Yeah, indeed. But racing lines are going to be vital at this point, because usually you would find them on the outside line where is the more grip that would stay off the natural racing line, because the analogy that I like to use when it comes to wet racing is, you know, when you wash the dishes and you have the rubber gloves on. When those rubber gloves are dry, they're very sticky and they don't move around. You put water on them and they're very slippy, which means rubber on a rubber racing line, very slippy, don't do it. Off that racing line, dirty part where all the marbles and all the dust is, that's where the traction is and that's where you do. But we'll have to wait and see what these drivers deploy in this one. Here's your starting grid then for this one. From Iceland, Veni Revenus is on that P1 spot. He is joined by Błażej Kostrzewa. Vita Koza, P6 earlier on. He is joined by the race winner of Portugal, Rui Martins, who is starting on row number 2. Mikael Lehocki goes from row number 3. He'll be joined by Dominik Wojcik, 8th and 7th place for them earlier on as they start from that mid-group battle in this one. Andy Stewart finished 3rd in her race earlier on. Can she do that again for the 4th row of the grid alongside Alexander Chubb, who finished P5 on row 4. Row 5 will see Vaidonis Pictis, who finished P4, and Karol Shajkovic, who rounds out the 10-kart field, did finish P10 earlier on, and now once again starts at the back of the grid. So one would say for the Polish driver there on the 110 machine that this could be quite a tough race, but we'll have to see.
Speaking back to the racing line, in previous races and even in the M60 race, we saw that drivers, mostly common, went on the outside of the shy of this turn number 7, this first big hairpin just after this chicane we are now watching on our screen. So the drivers were do some experiments if they want to go inside or outside, and for some reason there is a middle line just in the middle of the low and high line, and then the driver really can do some experiments to take their own best line. So
that was a spin there that I just saw in the foreground. Someone has rotated. Now, of course, these are not a direct drive kart. These karts do have a clutch. They are a tag kart. Touch and go is the Vortex SV engine. So they are able to just press a button and it fires back into life. But I am not sure who it was that fell out of position. They're already past the red line, and there's 2 drivers here who are very slow to the party in the background. Hopefully they do not overtake at this point, because they're not allowed to. Into the tram lines then. Are we racing? Answer is no. It is our first false start of the weekend. They're going around again. That's what I'm talking about. Look at that dry part of the track right in the centre. Now, of course, this circuit looks like it's got quite nice drainage. It's got a little peak in the middle as it drains to the side. And that's the part that's drying first. It's the bit right in the middle of the circuit. And that is right on that start-finish line. So that's quite interesting. The rest of the track is still very, very wet. I will stress that. I'm not saying that it's a dry line forming around the circuit. But it is certainly an indication that the track is in a state of drying.
The first thing, just after the rain ends, from our stewards, is to clean the track big places when water holds at the track. But the second thing is, as you said, the surface of the track is built in a way to make the water flows just off the track, maybe to the grass, maybe to the gravel. It depends what is the outside or inside of the track, but still during this very short amount of time that the track is going to dry, with better grip conditions, minutes by minutes, it is very big possibility that at the end of the day, end of the racing activities, the track could be fully wet even.
Yes, certainly so. Right. Now, those drivers who had moments earlier on, looks like they've got themselves back into position now, which is all good. And hopefully we'll be going for a race start this time around as they make their way to that final corner. It is Revenors and Kostreva on the front row of the grid. Iceland versus Poland here at the Autodrom Słomczyn circuit. Into those tram lines. Are we racing? Answer is yes. It's lights out, fights on as the spray kicks up. Good start for the pole sitter round the outside already. A strong getaway for some. Kostreva trying to fight for the race lead and has done so. Round the outside, in towards turns 3, 4 for the first time. There's a move down the inside as well, I think possibly Vito Koza. No, it's not. It's the 118. That's Louis Martins, the driver from Portugal, who won in the dry conditions earlier on, is showcasing he's not just quick here in the dry, he's quick in the wet. And he is trying to push his way forward. The rest of the field there in the background, all trying to get involved. Ooh. Sideways moment there. Very close indeed. This is the 116 of Revenors, who's lost out on that lead. And now it is the likes of Roy Martins, who is breaking away at the front end.
Now we are now looking at drivers that fight each other from corner to corner, and there is some contacts between them. So let's believe that the track surface is still wet in most part of the track, and it's still not a very good place to make some experiments, because there is a experiment all the time being honest, but still trying to handle all those carts and still battling for battle places is not a very, very easy job for now. And as we see now, car number 102, it's Koza now overtaking, losing, but overtaking, still gaining the advantage to take back this place from Andy Stewart.
Yeah, so I was calling earlier on that it was Martins who was in the lead. I was lying when I said that, because it's Kostreva who's in the lead, but by quite some way. He's 2.2 seconds further up the road, which is why I did not see that, and that's why. But side-by-side moments once again, and we're seeing here Revenors trying to bring this one to second place, but it's under immense pressure from Martins, who continues to keep that nose down the inside. Great little side-by-side action for these two, but in doing so, they once again lose time to Kostreva earlier on, who finished P2. He's looking at a really strong position here. Martins again under pressure. Revenors down the inside takes P2 once again as off the road. Drama has struck for Vidonis Pictus, who is out of the race. Now we are, well, I'm not quite sure what lap we're on. It's the first lap. He's got out and restarted. I don't know if he was eligible to do that, because we weren't on the first lap of the race, and that could be questionable.
If he left the kart, he should be disqualified, I believe. But talking about Ravnas and Martins, I saw that at turn 10 and 11th of the last lap, there was a really, really short moment that they were looking for each other eye to eye about their racing lines, about what is the gap between them.
This, yeah, look at this here now. Andy Stewart's close right in on this fight. The young lady from Northern Ireland, who has really showcased some great speed here, and certainly used to very interesting conditions just like this. Wet, challenging circuit. It's going to look to the inside, turn 1. Just finds that dry spot there as well. That hooks the front end in, and that has just slingshotted her into third place now, and that is a very strong getaway. Blazek Kostreva, fastest lap of the race. It's getting quicker and quicker as it goes on, He's opened up that gap to 4.8 seconds. This is the fight for second place. Very different racing lines there. Big up and under attempt there for Andy Stewart. Not going to be close enough, though, because the driver from Iceland, Revenus, is still in control of P2 with everyone else behind trying to get involved as well. Martin's still there. Vito Koza there as well. Chubb also trying to get involved, but that's 6th place and up 2 places so far. But again, you can just see everyone right here now, Magic. It's just tiptoeing a little bit around the lap because you can see the dry patches are increasing lap after lap.
But the best in looking for the dry spots should be the Błażej Kostrzewa, because last lap he has 4.8 second difference to Ravnas, but now it's more than 6 seconds advantage on Ravnas. So he is the best and in finding these dry conditions in these dry spots here on the track. But for now we need to focus on Martins and Koza. They are fighting for the 4th place.
They certainly are, and I've just seen on my screen, unfortunately, for the Lithuanian, Pictis has just picked up a black flag, so that is race over, and you cannot jump out of that kart, unfortunately. Here's a good little fight. Shekovic battling away for position. This is with Leotsky for 7th and 8th place right now. Leotsky is down 2 places, and Shekovic is up 2 places. So they are having a nice little scrap away, but they are down in 7th and 8th place right now. Not exactly where they would want to be, but still having, I'm sure, a fun little race out there. Now, updates on the front. Kostreva is continuing to break away. Yes, he's at the front. Yes, he's the first going into all these corners, but he is effectively the guinea pig in this race, because he is the first in every single lap to find these new conditions, these new dry patches that are honestly forming so rapidly right now, to the point we could be slick tyres very soon before the end of the day. There's the up and under. Shekovic takes that position away from Leotsky. That is 7th place for 8th. So very interesting run. Now there's one kart that's come in. That, I believe, is the black flag. Pictis, who has now had to bring it back in. His race is over.
But let's focus on the battle for the 2nd place. The Ravnas needs to defend from the Andy Stewarts. As I believe we are now seeing it on our screen. But for now, it's the leader, the winner of this heat. It's Błażej Kostrzewa.
Yeah, it's final lap is on. So Kostreva with this 1 lap to go.
Oh, sorry, it's not the checkered flag.
Sorry, just yet. No, time it had struck down to 0. So those 6 minutes plus that 1 lap added for them. So 7.4 seconds is the advantage. Ravenous and Stewart are still separated by a bit of time. It's about a second at this moment. This fight here, though, very interesting. This is for 4th place. Vito Koza down the inside is going to take that one off Rui Martins. Despite him taking the win earlier on, he is starting to fall back in this field, and there you can see going through Alexander Joe as well gets that spot. And is he going to take another one here? No, not quite. He had that inside line, didn't have the traction though on the exit. That wider line can get on the power sooner, and that's exactly what Vito Koza did there to try and break that gap away. Checker flag, though, now is coming out. Błażej Kostrzewa is going to see that one, and with that, will take the lead, and we'll see pole position for the qualifying heats phase for the remainder of this weekend. It is Błażej Kostrzewa, then, who will be that front row starter ahead of John Foley Jr. They will be your front row for the qualifying heats. Andy Stewart, 3rd from Rui Martins. They will be row 2 for those qualifying heats in the juniors. A very strong result for them. But Vito Koza taking 4th place in this one behind Andy Stewart. Alexander Chubb taking 5th from Rui Martins. Shekovic from Leotsky, Vocek and Pictis, who unfortunately disqualification from that race with that black flag. But that is a strong race and a strong start to the weekend, I will say, for Blaža Kostreva there at Magic. Dry conditions, P2, wet conditions, P1. A very strong driver here this weekend.
At the lunch break, waiting for my lunch, I met Blaža Kostreva near the restaurant, and he told me that he is pretty confident about his pace and about thinking what places should he gain and receive after this weekend. So I'm not so surprised, just as Blaža said, that he is very, very confident about his form, about his pace, about everything he is going to show us here at Autodrom Słomczyn on all this weekend.
Indeed. Well, there are the full results. Blaža Kostreva with that win. Veni Reveners taking P2, of course, Iceland, not from Portugal. Rui Martins finishing that one a little further down. But finishing in P6 despite that win earlier on, comes away with a P6 this time around, so still puts him in a very strong position. Vito Koza with that 4th place is an improvement, a 2-place improvement from his first race earlier on. Big improvement though for the driver who finished in 2nd place. Veni Reveners, who finds himself, after finishing P9 earlier on, finds a P2 in this one. This was the start of that race, and really strong getaway. Blaža Kostreva with this move. This is the exit turn number 1. Has the inside line into turn 2. Just finds it. Just gives enough racing room there to Reveners. But in that time, that allowed the likes of Rui Martins to get up into 2nd place. Didn't manage to hold on to that one for a long time. While that was happening, though, Kostreva was just able to break away at the front of that one, opened up a huge advantage, and in the end, finishing 7.5 seconds ahead of 2nd place.
But then, even if he ran from all the pack behind him, the groups that were driving together throughout all this sprint was really, really interesting, as well as the battles between them from lap to lap. We could see the battle for 2nd, the battle for 5th, the battle for 4th, just as now a little contact between 16 and 18 karts, and lots of oversteer everywhere at the track.
Indeed. I've got to say, though, if you wanted to risk some slicks, I wouldn't put you out of mind on that one. That dry line really starting to form up now here at the Słomczyn circuit. It's the last few moments here. Andy Stewart, great race there for Andy Stewart, who will now be starting those qualifying heats 3rd, the inside of row number 1 in those qualifying heats. That will be very exciting, I can imagine, for her. These last scraps that were happening away, Vito Koza, very strong final end to that race, able to get back to 4th places. Over the line, Kostreva would take the win. A very strong result, and certainly looking forward to seeing what the entrant from Poland can do from pole position in those junior qualifying heats. So we certainly look forward to that one. That is then the juniors done and dusted until we see them out later on today. That will see the juniors and seniors racing in the first qualifying heat, back to effectively what a standard karting race weekend is. Those races absolutely normal, except the only change here is they are still timed +1 lap. They are not laps, so that is still something to take into consideration. Here's a driver that could certainly do something this weekend. He's racing in the Academy Trophy and also now here in the Arrive and Drive. Oliver Kerg from Estonia on pole position. It was a P6 earlier on. Now he's at the front. Now he's the guinea pig going into all the corners with a very drying circuit. And that could be quite interesting indeed. Now, one thing that I would like to know is that are all these drivers on wet tyres, or is there a handful of slicks out there? I'd be amazed if there is any slicks. It's still very early doors. With that sun shining and this track drying so quickly, slicks honestly might be a chance. Kian Sar there of India on that front row of the grid. So I'm seeing wets all around for the top 5 at least. Not seeing any for the drivers. No slicks to be reported then on the grid. All drivers on the wet tyres. And in a way, there, Magic, I'm a little disappointed about that because seeing this track drying so quickly, and it is open, they can go for slick tyres if they choose. I'd be nice to see if there was some out there on those slicks.
Sometimes you can more believe in slick tire and wet conditions that one colleague of your girlfriend that he's only a mate. So speaking about this joke, I could possibly see that maybe drivers should risk it all and take it to the dry conditions.
Yes, indeed. Well, we'll have to wait and see. Not sure what you were on about there. In that one. But we'll let that
I
one
understand that you took that joke.
No, I didn't understand that one. Right, anyway. This is good stuff. Well, the results in this one, the biggest thing that we can say is that the drivers starting at the back of the grid this time were a lot of the drivers who were very quick in that first race in the dry conditions. So you have Maja Patel, of course, he took the race win. He's starting this one 7th. You've got Kasper Torobojski, he finished 2nd. He's starting 9th. And Oskar Hildebrandtski, who finished 3rd. He is starting 11th in this one, right at the back of the grid. He was the pole sitter earlier on. But again, the sun shining and the wind level still quite high. It's really dry. Look, that looks like a completely, well, from this angle, it looks like a relatively dryish circuit there. But I'm just trying to think which part is the dry and which part. That's dry there. And, of course, that was soaking wet earlier on.
And even Luis Gonzalez was trying to get to know if the track is drying. He's trying to put some scrubs from his shoes to know if the track is completely drying. We see the dry
Definitely
spots
a dry line
at the
there.
second turn, the 4th as well. It seems like it's fully dry in the inside parts.
Yeah, it certainly does. I reckon someone could have risked some slick tyres in that one. Maybe it could have been a bit early. Here's the grid, though. Oliver Kerg, pole position, P6 earlier on for the Estonian as he tries to push forward. We're joined by the driver from India, Kian Saar, on that front row of the grid. Bernardo Pinto joined Samvel Hambazunian, who finished P10 earlier on for the Armenian, but he's back on that second row of the grid and seeing what he can achieve. Adriano Kralic joins on row number 3, alongside Max Soler on that third row. Row 4 sees the race winner, Maja Patel from Sprint Qualifying 1. He's joined by Seto Kojima on that 4th row of the grid. Kasper Torobojski and David Konkos goes from row number 5. Oskar Hildebrandtski then rounds out the field of 11 karts for the start of this penultimate sprint qualifying race. Of course, we will see pool 2 out after this, and that will decide who is on pole position for the finals. But look at that view there now. That is a significant dry line out on the circuit. These tyres will be absolutely cooked at the end of this one, I can imagine. It is going to be a case of trying to keep the temperatures down. I reckon someone, if they'd been so brave to go for that slick tyre option, they may have found themselves P1 here with a great result. But all drivers here are on the wet tyres, and that's a completely dry straight line. There's not now. That's where it gets interesting. There's standing water over the line there, so that part of the track will be very wet. That's the only time they have to try and cool those wet tyres down. The rest of this track here, I think now is actually bone dry. This is very peculiar. This track has dried out so fast indeed. 24 degrees is that air temperature. Sun is shining and the wind is high. Let's see then how this race will go into the tram lines. Are we racing? The answer is yes. It's lights out, fights on then for sprint qualifying 2. The reverse grid for the seniors, as it's a strong getaway there for the front runners, but it's Kerg who holds on to the lead. Here comes Kent Saar. Great drive there out of turn 2, but he can't put the power down enough to try and get that position away. They head onto this dry part now, the first hairpin of 3. Very dry here. There's a small wet patch there. This will be one of attempts that they can try and cool the tyres down because I can imagine these tyres will be overheating massively even at this early phase. Here we go. Kian Saar's going to look for the race lead here out of the hairpin. He's going to cut across the front nose there of Oliver Kerg. And the entrant from India leads the way, but he runs wide on the exit of turn number 10. And now back down the inside through 11 goes Oliver Kerg. He retakes the lead. And now this is going to bring in the pilot of Bernardo Pinto, the Portuguese driver who runs wide onto the curb there. The water kicks up in spectacular fashion, very wide there in the background. And that's just trying to push through is Adriano Kralic, who is trying to maintain that third, fourth place, to which I think he has done. But look at this here. Kian Saar is piling on that pressure in second place, but Kerg holds on to the lead at this point. But look at the defensive line here. Right on that inside line now for Kerg is going to keep this field all bunched up quite dramatically. But of course, you've got the quick drivers from earlier on who want to try and push through as well. And they in turn are also getting caught out in this early stage. Kerg then leads the way with 6 minutes to go, but look how close this top four is as Seda Kojima there tumbles down to 11th place. She's had a really tough run in the Autodrom Słomczyn circuit here. She tries to rejoin in this fight. Hilda Bransky holds on to 10th from Kokas in 9th place. Allaire is in 8th from Patel. Here is Saar again down the inside. Kian Saar leads the way once more through turn 1 and is in control again. But look at this now. It's all kicking off. Here's contact made as Pinto tried to get a nose down the inside and goes wheel to wheel with Kerg. And amazingly, despite that, it all kicks off once again. Kralic pushes through. Here's Kralic, but now look at Saar. He's broken away. This is superb for the pilot of the number 3. Kian Saar is in control and is clear now by 9/10 of a second. But look at the train that is formed just behind. Kralic leads that second place train. Kerg is there. Pinto, Trebojeski on 4 places gained is there 5 from Patel. Race winner earlier on is 6th from Allaire, Hilda Bransky, Konkas, Kojima and Hambazunian, who ran out the top 11. But can they close the gap up? Oh, look how slow there was Kerg out of that final turn. Couldn't get the power down. Through went Kralic, through went Trebojeski. Pinto, Patel, I think, as well, managed to squeeze through there. Down the inside is Allaire. So Max Allaire now gaining those places as well. Kian Saar is breaking away superbly now. The Clean Air, the entrant from India, 1.5 seconds further up the road than the rest of the field. And there's still 4 minutes to go of this race. Very wide there was second place. Kralic now under pressure from Trebojeski, who steps up into P2 now. Will he run wide on the exit? He does, but he manages to bring it back onto the racing line. And that is a step up to second place. And that is a driver who is looking to try and take a pole position for those qualifying heats later on today, because Trebojeski now with that P2 has got 26 points and is the points leader in this race. There is a driver in the pit lane. It is Oliver Kerg, pole sitter for this race, is out. And I said it looked like he was going slow out of that final corner only a lap ago. And I think now there may be mechanical gremlins because the entrant from Estonia is out of this race. More up and unders here. Patel squeezing through past Kralic. There you can see Max Allaire pushing through as well. Look at the speed difference, the confidence. There's a spin in the background. It's off camera, but there's a spin in the background. Someone's going right to the back of the field. I think possibly David Konkas, who has gone very slow. It is the 15. It is David Konkas. That's a big shame as he started this one. At the back of the field. Started at P10, but he's gone all the way to the back of the field on this one now, and that's going to be a tough run for him. This is a completely dry circuit now. This entire set of drivers are on the wet tyres. Is this tactical here for Kerg? Is he retiring the kart to save the tyres for any rain that we may see later on, or is there a technical problem for him? Not too sure. Todobojski, though, well, 2.5 minutes to go, has closed the gap down to 0.7 of a second. And actually, out of my commentary box window, it does not look like 0.7. It looks like he's on his rear bumper, and I think it is. He's down to 0.5 already. The fight for the lead is on, as so is the fight for third place. Patel, Oler, Kralic is there, Pinto from Hildebrandski. Kojima is back to 8th place. Hambazunyan's fighting back through the field to 9th. Conker's still there in 10th with the retirement. But at the front is going to be heating up, I can imagine, very, very soon. But we will wait and see. There, though, is the fight for third place. Mayan Patel, race winner earlier on, in third place, has taken the lead away from the likes of Todobojski, who's there in second place. Now, both of them are joint on points, both of them at 26 points. However, because Patel has taken a qualifying heat win, he has got that advantage from that duo of points, both of them on 26. Here we go. There's the change for the lead. We had to wait a bit of time. This will throw the ball back into Todobojski's side of the court here in terms of who's looking at a potential pole position for that qualifying heat phase later on the weekend. But Kirsar's back at it, looks to the inside. Very close indeed, but not close enough, says Todobojski. Slams that door closed, denies the Indian a chance to step through on the field. But Saar leads the way. Mayan Patel, who's there in third, is on that 4th place gain. Not able to close in just yet. But Patel, that race winner earlier on, certainly, I can imagine, wants to take that 2nd place away because he has lost out now on that points lead. Todobojski has got control now with this race lead, and he's only got 10 seconds left of this one. If it's 10 seconds to that finish line, he'll be going on to the last lap of this race. But if he crosses the line with only 1 second to go, he's going to have to do a whole nother lap. But it's all fine. The time has struck 0. It's last lap time here for Kasper Todobojski. Over the line once again from the back of the grid. He's able to come away with an incredible result. He started at the sharp end in the first race, managed to gain those positions as off the road at the final corner as Samvo Hambazunyan rejoined just off camera, but a slight off-track excursion. But as we were saying, Todobojski at 2nd place earlier on when he started at that front end from the random grid. He was put to the back of the grid on row 5, but has been able, in these conditions, to gain those 8 places and to take the lead away. Kian Shah did a great attempt there to try and take that P1 back at turn 1. It just wasn't meant to be, and it's just dropped off the back of this one. I will be very curious to see how these tyres look at the end of this race. Over the line they go. Todobojski takes the win over the line. A great result there for the entrant from Poland. Kian Shah will take P2 ahead of Mayan Patel, who finishes inside the top 3 ahead of Max Oler. Adriano Kralic will finish in P5 ahead of Oskar Hildebrandski in P6 from Sera Kojima. Bernardo Pinto from Samvo Hambazunyan. David Conker's finishing in P10 with, unfortunately, Oliver Kerg, the one and only retirement from that race. But that is a strong result, and that has put Todobojski on provisional pole for those qualifying heats later on today. You have to remember, though, it is Adrian Potepa from that 2nd pool of drivers in the senior category who had the race win earlier on. Certainly could be a contender in this. Could take that pole position spot away from Todobojski. And at this moment, it is him leading the sprint classifications at the end of their sprint qualifying phase of the weekend. Kasper Todobojski takes the win ahead of Kian Shah. Mayan Patel rounds out the top 3 ahead of Max Oler, Adriano Kralic from Oskar Hildebrandski, Sera Kojima from Bernardo Pinto, Samuel Hambazunian and David Conkers. Oliver Kierk rounds out the 11-kart field at the end of that race, and that will be their last sprint qualifying race until their qualifying heats later on today. We look forward to that one, and that will see the seniors out at 6:05. But we don't know who's on pole position just yet for the seniors. Of course, because we have got that last qualifying heat, and there you go. That's what it's all about. Todobojski taking the win in those conditions. Leads now the sprint classifications. Does the driver of the number 11 machine, who has certainly been a great talent in the Polish karting scene, a lifelong Bambini racing driver, and certainly a very strong and competitive racing career here in Poland. Here is your highlights from that race, and well, it was a strong start for Oliver Kierk here. Did have that good little fight with Kian Shah, who was able to take that lead away, but as quickly as he gained it, that little oversteer moment there just unsettled his machine, allowed Kierk to retake that lead away. It brought in the likes of Bernardo Pinto as well. There in that number 22 machine in third place. A very wide moment there for Samuel Hambazunian, who unfortunately did later fall out of contention a couple more times and did finish that race in P9 at the very end of it. Kierk at this point then started to have, I think, a little bit of drama at this point. Lost out on that lead, had a bit of a bump there from Pinto. Got his nose down the inside, then there was contact. Now, was it the contact there that caused damage? Because then later we saw him going so slow out of the corner. Was there damage to a track rod there for Kierk after that contact with Pinto that saw him retire? Did he see the wheel come loose at all? That is the question, because you can see it there out of the corner. Just absolutely no go out of it, and was that mechanical in nature for Kierk there that unfortunately saw him retire from that race at the halfway point. At this point, 4.5 minutes plus that one lap was left to go, and we were slowly starting to see Kasper Todobojski push through the field. The young man who has certainly shown some great speed over the course of this current season in the national karting rankings, and then of course here now on a main international scene in his home country, certainly delivering the strong results. Mayan Patel there as well, really strong getaway. The 4 places gained, the race winner from earlier on, able to carry that one through and just avoiding the cone. And I'm sure the cone was very thankful there to Samuel Hambazunian to not hit it on the exit. Managed to squeeze through at the end of that race in 9th place. But over the line, very close indeed. Kasper Todobojski, though, takes the race victory, and at this moment leads the sprint qualifying classification lead with 27 points. However, the ball now falls into the court of Adrian Potepa, who took the race win earlier on. He starts this on the 3rd row of the grid, does the entrant from Poland on now a completely dry circuit with the help of the sunshine and the windy conditions. Has put the dry in a completely dry state, and I am seeing slick tyres all around. And they're starting on pole position is the entrant from Mexico, Roberto Albistecki, who is there and is ready to see what he can do from that P1 spot. Started right at the back of the grid in his first race. This is the reverse grid now as he starts it on pole position. He did finish P11 earlier on, but let's see how he will go at the start of this one. He'll be joined by Lukas Jaruzelski on that front row of the grid. Now, this is curious because the Polish driver started at the back of the grid earlier on, but managed to claw his way to 3rd. Now he's on the front row of the grid. Looks certainly like the favourite to take the victory in this.
As I spoke with Polish officials about the M60, the supporting event here in FIA Karting Arrive and Drive, for them this is going to be dry race. So I believe in next race that we are going to see with Łukasz Jezierski taking part in it, so we are going to have a dry race as well. The conditions are pretty good for now. The sun is shining around the track. Maybe some clouds are just flying by the corners, as we can see at the track.
Indeed. So this now, Ákos Madoros as well, 9th place earlier on for the entrant from Hungary, and there you can see how he's going to try and push through. Now, of course, these tyres are already used. They did their first sprint qualifying race earlier on, so only the 8 minutes plus 1 lap race, so they are in a used state. There is Ákos there, ready to go. The entrant from Hungary, primed and ready to see well, what he can do here. Now, of course, he will be behind Albastegi on the front of that grid. But he will have that inside line at the very start, so hopefully he might be thinking himself, can I get a move down the inside of the word go, and maybe even take the race lead at the very start.
Now I'm thinking about the sticker on his visor. Is it a problem for the visibility?
No, so that's one of my favourite things. So that is an iridium visor, which has got the logos put in. The drivers don't actually see it. They can't see it at all. It's only the effect on the outside of it. Wow. So there we go.
It looks incredible.
They're very fancy. I think completely overkill and completely unnecessary, but no, the drivers seem to like it, so there we go. We'll let them use it. There you can see the very impressive grandstand here at Turn 1. It gives me Val d'Argenton vibes in France. Turn 1, there is a massive grandstand there, which is actually where the famous incident, just an incident happened with Charles Leclerc when that was recorded. Do you know that video? Charles Leclerc, Formula 1 driver, with just an incident.
Oh, yeah, that's an incident, yeah.
That was Val d'Argenton. Val d'Argenton, that was where that happened. With Max Verstappen at the time as well.
Yeah,
there, though, there you can see the rest of the field primed and ready to go. It'd be great to see those sort of things happen here. You know, one of the drivers, you interview them after a race, and then it was just like, hey, how did it go? It was like, just an incident out there. And then you just think, there you go. You never know when that could be used in any sort of situation for the drivers. There you can see, look at this now. Classic mechanics. T-shirt, shorts are on, and double hats there for some as well. Sunglasses are back on. It's almost like playing my favourite game, which was taught to me by my commentator, experienced man, my mentor in the world of commentating, Henry Burdett, who taught me Kart Mechanic Bingo.
Really?
Chat. Yeah, but we'll talk about that a bit later on. Here's your grid for this one. Roberto Albastegi of Mexico on pole position. He'll be joined by Lucas Jaruzelski on that front row. Ákos Madoros will go from row number 2 alongside Charlotte Till of Germany, who had a P6 earlier on, looking to see get a better result in this one. Race winner from earlier on started on the 3rd row of the grid. Adrian Patepo will be joined by Lieke van Berkel of the Netherlands on row 3, with Jonathan Landstrom and Colin Vasny on the 4th row of the grid. Row 5, we'll see Jan Pinto, was a P2 earlier on. Can he do the same from that 5th row of the grid on this reverse grid ahead of Nikodem Oshevsky on that 5th row? Marcos de Dios will start P11, finish P10 earlier on after starting it on pole position. So has got the work to do in this one to try and take those positions away. But as we see it now, dry circuit, slick tyres are on. There's still a few wet patches out there, so drivers will need to be still careful. And the biggest thing they're going to need to be careful of is the standing water that is formed inside those exit curbs.
If there is any amount of aquaplaning on them with the dry tires, it could be a disaster, but still let's believe that most of the track is dry for now. But as we can see in turn 9, I believe, in the middle of the track is still a little bit of water over there. So let's hope that the drivers would manage to follow the dry line over the track, and now they are going to the corridors.
I think all the drivers will agree we go single file through that corner. Well, let's not go side by side.
Yeah,
if we do, trust me, you're not making the corner at the exit of it. Into the tram lines then. Are we racing the last sprint qualifying race of the day? It's a false start. They'll go round again, and just gives the drivers a bit more time to get some heat into those Vega green tyres. Now back to the slick tyres after what can only be described as an absolute monsoon earlier. It was awful, wasn't it?
That was really awful, especially if you didn't have any umbrella back then and you were somewhere very, very far from the point you need to reach in this place. But for now, looking at the track, especially why the start didn't came as it should be, we can saw over there that in the middle of the pack, the drivers were out from the corridors. So let's have a look at the second time they are going to. They are trying to manage to start this race.
Yeah, they are trying to, yes. Getting formed up now, and there Lewis is getting ready to start it. Tries to slow the field down, throws himself in the middle of the track and says, hey, slow it down. Calma a little bit is what it was saying. Yeah, calma at the start of this one. Right then, here we go. Back into that final corner. Are we getting a race start this time around? Well, Albastegi and Jaruzelski will certainly see us to the line. It is lights out and fights on then towards turn one, but one kart's going very slowly in the background and has not fired into life. A half spin there for Albastegi in the middle of the corner, and that will be a new race suit needed, I'm sure, for the Mexican driver. But the rest of the field there pushes their way through, and look at the start it has been. I'm trying to work out what kart that is. It's shot through to the front there and it's breaking away. I can't quite see the number there as they go through, but one driver, absolutely lightning start. The rest of the field all scrapping again. The grip levels will be low here. Of course, they'll have lost all that rubber that had went down in the morning phase with that heavy rain as Madora's under investigation for a start procedure infringement. So we'll keep a close eye on that one. I've got a feeling, it could be Jaruzelski who leads the way. I'm not too sure at this moment, but we'll have to wait and see when they cross the line. As the rest of the field go through the final chicane for the first time. It's a good getaway there, I can see, is the likes of Osheszki, who is trying to push through. It is Jaruzelski who leads the way in the number 8 machine of Poland. Third place earlier on. He's looking at a race win on this one from the outside of row 1. He's looking very, very strong here.
3 poles at the front of the pack. Jezierski is the leader from now. Colin Ważny and Nikodem Osiecki are now following him. And as we can see, they are really managing to do it all together. But still, I think that Ważny is trying to regain the lead. And now Osiecki is also involved in this battle of the track just after the first, second, and the third hairpin. So now Jezierski, I believe, is in third place. The new leader is Colin Ważny, as we can see as well in live timing here. Osiecki is second, Jezierski is third, and Potepa is fourth. So 4 poles at the lead of the pack.
It is the battle of the poles right now, isn't it, here at the Słomczyn circuit? And now they've broken away into sort of 2 groups here. As you can just see, Pinto is battling away in that foreground. There, a move to the inside. Osheszki's going to take that lead away. That's a beautiful move there into turn 2. Here's a late entrant for Potepa as well. Potepa, I think, at the number 10, he's managed to get up into P2 now. Beautifully done. He's going to switch to the outside. Is he going to look for an up and under here at the hairpin? He certainly does. Beautifully done. Gets the power on the exit. That is fantastic for the race winner earlier on. Adrian Potepa leads the way, but he's got some massive pressure. Now he bunches them up. He parks it on the apex there. He's backing them into each other. He's making them go side by side into the wet patch. And they all manage to find the traction as they go through the corner. But Potepa putting themselves in a really tricky situation. Osheszki down the inside, cannot take it away. And now it is Ważny who holds on to second place, drops the battle behind. Jaruzelski trying to put the pressure on to the number 9 machine just ahead of them as they head into turn 1. And all that meanwhile, Jan Pinto is sitting behind, twiddling his thumbs thinking, what do I do in this situation? Because it's all kicking off a little bit in front of me.
I cannot put a smile from my face because all the drivers who battling for first place, this group of 5 drivers with 4 poles involved in there are battling very, very hard, and it's a very great view to see to join the race now. If you are joining us now on YouTube channel, you need to know that we had really big rainstorm there. Now the track is dry, and it's fully dry, maybe 80%, 90% dry at the moment looking at the surface. And from now, those poles on 5 places ahead with Pinto involving in this battle as well are driving in very, very good conditions and in very great experience here at the track, knowing that the grip is increasing for now, but still we have...
So let's see, 3 minutes to go of this. Well, I'd say 4 minutes to go really at this point. Potepa still leads the way. 54 now, 8-9-0, breaking away from the rest of the field, but it's only at 0.4 of a second. I can imagine that Vazny is wanting to close in on this fight. And again, they're changing purple sectors right now. But you know who's the quickest driver on this lap? It's Jan Pinto there in third place. He's managing to get the pace down now and is actually closing in quite considerably on Vazny. The number 10 and the number 12 machine have done brilliant jobs this year. I think they are racing each other at the same time this season. They've been battling away over the course of this weekend in the Rock Cup Poland standings, but they're certainly racing against each other here as well. Jarzewski again getting through, holding on to position. This time Jarzewski not able to get that move done, but continuing a very close battle there in 4th and 5th place.
But still, their battle between Osiecki and Jarzewski, it's still looking very, very impressive for now, especially at the turn number 3 and number 4. Well, now the difference is still improving. But for now, we are going back to the leaders, where Potempa is trying to lose Vazny and Pinto, but still Pinto just behind them is very, very fast for now. So let's have a look just on the start and finish line if there is some changes to the purple lap time, the fastest man at the track, because I believe that Pinto is in his zone.
I think so. Pinto looking very strong indeed at this form of the race, but this is what we're liking right now. Potempa leading the way, but Vazny closing in corner after corner. There's no greater feeling, I think, for a driver who can see the race leader getting bigger and bigger and bigger as they appear, just latching on, like throwing a rope, lassoing the driver in front and pulling them ever closer. And that's exactly here what Colin Vazny is doing as they enter into this final phase of the race. He's going to look to the inside through that final chicane, and that couldn't have come at a better time, because Pinto is right there on the fight as well. This is 1, 2 and 3 across the line here, ladies and gentlemen, with 1.5 minutes remaining of this last qualifying sprint race of the weekend. At this moment, though, Potempa will want this spot back, because in second place, he would lose out on pole position for the qualifying heat. Potempa needs to take this P1 back away from Vazny to be on pole position later on. And right now, Pinto is going to make that so much harder for him.
And this is going to be the battle till the end, I believe, in so close actions from corner to corner. Now Colin Vazny is at the lead, but as I told you a few hours ago, that if the driver is going to break in late at this chicane and he's going second, trying to attack the first place, the driver from behind, even from him, has very great opportunity to overtake next time the next driver. Just as we can see, Pinto is now second.
Yep, Jan Pinto now into P2. Beautiful move there through turn 1, and cool, calm and collected, able to take that one away under no pressure whatsoever. As well, look at this now. Lukas Jarzewski is now flying out there. 52.593 is able to break away, and there you can see everyone eager to see how these races form out. And Jarzewski there in P4 is slowly closing in on this fight. Potempa, though, is not giving up on Jan Pinto. He has stayed right there on his tail, as the field now will see the last lap board of this race.
So just only 1,200 meters till the checkered flag for this sprint race. We can now see that Vazny is trying to maintain his lead to extend this difference to Pinto, but Potempa is not going to lose Pinto in front of him. He's trying to catch his pace and trying to maybe attack in the second and third hairpin. Maybe not second, because it's the difference is so close, but is it enough to attack here, or maybe on the last chicane?
Well, Pinto's going defensive now, but look how slow Vazny was going there. Despite he's just set the fastest lap of the race, he's really backed off on this one. Could we see an almighty lunge from both of these drivers at the same time into this final chicane? I don't think we will.
Vazny needs to defend.
A near attempt there. Vazny had to defend it. It's back Pinto up. Look at this, though. Colin Vazny, well, he's going to take the race win. He'll step up to joint second. Put it this way, Todobojski's got pole with that victory earlier on. Patel goes second with 26. Vazny goes second with 26. Patepa goes second with 26 points at the end of that one. So close indeed. But, of course, it all falls to previous results, and that would mean that Treboyski does take the points lead with 27. Patel would be on the front row. Vazny and Patepa would be alongside each other on the third row of the grid, or the second row of the grid, I should say, for the qualifying heats later on. That will be an exciting one to watch. But for Colin Vazny now, he'll take that machine to Parc Fermé, 7 places gained. The race victory in now the sunshine here at the Słomczyn circuit in Poland. Vazny from Pinto, Patepa 1, 2, 3 at the end of the final sprint qualifying race of the weekend. It's qualifying heats and finals that remain now for the field as Vazny takes it out of Jaruzelski in 4th place, Jaruzelski in 5th with a 5-place gain from Lieke van Berkel, who finishes in P6. Charlotte Till 7th in that race ahead of Jonathan Landstrom. Marcus Didios will finish in 9th place with 2 places gained ahead of Roberto Albistegui in 10th, and Askos Madoros there finishing in 11th place to round out the qualifying or the sprint qualifying races. We now know who's starting where for the qualifying heats that will be starting on track at 15:45, which will mean at 3:40 we will be back and racing for that one, which is in just about an hour's time actually for that one. So we will go into another short break, but there you can see the reaction from Colin Vazny. 4th place in the first race earlier on. Victory here will put him now on the front row of the grid. It's actually just updated on my screen here. Vazny would take a front row start, and this is how it transpired. And the one kart going very slowly at the back of the grid there was that Madoros there, who just couldn't get the power down off the line, and in the end finished quite considerably far off the back. There, sideways moment for Albistegui. I can imagine needed a new race suit after that, because no one likes to go sideways through turn one at the start of a race. So that I can imagine very, very challenging for him. At the rest of the beginning, though, a lot of scrapping in this early phase as drivers here, again, testing the conditions on the slick tyres, had no idea how the track was going to feel.
They had only 2 laps during the formation lap to try to know which part of the track drive from now, but still the first lap is very, very tough, especially if cars going side by side or maybe one by one through the corners with not so easy speed. This is maybe not full speed, but 70-80% of the speed during the formation lap. So this is not a very big amount of time to test it out fully and completely. But talking about the front of the pack in the senior class, as you said, it is going to be very, very close, and the battles throughout all the weekend, we are going to expect that they are going to be really, really good. And as we can see, the driver number 8, I don't know if it's Jezierski, but I believe so, that he just told to maybe Autodrom Potempa was with kart number 9, go ahead me. If we need to catch them, we need to catch them. This little wave by his hand, making more space on the inside. It's your turn to make the pace better. And as we can see in Polish drivers, sometimes they're really cooperating to maintain the speed, to maintain the pace, and try to be at the first 4 places of this event.
Indeed, but I'm sure when it comes down to those finals,
no mercy.
No one's a teammate to me. I'm on by myself. Right then, that is sprint qualifying done and dusted. We move on to the qualifying heats, and as you can see there, we will have 1 rotation of them today. They'll be starting at 3:45 and 4:05 today. Then we go into tomorrow's races, 4 qualifying heats, 2 per class. With juniors and seniors qualifying heat 2, and then the 3rd rotation before we head into the finals. That's back to laps 17 and 21 laps for those finals, where we will crown our European champions in the FIA Karting Arrive and Drive, who will join, of course, the South Pacific champions and the South American champions as well, as they'll all be represented out in Malaysia at the end of the season at the LYL circuit for the 2026 edition of the FIA Karting Arrive and Drive World Cup. at the Malaysian circuit. Certainly looking forward to that one. We're going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere. Those qualifying heats coming up very, very soon.
You've reverted that now into a pole position for this final in the first Arrive and Drive World Cup for the FIA Karting. Tell us, how are you feeling ahead of this race? 'Cause it's going to be quite a long one.
Yeah, it's a long race and it's quite hot out today. And yesterday I had good pace and managed to get through the field quite good. And yeah, starting here today.
Final that was for the juniors, and disaster striking there right at the end. That unfortunate pesky nose cone penalty once again strikes once more for an international driver in an international race. But that is then, and this is now, as we turn our attention over to the senior category, and you can see behind me the senior drivers are primed and ready to go as we wait for this final to kick started. It's going to be a close one as well, and our pole sitter is primed and ready. Nud Nilsson here of Denmark is starting this one on the front row of the grid. Smile on your face there. Nud, you're ready for this race. You're ready for the fight, but you've got quite the challenger alongside you here. Ashes Victor has been looking pretty quick this weekend, but tell us, what are your thoughts ahead of this final?
Well, yeah, I'm just excited to be here, and don't hope it's going to rain, but we'll see.
Well, fingers crossed as well, because I'm currently stood out here. I don't want to get wet, but no. You were watching that junior final. What did you think of that?
I think it was a pretty exciting final. Yeah, a lot of drama in the last few laps, but good fun.
the owner of the LYL International Circuit, Dato Adrian, to present the third place trophy to Thomas Chikoreski. Fabulous result for Thomas as the rain continues to fall here. Please welcome the President of the Motorsport Association of Malaysia, Tan Sri Moksani Matia, to present the second place trophy to Tommy Hart. And finally, please welcome the FIA Karting Commission President Akbar Ibrahim to present the winner's trophy to Troy Ferguson. Well, a superb end to their racing. Drivers, for one last time this weekend, can you lift those trophies up above your heads for me, please? Nice big smiles. What an end to that final. Come and stand just here next to me, Troy. Well, I know you're indoors, but unfortunately you now got doused in champagne. But Troy, did you ever expect to be on the top step of the podium? I think you were P6 going into that final lap, and you've come away with P1. How are you feeling?
At a loss for words. I mean, leader went to defend, they washed out, and I crossed back over, and then first place got a pushback, and then we ended up with the win.
Well, a big round of applause for your finalists in the senior category. Once again, please welcome onto the podium the owner of the LYL International Circuit, Dato Adrian, to present the third place trophy to Nerd Nilsson. A great work for Nilsson over the course of this weekend. Please welcome once again the President of the Motorsport Association of Malaysia, Tan Sri Moksani Mahathir, to present the second place trophy to Oscar Goodshow. And finally, please welcome the FIA Karting Commission President Akbar Ibrahim to present the winner's trophy heading to Zach Tucker. Well, once again, a brilliant end to the seniors, which did end prematurely with the rain falling, which is the same rain that falls now. Drivers, lift those trophies above your head for me, please. Nice big smiles at the end of a frantic weekend. The first ever FIA Karting Arrive and Drive World Cup here in Malaysia, just outside the city of Kuala Lumpur. And now we'll get everyone on the top step of that podium as well. All jump in nice and close. Yes, we'll get our dignitaries in as well. A brilliant end to the racing. Yeah, you can keep those trophies, guys. Not a problem at all. Nice big smiles there here in the rain at Malaysia. Zach, we spoke at the start of this weekend with you on pole position at the end of time qualifying. Did you ever think that pole would accumulate into a P1 win here in this final?
Yeah, you go over all the theoreticals in your head, but it's pretty crazy to be standing here. At the end it was definitely a success of 10, but throughout the weekend we had our ups and downs. Like when it was wet we went back to 9th, and then 3rd in some of them, but then yeah, at the end we managed to work our way back up.
What a weekend it has been, and what a 2025 season it has been as well. With 2026 only around the corner, there is plenty more action with the Europeans, the World Championships, and of course, maybe even more of this. We just don't know yet. But from me here, Anthony Jordan, we'll sign out for now. A big thank you to everyone, and we'll see you in 2026. Bye for now.
There's probably no better way of enjoying the sport than becoming active in it. And officiating is an area that one can look at. In every new aspect of the sport that I have become involved, I've found that I can get hold of someone in the FIA who will willingly assist and contribute in one way or another to put on the best events that they possibly can and do best by the championship itself. I'm Steve Harding, FIA Outstanding Official of the Year for 2025. Motorsport has really been a part of my life from my pre-teens. My father had been the sales director of a company that donated a weighbridge to Kyalami and received free tickets to the motor racing. He gave them to me, and from then on, the bug had bitten and never really let go. As I got a little bit older and got a driver's license and didn't really have money sufficient to compete myself other than as a co-driver in rallying. And I must have been reasonably good at it because ultimately I got better and better drives and remained a co-driver for the rest of my active motorsport career. So this is a copy of a full-page ad from the Sunday Times following the 1989 Castrol Rally, which was won by Johan Evertse and myself. On the left is provincial motorsport colours for having won the Transvaal Rally Championship as a co-driver. And on the right are national colours, what were then referred to as Springbok colours for motorsport. My father had the philosophy that once you had taken from a sport and derived pleasure and enjoyment and success from it, you shouldn't just walk away when your playing days were over, and that you should continue to play a role. And I think that probably influenced me in getting involved in actually organizing events. I started off officiating as a steward at Kyalami. I was then organizing rallies as clerk of the course. I then spent 5 years as clerk of the course of the Touring Car Championship, and then got a call almost out of the blue asking me to take over as the permanent chairman of stewards of the Rally Championship.
We've got a lot of very well-known people in motorsport here today. One of those people is Steve Harding. Steve is already a legend, but he's now the FIA's Outstanding Official of the Year.
When I started with rallying, it was very, very intimidating. A rally clerk of the course in those days, you were almost on your own expected to devise routes, sort out permissions. It was a monstrous task. The biggest highlight was putting together the first World Rallycross Championship event held in South Africa.
Steve is absolute 100% inspiration. He was my mentor, but above all of that, a great friend. And I have learned so much from Steve. We traveled all over Africa to deliver safety training, marshal training, road book safety. The guy is just incredible.
I learned an immense amount from Steve. He wasn't scared to involve me in meetings, in discussions, in things that I'd never done before. He included me in the Formula E event as well. And even there, we had the unfortunate incident that Steve had contracted COVID. And we go green in Cape Town. I don't think he had any hesitation in appointing me from deputy to going up to COC for Formula E. For that, I'll be very grateful for what he actually meant to me and my racing. And obviously, I grew in that time that I worked with him.
I have the Speed Classic in Cape Town. which we ran for the first time last year, and I hope to establish a tradition with that event.
This is one of Cape Town's major arterial roads leading in and out of the city. With the permission of the city, we managed to shut it down. We were able to do this because we had the safety infrastructure from Formula E that we could rely on in order to keep it safe, both for the competitors and for spectators, and more importantly, the residents and other occupants of the area.
Of the FIA's Outstanding Official of the Year award is Stephen Harding.
I have strange feelings about this award. It gives me a lot of pride, but at the same time, I know just how many people are out there doing amazing jobs of work.
To give so much time and energy to motorsport, I think it is richly deserved.
There is no one better, in my mind, that deserves this accolade than Steve. We are so proud of him, and huge congratulations to him. It's also very good for our country.
For Motorsport South Africa, it's important to show that motorsport is still very much alive in a variety of aspects. We demonstrate as a federation that we are strong, that we have a position in the world, and that we are able to deliver to the expectations of the FIA.
Here's everything you need to know about scrutineering in the WRC. The main principle for scrutineering is checking the safety, checking that the cars are complying with the regulations. Now we are doing in the pre-event scrutineering, and this is focusing only for the safety and only for the sealing and marking of the components that the cars could start the event in a safe manner. We start the safety cage, but it's also seats, seat belts. Then there are some safety cushions in the car which absorb energy in case of accidents. The safety cages are homologated. We are focusing on one thing is the compliance with the homologation documents, which means that when they were designed, they went through the calculations, through the testing that they are doing their job properly. And now in the event, we compare with these documentations that there is no modifications, there is no damages, that the weldings are correct, the tubes are correct, the whole design is as it should be. For the seats, one thing again is that they comply with the standards, what they have to be. Then it is the overall condition of the seats, they have no damages. The seats are in correct position, because also position in the car is important. For the sealing, one of the easiest thing is what we seal is the engine, and on the engine it's actually marking it just to count that they don't change the engine during the event. Then it is the turbos, then it is the transmissions, gearbox, rear differential unit. This is also that they have one set which is fitted on the car and then one spare set. During the safety checks, all important is also the personal equipment of the driver and co-driver, the helmets, overalls, the clothes, everything related to the drivers also. Helmet which looks in very good condition, but when the scrutiners are starting to check it more carefully, they found out that here is a crack. You can see that the whole area from here to here is damaged. This will be finally the game over for the unit to be used.
So usually when the teams have the car back after a crash at the service park, their first idea is to restart the rally the next day. What we have to check is that the structure of the car has not been damaged. and mainly the safety cage, actually, because if they want to restart the next day, the car has to be like it was at pre-event scrutineering. Some items are easy to change, like seat belts, seats, it's quite easy to fix. But if the safety cage is damaged, most of the time that means it's the end of the event for the crew. During the final scrutineering, we have a list of 20 items that we will check on Sunday evening. We have a discussion with my FIA colleagues. We make a list of parts to be checked because we cannot check the complete car. We check some specific points of the car and we try to find the important points for a specific rally, for example. And we make also some kind of random check. Yeah, obviously you will not check the same parts in Acropolis than in Swedish Rally. What is quite important also in our case is that we don't do the job only FIA technical delegate ourselves. We have a huge amount of scrutiners helping us on ground. So for each event we have minimum like 30 technical scrutiners. And usually those scrutiners are also working nationally. So they are following their national championship. So we hope that when they do a WRC event, they are able to use this experience for their national rallies. Without these 30 people, it would be really difficult.
I'm Marco Pacini. We do a shift scrutiny here. For us, it's fantastic because in WRC, very good the car. So it's fantastic for our job in Italy Championship. I have a lot of people in the service park and also in the manufacturer, and we have to check every work the mechanics do on the car, and after report to me with a sheet, so FIA can read the work the mechanics manufacturer have on the car.
The steering wheel's been ripped out of my hands. I wasn't expecting that the steering wheel just like suddenly came out of my hand. Just broke the bone in half, 9 more screws and 2 more plates. I broke the bone in like 3 places.
I spoke with the safety department. There is something to do.
But the FIA took note of this and actually have gone above and beyond in order to ensure that these kind of crashes and these things don't happen anymore.
The ceiling damper and playing a key role on preventing this type of injuries.
If you have a crash and the damper takes all the force away from the wheel, that it doesn't really move out of your hand anymore.
I'm here with Sam Bird, who unfortunately was one of the victims of a hand injury in the Gen 3 car last year.
I was.
Sam, can you run us through a little bit about what happened?
Being brutally honest, it was my mistake. I hadn't put enough work and temperature into the hydraulic brakes in order for, if I had a small issue in lock and if I went over the threshold with the regenerative braking, that I had hydraulic brakes there. Anyway, I locked up into Sandoval, turn 1. The steering wheel's been ripped out of my hands. And I think my hand has either hit the cockpit flat out or the steering wheel has chopped this bone on my hand, just broke the bone in half, which then required 9 more screws and 2 more plates in the outside bone in my hand. I just kissed Norman's rear wheel with my left front and the steering wheel turned in my hand, and basically I broke my hand inside the cockpit because I wasn't expecting that the steering wheel just like suddenly came out of my hand. So it was just a very unlucky situation. Unfortunately, I had quite some big damage on my hand because I broke the bone in like 3 places.
I realized that we have this hand fracture, which are not usual. I'm 20 years doctor in motorsports, so I know the drivers very well, and I have the feedback from them. And looking at what they are saying to me and the feeling they have in the car, I spoke with the safety department and telling them there is something to do.
For us as engineers, we need first to understand what has been happening, because then when you understand the problem, you can find a solution.
It was quite challenging because it was very difficult to understand why does it happen, when.
Once we understood that when there was front wheel contact and introducing high rotation on the steering wheel, that was at the origin of these injuries, we started looking to different solutions.
To mitigate that, we put in place many things regarding the shape of the steering wheel. We put some foam in the cockpit. For the Gen 3 Evo, we use also a bigger wing to protect the wheel. But also what we saw clearly, it was that during each hand injuries, in fact, the speed of the steering column was very high.
When there was impact on the front wheels, the steering wheel was rotating up to 10 times more fast than normal driving. Then we start doing simulations, trying to understand what we needed to do to reduce that speed.
The easiest thing for us was to put in parallel the steering rack again a damper to amortize, in fact, the energy after a crash.
There was a fantastic collaboration between the FIA and Spark, the manufacturer of the steering damper. From the paper to come with a solution, produce it and validate it is a long step. But then what we did 2 steps to validate it. So the first one was to go to the track. So we got with manufactured parts, we installed them on the car, we asked the teams to test them. So they need to test it on private testing, and we tested all the cars during the pre-season testing. So for us it was important that the solution was transparent for the drivers. Basically, we didn't want to increase the force to drive the car during normal driving, so we want that the system only works when there is an impact. And basically what I tried to do was to simulate an impact on the wheel. So we did it with and without the steering damper to validate that all the idea, all the concept that worked.
There were some crashes that were involving some hand injuries, but the FIA took note of this and actually have gone above and beyond in order to ensure that these kind of crashes and these things don't happen anymore.
The steering damper has been the key deployment that has been helping and playing a key role on preventing this type of injuries.
For sure, the FIA is pushing hard to make it for sure safer and for us, because obviously the injury was quite bad, and they made big steps from that moment onwards. The steering damper, I think, is a very good tool, not being tested yet on my side. But if you have a crash, then the damper takes all the force away from the wheel, that it doesn't really move out of your hand anymore.
Clearly, safety is something which is maybe the most important thing within FIA. And of course, when speaking safety and safety for driver, it is a key pillar.
Since the introduction of that solution, that is the steering damper, we have, fortunately, and hopefully will remain like that, we have not seen any injuries anymore.
President of the FIA now presents the unique FIA President's Medal to the winning driver.
I'm Camille de Bastiani. I'm the lead designer of the FIA, and I designed with my team the new medal for the President Medal in 2025. The President's Medal is distributed to the winners of the FIA World Championships. It has already been distributed in Formula 1 to the race winner, but now it's going to be distributed in WRC, in WEC, in karting as well, and in Formula E. The President Medal is actually made of sustainable materials, recycled gold and silver. The circle actually fits perfectly with the theme we developed at the FIA Awards, with a logo that represents each World Championship of the FIA. Once we had that part, we could just integrate it to the President Medal. And then on top, we decided to put the name of the championship and the FIA logo. And of course, we put the signature and the name of the FIA President on top, with a President's Medal at the bottom. For the back of the medal, it will always feature the name of the race and the number of the race. Each medal will be personalized depending on the championship. It's not just one template and we keep changing a name. It's a bit more in-depth than that. To give a better view of what it will actually look like, we made 3D models. Then it's also a good indication for the manufacturer on the kind of finish we want. How shiny it will get, how matte it can get. Same for the lanyard. My job is done. Like the manufacturer has all the elements for him to produce it, he can start working on it.
FIA lavoriamo da 4 anni, nel momento in cui il Presidente ha avuto questa idea, a mio avviso geniale, di portare queste medaglie del Presidente sui podi della Formula 1 con un'accurata ricerca dei materiali, che è stata una cosa molto molto stimolante. Le medaglie sono tutte quante fatte in argento, titolo 925. Queste medaglie sono sostenibili in diversi fronti. È il discorso del materiale, è un argento riciclato che arriva da scarti di lavorazione di oreficeria, viene fatta chiaramente nuovamente una colata e viene portato poi il materiale in bandelle piuttosto che in tondini o piuttosto che in lastre, il nastrino, il linard che è fatto in repet, e 3 la stessa scatola di confezione che è comunque fatta presso un processo di FSC con un processo diciamo molto controllato. Credo che sia un buon esempio quello che il Presidente ci sta dando. È una politica che comunque ci permetterà di affrontare, credo, i prossimi anni, ma soprattutto di lasciare alle nuove generazioni un mondo migliore.
When racing or rallying, drivers give everything. They have to win. I wanted to create something that represents this commitment and sacrifice. This medal represents their efforts and also the innovation and progress being made across the FIA championships. By celebrating these victories with a sustainable medal, we not only recognize our race winners, but also highlight the ongoing efforts within our sport to protect and preserve it for future generations.
Hello and welcome to a very exciting episode of FIA Insider, because we are here at PF International in Grantham for the mondokart.com FIA Karting World Championship, back in the UK for its 60th anniversary. My name is Paul Wallace and this is the truest form of entry-level grassroots motor racing, where so many motorsport legends have learnt their craft. Nigel.
Good to see you.
And you. How cool is it? This is a great view.
Very cool, very cool.
60 years of the World Championship karting. Can you talk me through how the sport has evolved?
Wow, well, 60 years of karting, it's unbelievable. In the early days, it was like everything it started. It was, you know, you'd have a van, you'd have a car, you'd have a trailer, people would do it, they'd get enthusiastic. Events like World Championships were almost unheard of, but again, I guess the gathering of people at that point, you know, and the competitive nature of the sport, it was probably a very good idea and it evolved from there. But, you know, over those 60 years, it's just amazing how the sport has changed. A lot more professional now, obviously, of course, we're here this weekend for the World Championships. But the history of all those people there, and again, I know I'm from the UK, but so we've got to mention people like Mike Wilson and Terry Fullerton, and, you know, we've got a good pedigree. But throughout the world as well, it's been a fantastic showcase of motorsport.
So this weekend, obviously incredibly special. There's going to be historic karts as well as these karts that are going around in the juniors of racing. So can you talk about the evolution of the kart and what that means for lap times as well?
Obviously in those early days, you know, late 50s, 60s, tyres were very narrow, you know, technology was very low key. When you got to the 70s, 80s, it evolved into not a dissimilar vehicle to what it is now. The thing that has massively changed in recent years is bodywork. And again, the bodywork, yes, it looks nice, very cosmetic. I think that would probably be the massive difference, is the size of the kart and the bodywork is the big difference from the early days.
Amazing. Well, I can't wait for the weekend and see the karts go around. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank
Welcome
you.
to PF.
Thank you very much for allowing me inside your office where we can see some legends of the world.
Goes back a long time.
Yeah, 60th anniversary for the World Championship for karting. Can you talk to me a little bit about some of the legends, some of the special moments that you've had over the years here at PF International?
Yes, I mean, I obviously started in 1960 when they were raw. They've certainly got better. I think the karts are very good.
There's definitely some future motorsport legends that are racing this weekend. You must have had...
Oh, yes.
You've had a lot of legends here
yes.
juniors racing.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, Hamilton started here. All those my drivers have had in the past, you know.
A lot of history here.
There's a lot of history, yes.
How does that make you feel? It's something that you created.
I'm very happy that I've done this, yes. It's been more expensive than what I thought.
We're here in the paddock where I've just been given the green light to head into one of the garages so that I can go and ask a bunch of questions and get a full tour of one of the karts. So let's head inside. Thank you very much for showing me around the kart. One question I have.
Yeah.
Why so many karts?
So, every team in the paddock, including us, we have 2 karts per driver. So, it looks a lot because there's a lot of drivers.
Yeah, okay. And this kart in particular, what championship is this kart for?
So, this kart is homologated to do all the championships.
Oh, okay.
National, international.
And a junior can also drive this?
Yeah, this is properly a junior kart.
Yeah.
It's a 125cc engine.
Yeah. So there's a lot of karts here.
Yeah.
How does a driver gain an advantage? How much can you customize this particular kart for the driver that it's built for?
There's a lot of things you could. I say it is basic, but there is a lot of things you can change on a kart. Depending on the preferences on the drivers you have.
Okay.
Because not every driver is the same. One is taller, one is smaller, one has a different driving style. From that.
Wow, so it's a fully customizable setup.
Yeah.
After the basic components of the car.
Sure.
Okay, wow. That makes your job a little bit difficult working with the drivers. Is it a challenge? What's the most challenging part working with young drivers?
To get them to listen to you.
So here we have the go-kart.
Yeah.
Can you talk me through the basics? Like, I'm assuming the brake is on the left?
Yes. So it's, as I said, basic. There's no clutch, there's no gear lever, nothing. You have the brake here and the throttle here.
Yep. So then you've got steering here
wheel.
that I saw there's a screen.
Yeah. This is the telemetry we use.
Okay.
Star lane. From this display you can see all from water temperature, exhaust temperature, lap time.
Yeah.
And from there we can also see what we did right, what we did wrong.
And what's going on in this section underneath the steering wheel?
Under the steering wheel you have the steering column that is connected to the steering rods. Using that you steer the wheels.
Yeah.
And under the steering column you have a very basic fuel tank.
Okay.
A full tank of fuel is around 8.5 liters and they can do easily a final of 25 laps.
Here we've got slicks for drive.
So this kart is prepared for how the conditions are right now for slick. The sun is shining, it's dry.
Yeah.
And then we have the second kart with the rain tires.
Yeah.
Prepared for when, since we're in the UK, probably a rainy day.
In about 5 minutes, I think.
Most likely.
Yeah. Well, seems like I know a lot about the kart now, thanks to you. So I appreciate you explaining how everything works. It feels like at some point I should have a go on one of these. It'll be a lot of fun.
It will be an experience.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dino, how are you?
Hi.
Great to see you. This is pretty impressive to see so many cars. And we also have some drivers. How important is your role in nurturing these drivers to make it to the top of motorsport?
If you want to learn to be professional driver in motorsport with 4 wheels, you have to be in karting for first, because it's It's the only school you can really learn everything.
You've worked with some motorsport legends, Lewis Hamilton. Is there a common factor with these successful drivers that you see and then pass on to young drivers?
When the driver is young, you can only see if he's more talented than another one. But to be success and to be Formula One driver, people need to understand also you have to work hard, like any sport. Even a football player, you can see immediately if one is a foot right or bent. But later to be really Ronaldo or Messi, you have to work hard, like any sport.
Tony Karts are pioneers in go-karting. How do you, with your role, drive this team forward, but also stay ahead of everyone else?
Work with this team is amazing. Of course, they have a fantastic story in the past, and sure, stay every year in the top level is not easy, but with this kind of team and this kind of person, we try to do this one.
How important is this part of a young motor racer's journey?
Go-kart is so important for the career of one driver. You start to learn everything about tire pressure, engine, feeling. So of course, is the best school that you can.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe too late.
Maybe it's too late now.
John, great to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
This is awesome to see the cars.
Yeah.
And you've just been out.
Yeah.
How was it?
Yeah, it was good. Just getting warmed up for tomorrow's qualifying, so the pace is good so far. We'll see how it goes tomorrow.
You've been selected by Red Bull to join their program. How exciting is that for you? And does that add a bit of pressure?
I was always a big fan of Red Bull. Obviously, Sebastian Vettel was part of them, so it was definitely a thing that I was excited with. And we'll see what the future brings with the team I'm in.
Can you talk to me a little bit about your journey and what you've been through?
I was karting since I was 4 years old, and my close friends back karting, and I just got me into it then. I drove around my home country in Ireland for 4 years till I was 9 years old, and then I moved up to the UK in Motorsport UK for a long time just to build up my experience. And then last 2 years I've been part of the FIA Karting Championship and the Champions of Future, so my journey's been a quite long journey. It's been tough, but I'm working hard to get to the top.
How important is it to spread the karting world to the motorsport community and have so many nationalities here on track?
I think it's important for many reasons. First of all, karting is the first stepping stone for many of our future stars in the world of motorsport. Furthermore, karting represents a great opportunity for many countries to establish motorsport culture in the local communities. And I think having as many nationalities represented here in the World Championship is a very strong showcasing of all the good things karting can provide to national ASNs around the world.
A lot of these drivers are incredibly young and they'll have influence from their parents and family, from the teams and from the mentor. Can you tell me a little bit how you can manage that and also what's important for these drivers?
Yes, yeah, I think you have a very good point here. We have a lot of young drivers, especially in OK Junior. It's a very young grid. And I think it's very important to remember that even though we are here with the very best karting drivers in the world, most of them are still kids. Most of them are still very early in their development. And I think that's a point that it's very important to be remembered and respected by the teams and the families. Luckily, with the paddock we have now, with all the teams and experts involved in the sport, my feeling is there's a general respect for the whole human being, being the drivers, and an understanding of all the elements that's required for drivers to develop.
I can't wait for the weekend and seeing the karts go out. So thank you for your time. I've learnt a lot. Great to meet you. Cheers. Thank you.
Have a nice weekend.
It has been an action-packed weekend so far. It has been amazing to meet so many different people that make a weekend like this happen. And to see so many young, talented drivers out there aspiring to win world championships. Who knows? The next F1 driver could be out there on track
at the moment. I hope you've enjoyed the episode. Make sure you subscribe to the FIA YouTube channel, tick the notification bell, and comment what you want to see next on the next episode. Take care, guys. Goodbye. One of the most iconic moments of a Formula One Grand Prix weekend takes place here on the podium, and the person in charge for the FIA is Linda. Now, Linda, I think you have one of the hardest jobs in Formula One. 3 adrenaline-fueled drivers straight after the race. It must be like herding cats.
Yes, it's a lot of adrenaline, true, but it's the fun part of it.
Certainly a lot of fun. Now, how soon after the race do you get them out here on these steps?
Well, they don't come here straight after the race. They go to the cool-down room first.
Oh, can we have a look?
Yeah, for sure.
Brilliant, let's go.
Wait, hang on a minute, Tom. This is a very important moment here, because this is where we give them the last-minute information, where we brief the drivers, because when they get to the cool-down room, we cannot speak, they are live. So we give them information regarding the trophies or regarding spraying the champagne and everything. So this is where we talk to
spray
them.
the champagne,
exactly.
Not on the dignitaries.
Not on the dignitaries, obviously not. Okay, Tom, so this is the cool-down room.
It's not that cool.
That's true, it's quite hot here. So this is where they literally cool down. Watch some highlights of the race, they kind of chit-chat together, and they kind of have a drink.
So what, they then go back to the podium?
They go back to the podium, and what you don't see on TV is that they come back after the podium here. Their team are waiting for them here, they get changed, remove their champagne clothes. So yeah, this is when I'm not here, obviously.
And then they go and speak to the media.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, should we do what the drivers do?
Of
go
course.
back to the podium
Let's
now?
go.
Okay.
So before going to the podium, we make sure that the dignitaries are here 6 or 7 laps before the end to make sure that we have time to brief them. It's very high-profile people, so we always make sure that they get a good and concise brief. We tell them what they have to do, what they cannot do, where they're going to stand, what kind of trophy they're going to give to who. So we kind of go through the whole ceremony with them in this short lapse of time.
Okay.
So let's see. Here you are.
Oh, Linda, it is a fantastic view, isn't it? And the atmosphere must be amazing because there's people down there, everyone's shouting.
Flags everywhere.
The drivers are in position here, the winning constructor. What happens next?
So, as I told you, we send the dignitaries when the drivers are in the cool-down room, so everybody is ready when the drivers get announced. Me and my colleague are on both sides of the podium, and we hand the right trophy to the right dignitaries and make sure he hands it to the right driver.
How long does the whole process take?
So we have 2 national anthems, one for the winning driver and one for the constructor, and then we hand the trophies and then champagne.
And then
so
the champagne.
This is where you need to escape. So it takes
and you have 2 exits?
Not every time, so sometimes you get stuck on the podium.
Okay.
Tom, before we go, this is the last thing I have to show you. This is the FIA medal. It's given by our president, Mohammed Ben Sulayem, to the winning driver.
FIA President medal, Mohammed Ben Sulayem, the FIA President.
Have a look.
It's heavy. It's very impressive. Linda, thank you very much for showing us around. It's an iconic, phenomenal bit, really, of the Formula One Grand Prix weekend.
Exactly. Thank you very much.
dust has settled after sprint qualifying, and we now turn our attention over to the qualifying heats. Welcome back, everyone joining us from around the world to the live coverage here of the FIA Karting Arrive and Drive European Championship here at the Słomczyn circuit in Poland. This, of course, one of 3 rounds being taking place this year to determine who's going to be competing in the second edition of the FIA Karting Arrive and Drive World Cup that will be held in the LYL circuit in Malaysia. Of course, the series will head to Macau for the Asia Pacific event, and then, of course, we head over to Brazil for the South American adventure of the adventures of the drivers. So we wait to see what will happen, but here in Europe, in Poland, we are getting ourselves set and ready to go, and we start with the juniors now for the qualifying heats. Now, these are only fractionally slightly longer than the qualifying sprint races that we saw, and the person who's managed to put it on pole position for these heats now is Błażej Kostrzewa of Poland. He'll be joined by Ireland's John Foley Jr. on that front row of the grid. Of course, now all the entrants into this weekend for the junior category are in this grid. Now 20 drivers ready to see what they can achieve. Of course, a lot of these drivers won't have raced against each other just as of yet. It'll be the first time that they will do so. So this will be a very interesting scenario. Compare it to what you see in, let's say, a standard qualifying heats phase where you would get Group A versus B and then C versus D and so on and so on. They would all mix around and race against each other. But here, of course, so far this weekend in the sprint qualifying, we have not seen these drivers race against each other. We do now. There is John Foley Jr. on the front of the grid, primed and ready to go. Strong results for him over the course. Scored 25 points to put him on that front row of the grid, which was joint with Andy Stewart. However, slightly better results in the free practice, finding Andy Stewart starting third, but at the inside row with Błażej Kostrzewa on the front of that one. And speaking of Andy Stewart, there she is, ready to see what she can achieve in the sunshine that is still out here at the Słomczyn circuit. The rain that we saw earlier on, very challenging indeed. It shook up the field quite nicely, actually. But the track is now dry. Sun is still shining. The wind is still high. Myself, Anthony Jordan, joined once again by Magic, who's back in the box. Magic, we've had to wait a little time, but 2 final races for the drivers here today before a very busy day tomorrow. But not sure what we can expect in this one. The first time a lot of these drivers will have raced against the rest of the field in a race format. I'm certainly looking forward to seeing how this goes.
Especially if the pack is full for now, then all the battles are going to be twice as big. Comparing to the last hits, we can be joyful seeing just a few hours ago. But still, let's believe that on those conditions, drivers could fully maintain their pace, maintain everything they need, and show us their very, very great performance here.
Indeed, yes. You can see that the grandstand is very massive there. So despite the fact that relatively low numbers here, they've actually filled that out quite nicely a little bit there. Engines fire up then. It looks like all karts have made their way out. So let's take you through the full starting lineup for this one. The first time we see all 20 juniors racing against each other in the first of what will be 3 qualifying heats over the course of the weekend. Błażej Kostrzewa of Poland starts it on pole position after his results in the sprint qualifying. He finds himself P1 alongside John Foley Jr. of Ireland. Andy Stewart joins Rui Martinez on row number 2, and they'll see Maximilian Piotek on row number 3 with Julian Moller for company alongside. Ivan Szerega goes alongside Vito Koza on the 4th row of the grid with Stanislav Grabowski and Alexander Chubb rounding out the first top 10 and the middle half of the grid on row number 5. Dylan Fricker, well, he had a first qualifying heat win and then unfortunately found himself in the steward's office in the second. That puts him on the 6th row of the grid alongside Johnson Stewart. Then you'll have the likes of Veni Ravenous alongside Max Boshoff on row 7. Dominik Wojcik joins Mikhail Lahotsky. They go from row number 8 with the likes of Karol Shajkovic and Lorenzo Zucchetto, row 9. The final row of the grid, Ilya Bekturia and Vendunas Pictus on that 20th spot of the grid, a full capacity grid now in the juniors with the 20 entrants that we have seen as we get ready to kickstart this race. At the moment, conditions absolutely superb. 24 degrees, dry track, sun shining. The wind levels have picked up just that little bit as we get ready to go racing. The first qualifying heat of the weekend. 8 minutes now, these races, so slightly longer than the sprint qualifying that we saw earlier on in the new format here in the FIA Karting Arrive and Drive, as we see all the drivers now lined up and ready to go into that final corner. It's Poland and Ireland on the front row of the grid with Kostreva and Foley Jr. It's lights out and fights on towards someone. Strong start for the inside row, but it's a better start for Andy Stewart. Takes the lead down the inside. The young lady from Northern Ireland takes the lead away, and it's all close in the background there, 3-4 wide in the background, but everyone's going to try and squeeze through. But the big main story on this one, Andy Stewart leads the way.
There was a lot of contacts, especially after the second and third turn, just after the fifth or sixth place, just to the other side of the pack, like full of the pack, have little bit of actions, little bit of contact back there, but still we are managing to go after the ninth corner, heading to the 10th and 9th, and still a lot of the drivers are so close to each other, little contacts, little actions over there, and still very, very big amount of overtakes. Just as now.
Well, now we see that fight down the inside here, and again, this train really starting to form. Stewart leads the way then from Kostreva, very closely followed by Charanega. Friga's had a great start to this race. There you can see the winner from the first sprint qualifying race, Dylan Fricke, has gained 7 places in this one. He's up to 4th place. So that speed that we saw earlier on really showcasing now in these qualifying heats, and is trying to pile on that pressure in behind. Bit of smoke kicking up there from 1 or 2 of the drivers as we see Revenue's trying to fight away, and you can see the wheel-to-wheel moment there. Johnson Stewart getting tangled up in an infield battle there as the back of the train, Begaturia, Boshov, Pictus all there. Zucchetto trying to get involved. There is Zucchetto trying to push away. That's the fight that looks to be for second place right now as the whole train comes through. There down the inside, look, Skrabowski, he has got a lot of pressure from the inside line there. He's going to lose out on 1, lose out on 2, maybe even 3, 4, maybe count them 5 as they go through, and that's how quickly it can all go wrong for a driver. As soon as you gain 1, you end up losing 5, 3 wide into turn 1 as they all find the space, but Johnson Stewart losing out a little more there as John Foley Jr. from the start of that race in the front row has tumbled down to 10th place.
I saw that Alexander Chub, the driver number, big contact in the 6th corner, I believe, and now 4 wide even. But talking about Bischoff, that he's dropping place by place. Speaking about the Grabowski, he has very different times. He was even frustrating and showing his hand that the driver in front of him doing very, very difficult maneuvers that are very, very tough to think about them, and knowing that in the other corner he could behave very, very different.
No, indeed. Right, so this fight is a lot further down the order. The field is massively spread out now in the case of these first opening laps. Andy Stewart's in the lead of this race. Is currently heading into the first, the hairpins right now, as we're watching these drivers currently making their way around the likes of turns 2 here. So a stark difference of what we're seeing. But the biggest story that we're seeing so far is Blažej Kostreva, the man who put it on pole position here, is now setting fastest laps of the race and is now starting to close that gap up. It was well over a second. It is now down to just 0.7 of a second. The fight for the race lead is certainly going to be on very soon. There is Julia Monlair, the young lady from France, right behind Vito Koza at this moment. They're currently fighting for 7th place. Now, they've got Dylan Fricke, who's just in front of them, who has been very quick so far today in sprint qualifying. He's going to be a good driver to latch onto the back of and try and push forward in this field. At this moment, though, a long way to go. We've only got 4 minutes plus that extra lap to go. And with how spread out the field is right now, look at this, from first down to 20th, it's already up to 22 seconds. That, over a short amount of time, is quite incredible to show that they were really, really scrapping in those first couple of laps.
For now, Rui Martins is picking up the pace, but speaking about Kostrzewa, it's less than half a second to catch Andy Stewart.
Yeah, the fight at the front is really kicking off now. Yeah, it's down to 0.4 of a second. And in fact, we'll probably cut to it in a very close amount of time. This is Czarnega and Piatek. They are fighting away. That's third and fourth place. However, the race leaders around turn one, they are looking very, very cosy indeed. Andy Stewart is having to defend this one quite massively. A look to the inside. Kostreva's going to find the gap there. And that was exactly what Kostreva needed. He was on pole position. He looked really strong, of course, in that sprint qualifying phase and has utilised it here. Despite that excellent start for Andy Stewart, she's going to have to settle for second place here. But you can see the lead they've got, over 5 seconds between themselves and third place. This is a really great position for these top two to be in.
But I believe that we are going to see the battle to third place because not only Piątek, but Martins is picking up the pace and chasing the Czarnega. So for now we are going to see the driver number 102. It's Koza. Just after him is going Monsler and Fricke. But Monsler is much quicker, much closer to Koza for now. And this is another battle.
That's Boshoff down in the back of the field with Grabowski. So that's about 14th, 15th place for the moment. Those two in a very close little battle. This, though, on your screen, a little further up, this is back to Vito Koza, who is battling away with Julien Monlaer, who's not found the way through at the moment. As you were rightly pointing out, though, that fight for third place might become quite interesting because, yes, Czarnega is there with Piątek. They are there fighting third and fourth place. However, it is Rui Martins, who did take a race win earlier on today in the sprint qualifying, who is looking like the bigger threat here. And starting to close it, and he is really pushing him. Fastest lap of the race on that last lap, and is really getting involved. But that now has been taken away by Kostreva, who still leads the way by 2.2 seconds. This, though, is the one we're keeping our eyes on. Vita Koza, P6 right now. Julien Monlaer still unable to find a way past just yet. You can see she's taking that slightly wider entry line. She's trying to just suss out where she can position the car. But she does need to be careful now because not only has Fricke closed in, but also Revenus has also closed in from Iceland. He is right there, ready to pick up the pieces from anything that may happen between these top drivers.
Great battle for the sixth place for now.
It is a strong fight and getaway. Less than a minute to go of the race here. And right now, the race leader crossing over the line, Kostreva in control, 2.9 seconds. He's going to have, this lap and the last lap. I suspect the last lap board's going to be out this time to the field right now. But still, we still wait to see what's happening. This is back for third place now.
There is an attack and overtake. Maximilian Piątek is now at third place. And still, let's remember that Rui Martins is also coming through the pack. So maybe in the last few meters, last lap, he could even catch the Czarnega. He's just behind his back, as we can see at the screen. Now, it's little moments then Martins is showing up.
Yeah, indeed. That was a nice little overtake there down the inside turn 3 and able to push forward in that early stage. 5 seconds to go. Actually, this is going to be close to the line here. Are we going to see the last lap board out? No! By 1 second. By 1 second, Kostreva crosses the line. So now it's a whole longer race now for the drivers. They've got a whole nother lap to negotiate and then the last lap. So that is even worse for them. So a much longer race distance than they were hoping for. There is Kostreva, who is still not on the final lap of this race.
And this is the opportunity for other drivers just to compete, just to make some more overtakes and fight for better places. Kostreva don't need it. He needs to focus on his own pace. And now we have attack from other drivers. Koza returns for 6th place.
Yeah, that's Koza and Monlaer still fighting it as way. So Julien Monlaer did manage to get the overtake done a few laps ago. Now has lost out on that again. That's going to bring Fricke back into play. Last lap board is now out to Blažej Kostreva here in the first of the qualifying heats. There he is. at 3.7 or 3.8 seconds clear. I'll round it up for him. It's 7.799. But very quick speed indeed, and rightly so. He managed to put it on pole position after the sprint qualifying. Really showed some great pace despite the challenging conditions that we saw, of course. Very grippy this morning. Then the rain came down in the lunch break. It washed all of that rubber away. Completely green circuit for them where they went out again in the second half. And that's a robust move there for Dylan Fricker on Ravenous. That was for 8th place right now. But there your race leader, Blažej Kostreva, over the line. We'll see the checkered flag in the first qualifying heat of the weekend. That is good points to his name. Ready to see where he will start for that final. But of course, from pole in sprint qualifying, I'm sure he wants to take that 108 machine all the way to the P1 spot for the final tomorrow.
He was pretty confident that he is very well prepared for this arrive and drive event, but not only the great pace during the dry conditions, but as well at the rainy one. So he was very, very confident about his pace, and he just showed us that those words that he's confident, that he knew what he's doing here, are really, really right.
Yes. Certainly so. Well, they will all make their way back to Parc Fermé at the end of the day. That is their racing done and dusted for the day. Blažej Kostreva taking the race win then ahead of Andy Stewart and Maximilian Piatek, who will round out the top 3. The end of that very close race to the very end there. Jarnega will finish in 4th ahead of Martins. Koza finishing in 6th ahead of Julian Monlaer. Fricker from Chubb and Pictes will round out the top 10. Great drive there for the Lithuanian. 10 places gained to finish there inside that top 10. Then you have Reveneurs finishing ahead of Johnson Stewart. Max Boshoff from Stanislav Grabowski. John Foley Jr. Tough race there from the front row of the grid. Dropped to 15th place in that one. Dominik Wojciech from Lorenzo Zucchetto. Mikhail Lehotsky. Ilya Bagaturia. And Karol Shakevich, who rounds out the 20-kart field. And the 108 machine of Blažej Kostreva will take that one to the very end, and will be delighted, because tomorrow is another very busy day with qualifying heats, and then, of course, those finals as well. That's, though, is going to be the most important race for them. Here's your highlights from it, and well, relatively decent start, but watch Andy Stewart here. Had the grip. For some reason, Kostreva didn't have the temperature in those front tyres. It didn't grip up. He understeered through. Andy Stewart was able to not only take the lead of the race away, but was able to just carry on as well.
And after that, in the third corner, he was the reason why all of the pack just behind him need to brake. And after that, from 6th or 7th place, everybody needed to slow down and bump each other. This was the reason.
Yeah.
The reason of no grip and front tires at Kostreva's car.
Yeah, indeed. And again, you can see there just absolutely throwing it through the corners. A lot of drivers there just struggling with the tyre temperature at this point of the day, which, I mean, we're still at 24 degrees air temperature, so still relatively chilly, and there you can see one or two drivers just getting caught out in the start of that race, and that's the concertina effect, you know, right at these very beginnings, and this track, I think, promotes it. You know, you've got the fast corners, but then when you get into that, the end of the sector 1 and towards sector 2, then you get the bunching up, the hairpins constantly all the way throughout. Very physical on the drivers, heavy braking zones that are a lot different between drivers as well, because a lot of them are learning the circuit, and there is a prime opportunity of it, where you see the likes of drivers going into the back there. That was Max Boshoff into the back of Karol Shakevich, who unfortunately did tumble down at the very end of the race to finish in P20. So a very tough run there for one Polish driver, as the other celebrates at the sharp end. That's how Julian Monlaer managed to get the overtake done on Vito Koza. Vito Koza was able to take that back at the next hairpin, just showcasing anything you can do, I can do better with that classic 3 hairpin attempt of trying to get past. Very late on the brakes there, very robust moves again in the backgrounders off the circuit there went. Revan Herzer, who as well had a very tough race. But over the line, Blase Kostreva, pole and sprint qualifying Heat 1, comes away with a victory. And that brings a conclusion to the juniors racing for the day. We will see them out tomorrow. Seniors up next for the last race of the day. Of course, this also slightly longer than their sprint races earlier on. 10 minutes plus 1 lap. And it will see, of course, on pole position, the likes of Kasper Droboyski, who did put it on pole position for the sprint qualifying and now finds himself on pole position for the qualifying heats. And there he is, getting himself ready. Caught up with him earlier on, and he was quite happy with his results. And despite the fact that, quite a competitive grid that he's got here.
Especially if he's going to fight back everything that happened.
So all these drivers here are very ready to go for this race. But right now we do wait and see. The klaxons ringing in the background there, indicating if a minute board goes up or a 3-minute board. So I can imagine not a lot of time to go. Looking forward to seeing what the man alongside him on the front row could do. Colin Vasney, there he is on your screen, primed and ready. And again, a real threat so far this weekend. Shown great speed, and I think could be a real contender for a final win at the end of the weekend. What do you think?
He's in very, very good zone for now. I believe that his pace is really growing, especially lap after lap. His cold head is also a very, very good reason to believe that he is going to be very competitive during all the events here at Autodrom Słomczyn.
Indeed. The next driver just behind them has also won some qualifying sprint races on track here. Adrian Potepa, another real contender. And, of course, all these drivers, the top 3 on the grid in this one, all Polish nationals. So, again, showing that the home favourites and the home turf is certainly benefiting the field. The next driver who's not from Poland will see Great Britain's Mayan Patel. Certainly some great speed, and he has also taken a sprint qualifying heat win earlier on today and did show some really good speed there as well. You just can't rule him out either. You can't rule any of them out, really, but we have to watch the start of these races. We have seen, of course, the inside of Row 2 being the more favourable starting position. You're not the first driver into Turn 1. You're not the guinea pig knowing how much traction you've got if the tyres aren't up to temperature or anything like that. So Droboyski has got that limitation at the start of this race, and Potepa could just be like, well, he's turned too soon, or he's braked too late, or he's done this. I'm just going to sneak my way through it, exactly how Andy Stewart managed to do it earlier on.
I have talked to Adrian Potepa. He was pretty happy with his pace around the track. So all the team believe that keeping together, especially for today, is one of the best ways to compete with all the drivers. I know that in Sunday they would have no mercy for each other, but for now they are keeping it together and trying to have the best result they could. For now it's looking very, very optimistic and very, very good, but let's hope that this event with even more drivers, the full pack, will be very, very emotional.
Indeed. I mean, a final is always exciting. When it's a final on a last lap, all the drivers seem to turn the dial up to 11 and then absolutely go maniacs out there. So we look forward to seeing those finals, but we'll have to wait a little bit of time before that one. Right then, engines fire up then, sun shining, the wind has picked up just that little bit more. Let's take you through that full starting lineup for what it will be the last race of the day. Qualifying sprint race winner and pole sitter for these qualifying heats, Kasper Droboyski will start on pole position. He is joined by Colin Vasney alongside. Adrian Potepa will join Mayan Patel on that second row of the grid with Jan Pinto and Oskar Hildebrandski on row number 3. Lukas Jaruzelski and Adriano Gralic, they will go from row number 4 with Kian Shah and Max Oler alongside on that 5th row of the grid. Jonathan Landstrom and Nikodem Osheshki go from row number 6. They will see the likes of Charlotte Till and Lika van Berkel on row 7. Bernardo Pinto and Sera Kojima go from row number 8. Row 9 sees Oliver Kerg and Samuel Hambazonian on that 9th row. They will round out the top 20 on row 10 with Marcos de Dios and Ascos Maduros on that 10th row of the grid. The final row, David Conkers and Roberto Albastegui will round out the field for Mexico in 22nd place. For this one, of course, slightly longer race, 10 minutes plus 1 lap for the seniors, and there you can see the field set to go. It's hard to predict who could take a win on this one. All of them have been looking very quick. Of course, Todoroboyski's been quick, Potepa's been quick, Jan Pinto's been quick as well, Mayan Patel's been quick, the same for Kian Shah as well, also very quick out on some of those races. So again, it's really hard to pinpoint who could take a run, but you've got to say a lot of the drivers who were very quick earlier on in the weekend and have shown great speed here and know this track very well are inside those top 3-4 rows as well, with Poland, with 5 of them being up there.
Somebody is trying to catch up the pack, but speaking about the pace,
yes.
Łukasz Jezierski was so uncomfortable with the last results. We have one more round just to catch up the pace.
Sera Kojima is the driver who is going very slowly at the back, so it's a false start. They are going round again. So that is not a race start on this one. There's another kart there. There's a number 15 machine. That's David Conkas, who's just not come through. He has now come through and is hoping that he can go as fast as he possibly can to try and catch up to the chasing pack. In turn, what they will do is go as fast as they possibly can to stop him from catching up, because then that's one less person they have to deal with in a race. So always very tactical, always quite cheeky from the field here, so we wait to see. Right then, pace starting to simmer down a little bit here now. Todoroboyski and Vazny starting to match the pace up. There is David Conkas doing everything he can to close in. That is full race trim there to try and catch up to the back. He is going to do it.
Catching that.
Yeah, well, thankfully he starts at the back of the grid, so he doesn't need to overtake anyone. So he's back into position past the red line. That is all good. So no drama there for him. Right then, field ready to go then this time around. It's an all Polish row number 1 here. Kasper Todoroboyski and Colin Vazny into those tram lines. Are we racing? The answer is yes. It's lights out, fights on. And it's a strong start for the front 2 rows. But Vazny's going to have to hold on to it. Contact in the background. And it's the first off at turn number 1 at the start of a weekend. And unfortunately, the 24 and the 18 will go no further in this race. That's Mayan Patel, which is a big shame. And the 18 machine is a little further up. Yeah, indeed. Pinto out of the race. They started next to each other, and that is them going no further. So this is going to massively benefit Hildebrandski and Jaruzelski as well, who were right behind them. And hopefully they can try and push through. But here's a driver who certainly had a very strong start. I'm going to say that is Kian Shah on the number 3 machine, who has got up into 2nd place here. If I'm right in saying that, I think that's been a brilliant start, and it certainly is the right call. It is the number 3 machine of India who's there in 2nd place, but is under pressure from behind. Jonathan Landstrom trying to find his way through, has now found his way through at turn number 2, and now here comes the rest of the field. So as quickly as he gains those places now, Kian Shah falling down the order. Todoroboyski, Jaruzelski, Ole is there as well. They're all trying to get involved, and Shah now down to 5th place. Well, the rest of this field here in this early stage, still in control. Little bit of contact there between the 2 of them. That is everyone just trying to hold on to position here. There you can see everyone gaining those positions there. De Dios pushing forward. He's up 7 places now. You've got Bruno Pinto as well, gaining 5 places. So, again, really strong getaway. Someone who's really struggled is Hildebrandski, who's tumbled down 13 places now.
And Todoroboyski is now in 2nd place, managed to overtake Jezierski and Landstrom as well. But that was a tough battle till the 3rd sector.
It was indeed, and Todoroboyski now in that fight. There still, Landstrom fighting away with Kian Shah, and those 2 have continued to swap places. Shah in control, big look down the inside there, and that is Jaruzelski on Todoroboyski. who has not managed to find the way through just yet, but that was a first proper attempt there by the pole on the pole as they go through. But it's Poland 1, 2, 3 as it stands, but these drivers here fighting for P2 as your race leader of Patepa breaking away. Beautiful move down the inside. Jaruzelski takes P2 away finally through that final chicane, and has now got 7 minutes to try and close a 3.9 second lead.
Oh, great maneuver in the first corner. But speaking about Jezierski and Turobojski, they need to catch up and carry out the pace, because their fight is slowing them down, and then Shah and Van Beckel is coming closer and closer. And if all the pack, another overtake, there is a fight between Shah and Van Beckel, I believe, and it's still coming on, and the another corners. But about Jezierski and Turobojski, if they are going to fight and forget about what is going on behind them, they are going to be fight no for 2 guys, but for 7, maybe even for only second place.
That's a graphic you don't want to see, especially if you're in second place. Lukas Jaruzelski under investigation for potentially causing a collision. That will not be well received for him when he crosses the line and sees that graphic. I'm sure he might throw a hand up in protest, and there as well. You can see, no. So now, number 10. Now that says Jaruzelski, but that's actually Patepa. That's your race leader. So our first and second in this race under investigation for potentially causing a collision. If so, that would be incredibly detrimental to their race result, because they will be heading to the stewards at the end of this one. There, a move down the inside. We see that time in and time out. Max Ole down the inside. That was for 10th place, and is having a good little run on that one. Oliver Kerg is just sitting behind that one as they push forward. He's also on a 5-place gain, the driver who started on pole position in the sprint qualifying heats.
Now we are looking for Adrian Potempa, who is leading the pack. Just behind him is Turobojski and Jezierski, and pack just after is spreading a little bit, but Turobojski and Jezierski for now are not fighting. Maybe in another corners, Turobojski setting the fastest lap of this race, going to the second hairpin. The distance between them is pretty stable. But Van Beckel is catching them with Colin Ważny, I believe.
They are, yeah. That pace looking very strong. There is Sarah Kojima, who had that drama earlier on. There she is in the number 2 machine. She's trying to chase down the likes of De Dios at this moment. Marcos De Dios there in 16th place has just witnessed the overtake in front of Charlotte Tilt, getting past
and there
David
is overtake for her.
And there is that overtake. Calm as you like, and just managing to squeeze through. This up the road here,
Hildebrandski
and Hildebrandski, yeah, they are fighting away. Here we go. This should be quite interesting. They're fighting for 12th and 13th place right now, and that in themselves, I think, quite the challenge for them, as Colin Ważny now sets the fastest lap of the race, is starting to try and close in on the driver who's there in 4th. Which is Lieke van Berkel, who's having a superb race here for the Netherlands. Started on the 7th row of the grid and is currently just sitting outside the top 3.
Great improvement from him, but speaking about Hildebrandski and Osiecki, I saw that Osiecki was kind of disappointed about some move of Hildebrandski. He could show us this disappointment with his hands waving to him, but after that, let's focus on other drivers. For now, it's at the back of the pack, I believe. To me.
Sam Bahondium and Albi Stegi, who are fighting for 19th and 20th place for the moment, and that is showcasing that the speed is very quick all the way throughout the field, and they've just made that move done on Marcos De Dios there.
And look at that, you were talking about Lieke van Berkel, and he's picking up the pace, trying to catch Jezierski, and he's very close. It's only 0.3 of a second.
It is only 0.3 of a second. However, Jezierski has just set a purple sector number 1, but Van Berkel has just set purple sector number 2, so they are trading lap times at this moment to try and close in on not only themselves, but the race leaders as well, who, in talking of that, is still holding at around 2 seconds at this moment. Look to the inside. Jaruzelski trying to fight on Turobojski. It's not going to happen.
Great defend move on the fourth corner.
That was a great defensive line there, just managing to carry that excess speed to defend that position, and nothing that Jaruzelski could do. And in that time, every failed attempt at an overtake brings
an opportunity for Van Berkel.
Yeah, exactly, to close in. And not only him, but for Vazny as well, has been looking very quick in this latter stage.
Jaruzelski is trying from corner to corner, and as you said, he needs to stop it because Van Berkel is only waiting for some mistakes in front of him, and the possibility to take not third but second place as well. But for now, Potempa is the leader for 2.5 seconds even. Czurobojski second, Jaruzelski is third, the fourth place is from Van Berkel, and Colin Vazny may even rejoin to this fight for the second place.
Certainly could, but with only a minute and a half or so to go, then plus that extra lap, there's not much time left in it. And again, they're kind of falling on that level where they're going to cross the line with like a couple of seconds to go, and that's going to be awful for them, because then it means they've got that lap plus an extra lap to try and deal with. So that's going to be very interesting.
But for now, Colin Vazny just catched Van Berkel.
Yes, and he's chilling right now. He's having a good old time trying to close in on this fight. And actually, that looked like a much tighter line there for Van Berkel. And Vazny really able to close in on that stage, and runs a little wide there onto that exit curve. But the water now is gone, so he's not going to struggle himself too much. Again, much tighter line there for Van Berkel.
Going to attack somewhere.
Vazny is going to have to just go for the move here now. He doesn't want to fall into a rhythm here, stuck behind. I mean, credit where credit's due. Lieke Van Berkel has gained 10 places. There's the overtake. It's exactly what Vazny needed, and I think it's exactly what Van Berkel needed as well, because I think he'd hit the limit there of what he can do. He gained 10, he has lost one now, so he's gained 9, but I think he was at his peak in that race. Now if he can latch onto the back of Vazny here, might be able to try and close in on Jaruzelski and Czurobojski as well, who are just further up the road.
Polish drivers are very known for having the zone, their best zone of the driving pace, moving forward to the end of the race. Like from the second part of it, they are picking up the pace and taking it with their last strength they have in their bodies. Łukasz Jezierski is now picking up the pace with the pink wall on its time, so he is now driving in third place, just behind Czurobojski, and Czurobojski needs to watch out because there is a last lap signal at the start-finish line, so it's only less than 2 kilometers till the end of this race.
It certainly is. There is Charlotte Till, just got the overtake
He's
on
trying.
Kirk. Yeah, and Olaire there as well. Trying again here. It's the fight for second place. Czurobojski and Jaruzelski, and can confirm we are on the last lap of this race. Potempa has seen that last lap board with his 3.6 second advantage, but eyes will focus on the Czurobojski and Jaruzelski battle. First, the hairpins coming up here. Any look to the inside? Answer is no. Czurobojski carries that tighter line here. He tries again at the second hairpin. Thought of it. Couldn't quite do it.
And
now
Vazny's
here's
going.
Vazny. Vazny on the outside is going to try and go for the up and under here. And he's done it.
Great
He's got his
battle.
nose down the inside in towards turn number 9, and he's going to get through. Beautifully done. Now here's Van Berkel, and this is exactly what we were talking about. For Van Berkel, we thought he'd hit the limit with only those 10
What
places
is
gained.
happening?
Now he's on a fight
Wow.
of potentially finishing inside the top 3 over the line. Potempa's going to take the first qualifying heat win, but the fight for second place is on. Czurobojski will take it from Vazny. Jaruzelski takes 4th. And from Van Berkel, who crosses in P5, Pinto will take 6th from Landstrom. Across the line, Kralic from Hildebrandski and Kian Shah will round out the top 10 at the end of that race. But I did say it at the very start of this one, Magic, keep an eye on that young man there, Adrian Potempa. He looks so quick in sprint qualifying. May have not got pole position for these qualifying heats, but I certainly thought he could do something and he certainly did.
He feels so confident and feel very good with his pace, as I was talking with him just an hour ago. But speaking about those moves by Jezierski, the question is, was it necessary to trying to overtake Czurobojski? He risked it all, and after that he failed and lost the third place to not Potempa, but that was Colin Ważny.
Yeah, indeed. Well, you could never tell a driver not to go for an overtake. You can never tell a driver to slow down.
If you don't look for a gap, you can
You're no longer a racing driver. Yeah, exactly. Famous quote there from Ayrton Senna. But there, the full race results there. Top 10 we've gone over. Charlotte Till at the end of that one does gain 1 or 2 places. She finishes in P11 ahead of Oliver Kirk, who gains 5. Nikodem Oseski does finish that race in 13th place, a deficit of only 1, with Max O'Leary in close company as well. Derek Honkers finishing in 15th place on a 6th place gain from Sera Kojima and Ascos Moradas, who rounds out the top 17. Sambo Hambazunian from Marcos de Dios rounding out the top 19. Roberto Albasegui rounds out the top 20. 2 retirements, Mayan Patel and Jan Pinto. Unfortunately, that collision at the very start of that race at turn 1 saw those two out of their first qualifying heat, but they've got a couple more to get through tomorrow, so it's not the end of the world for them. But Adrian Patepa, coming away with a qualifying heat win to add to his tally. He goes into tomorrow points leader in the senior category, and here's how that race transpired. Keep an eye on the third row of the grid. There's the contact. Unfortunately, there was a third driver involved there, and couldn't quite see the number. Maybe Sera Kojima at the start of that race, in and around maybe even Hilda Bransky. It was Hilda Bransky. That is why he tumbled down in the early phase of that race. There was the change of the race lead. Adrian Patepa able to push through, releasing himself straight away. And there as well into second at that point was Karan Shah. Great start to that race, the entrant from India. Then later did just fall back down into that field as the field then settled into play. And at that point, it was Czurobojski and Jezierski trying to battle away and fight to try and close in on Patepa. But that wasn't going to happen. But Patepa just looked far too confident out there on track and just putting in hot lap after hot lap and basically going for a qualifying session in that.
But still, I'm very upset. I'm still regretting that Patel and Pinto crashed at first corner, because they are very able to fight for first, second and third place with guys from Poland. So let's hope that in second and or third qualification heat they would be much better without any contacts at first lap, and then we will see that they are going to fight for the win with those very strong pulls.
Indeed, tomorrow is another day for the field here of the senior drivers. More overtakes happen all the way up and down the order. There, Marcos Diaz getting passed by Sera Kojima for position. That was with 5 or so minutes to go of that race. This was the recovery drive for Oskar Hildebrandski after that lap 1, turn 1 incident that saw those 2 retirements, then finding himself back through the field. There again as well, Karan Shah just getting involved in the fight. The up and unders, the defensive postures all the way throughout, and then the final stages of the race. The battle for second place was on. That brought in Ważny and, of course, Luca van Breukelen, who was also trying to get involved. There was that overtake, and that, I think, was the good call there for Luca van Breukelen, not to fight that one too much. Allow Ważny to get in front to try and bring him along to catch up to this lead fight for second place, which certainly raged on. And that one attempt there by Jezierski put Ważny into P3.
And as well as Van Beckel and Colin Ważny was sitting in the front row of this beautiful cinema of a battle between Czurobojski and Jezierski. But after that, after this one risking it all attack by Jezierski, that was a great call from Colin Ważny to fight it back and go to the podium.
Indeed. Well, Magic, thank you for joining me in the box today.
That was
it's been an absolutely fantastic day, and tomorrow's going to be another one as well. We've had qualifying heat 1 today, but tomorrow we'll see qualifying heat 2 and 3 for both junior and the seniors. That will determine the grid for the finals. We turn away from the time and plus 1 lap back to the lap races. 17 and 21 for those. They will be kickstarting at 2 o'clock local time here in Poland, so make sure you set your alarms for that one. from myself, Anthony Jordan, and Magic in the comments box here, we'll say a very good night to everyone here at the circuit. A big thank you to all the marshals, the officials, and crews out on track for their very hard work over the course of the day. And we'll see you bright and early in the morning for the first ever FIA Karting Arrive and Drive European Championship round. Finals day tomorrow. We'll see you then. Bye for now.
Thank you very much.